good evening. Good evening to you too. I'd like a food evening. I'd like some snackies. Some snackies. How's it going? Was it like a... I was disappointed. I thought you were just going to let it sit, you know? I would have liked that. Hi, Tiger. Oh, God, of course, now my dog wants to go outside. First likes, yay, thank you. Riz, I just took you out. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Come here. I just took you out like an hour and a half ago. My dog has had an upset tummy. I mean, I think she's at the tail end of it. Finally. She should be. But also, I'm like, oh, God. Here it is. Well, come here. Well, come here. No? Okay. Thoughts on Caroline? KK Caroline? Ethics-wise from North Spain, South Spain? No. Pick a number between 1 and 69. 13. No, 52. Caroline, like what? KK Caroline? What Caroline? Come here. Come here. Oh, I started responding. No, it was like a longer answer. You know what I mean? I did respond. What do you mean I never responded? I did respond. I said that's tricky. Because I was saying, like, daily life and vibe, and just, I wish I could walk out of my front door, and be in Spain. The only thing I don't like about Spain as much is that they're so fucking healthy about the work-life balance. And my brain, like, I get my self-worth from work. So I like that the U.S. has such a work-intensive work culture. I wish there was like a bit more of a balance. I wish you could get like a month of vacation here, like people should. But I like that it's a lot more like that. You know what I mean? But literally everything else is better in Spain. So no, that's not me being Americanized. That's just how I've always been. Movie recommendation. What mood are you in, Ethan? Like what kind of... How's the Spanish work week scheduled? I mean, either 5 days a week or 4 days. It used to be a 4-day work week years ago. And I think now it's probably returning to that somewhat. But it's more like people like roll into work a little bit later. You know what I mean? Like you take your time about it a little bit more. Not everywhere, not every place, but it's like a little bit more Like you roll in later, you take a longer lunch, and you work later in the afternoon. But because like for a lot of the year, you know, Spain has really long days, like the sun is up for a really long time, like it's usually fine. You eat later. It's a lot more like whatever. But it's more just like the attitude and the culture around it, right? Where it's like you work to live. Like no one's getting their fucking, not no one, but like most people go to a job and do work, but that's not like their identity or anything like that. You know, I know that depends on the person here as well, but it's a lot less like. Also, there's like a lot less, like the fact that you can, like in Spain, you can quit a job more easily, right? Because you have health insurance, you have universal health insurance. So if you quit a job, it's not like your entire family is all of a sudden like without health insurance and stuff, you know? So there's like inherently less of this like life or death psychology around having your job and keeping your job and stuff. So I think that ends up creating a situation. Yeah, I think that just like it's so much less life or death, so you're not like conditioned to think of it that way. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Ethan, right? No, they wouldn't, Ghost. You know, the US, we spend more per capita on our health insurance than like any other country. We're paying more for our health stuff now because it's fucking privatized, because the like health insurance companies are privatized. And like when you have, in the same way that like Medicaid and Medicare, they have like cheaper prices for a lot of stuff, it's because if the entire government is the one negotiating with, you know, pharma companies, they have a hell of a lot more leverage. Hell of a lot more leverage. They can get way better prices. No, he didn't say he what? Bernie has not said that your taxes would go way up. Personally, I would happily have my taxes go up for universal health care. They will not go way. I mean, you know, unless someone's like purposefully doing it in a way to make you hate it, to like revert it. Listen, if the US gets universal health care and your taxes go way up because of it, it's because someone is on purpose trying to do it so that you'll hate it. And it's kind of similar to like here in New York City, like bail reform passed a while back, and which basically was like, you know, because bail is like inherently like classist. You know what I mean? Like it means that only if you're poor will you be put in jail awaiting, you know, like trial and stuff like that. It's just like for the same crime, as long as you're rich, you know, you can get out and like walk around free before you're convicted of anything, when in theory, like, you know, presumed innocent, all that kind of stuff. So bail reform was like for like non-violent crimes, there shouldn't be cash bail, right? But a lot of people, like a lot of like police and some judges and stuff, like really didn't fucking like that. So they have purposefully made it seem as awful as possible. You know what I mean? They'll like purposefully ignore bail reform, like, you know, guidance, and like occasionally, you know, this is fucking shitty judges, let out someone who's suspected or like arrested for a violent crime. That's not what bail reform does not say, that you can do that or should do that. Also, cops literally like went on fucking like strike in New York City for like a while, and they're still not really doing their jobs all that well. But there's that would have a much greater impact on the deficit than taxing middle and lower class, even though. Yeah, exactly, Ian. Bernie's not running the next election. I'm pretty sure he said he's too old. How can I do that? Sell all hospital? No, that's not how that works, user. You think in universal healthcare countries, the government owns all the hospitals? That's how you think it works? Dude. No. Running for president. Nope. Fundraising. Bernie fundraising. For what? In Brazil, the health agencies own the hospitals. Oh, that's nice. Okay, user. Any chance of what? On Buttigieg running? You know, I used to not really like him all that much. I don't know, he's grown on me. Denier senator? What? Yeah, exactly, Claire's. Also, he's like, I think he said something, he was asked recently something and he said like, I'll go where I'm useful or something like that, or I'll stick to where I'm useful. I don't think it was like presidency or whatever, but I like appreciate that. He's really good at like at a very specific thing. You know what I mean? He's very good at like, he's good at sitting down and like sparring with them with the right. You know what I mean? He's very good at that. And I don't necessarily think that the presidency is like where that's most useful. Personally, I don't think he has enough experience doing anything like necessarily presidential, at least not enough experience where or he doesn't have ideas or politics that I remember that are good enough to overcome a lack of experience. You know what I mean? For me, if someone really, really had the progressive like ideology that I like really, really, that, you know, that I fully was like, okay, this is the person, you know, like Bernie levels or whatever, and they were like less experienced, I could forgive that more. But, you know, if they don't have that like ideology that really gets, you know, me excited, and they don't have that much experience, then I'm like, eh. He did a very good work. Are you sure he did? Claire's? I mean, didn't we have multiple strikes threatened, and then like weren't the unions like not allowed to strike? The rail workers. That's when like the Boeing planes started going. I know that the Boeing planes were built years before he came in. There were like multiple crises under his transportation secretary run. Definitely not Yang. Fuck Yang. Yang has one progressive policy, UBI, and that's it. The rest is like Republican. Oh, Newsom's in some hot water right now. And I will say Californians don't like him. At least progressive Californians that I know don't like him. I think AOC is way more useful in Congress than she would be as vice president. I think as VP she would, no, unfortunately. I want her to be president. I would love for her to be president. But I think between VP and Congress, whether it's, the House or Senate, she's way more useful in Congress. Who would for me? Oh, nice. Infrastructure has been crumbling since before the early 2000s. Infrastructure here fucking sucks, dude. That's something I noticed as a kid coming here for the summers, to the U.S. for summers. Like, I commented on it to my mom. I was like, why does it take, months for the road here to, get fixed or whatever? In Spain, it's super quick. The infrastructure in Spain is fucking phenomenal. Every time I go back, I appreciate it even more, which is such a, the older I get, the more I appreciate it, but also just, the older I get, the more time I spend in the U.S. and, whatever. Whenever I go back, I'm like, oh, it is so good. And they, change it. They update it constantly. You know what I mean? It's in great shape, but they update it constantly. So, in my area, in my neighborhood, as it got, I was in a suburb right outside of Madrid. And, yeah, it's gross, Nas. He's going to lose the left with that bullshit. Subway Madrid is so good. But it's not just the Subway Madrid. It's also the buses. But also just, the roadways. So, yeah, I lived in, a suburb outside of Madrid. And it's now it's a very ritzy suburb. But, as I was growing up and in the years since, it has gotten, more and more developed and, populated. You know what I mean? It's gotten more, and people have spread out further from the city as normal. It has, the area that I grew up in obviously started getting more traffic, more people, just more people passing through it, whether it was on public transport or cars or whatever. And they kept up with that, right? So they added a bunch of roundabouts, first it was one roundabout, then another, a few years later, another one. And then eventually they turned it into, now it's there's a whole ass fucking highway that with underpasses, and the overpass is roundabouts. Roundabouts are fucking amazing. They are so slept on in the US. I don't know why you guys hate roundabouts so much. They're great. They're so good. Actually, I know why you guys don't like roundabouts in the US. Everyone here is too selfish to use a roundabout correctly. Never mind. But they're all over in Europe, in Spain. And lose for 10 people or win for giving up a principle. Depends on what. The bus lines in Europe too. They actually make sense, not just a few rich people. Yeah, exactly, Claire's. Yeah. Exactly. There are a lot of roundabouts in SoCal. Oh, nice. Anyway, sorry. I know you guys caught astray with that one, but yeah. It just but they, it would happen so quickly. They would go in and they would rip up the fucking road, install a whole ass roundabout, reroute everything, and it would be a week, not even. For sure, let's say a week. Whereas in the US, I remember in the US there was like a stretch of highway that we drove down like every day to go to like some camp or class or something like that. They were just like tarring it. I don't know, where they're like, they rip it up and then it's like gravel underneath and they're like adding the whatever. It was like they had ripped it up and it was just like that thing, the gravel, and they were gonna obviously like tar it, whatever. The entire fucking summer, like 3 months, never made an inch of progress on it. Not an inch. I went to school until I was 18 in Spain, and then I went to university in the US. History of roundabouts deep dive vid. How did you like the New Zealand roundabouts? I want to thank Jesus, aka Barack Obama. IB. You know IB. Exactly, Desi. Well, the thing is, roundabouts, it's not that like you're letting people, there's just like rules to a roundabout. But I feel like here everyone would be so fucking selfish about it. They just wouldn't respect the rules. I don't know. I did, Brandon. Nice. CIEA levels. That's like the British one, right? Why did they protest, Claire's? That's the thing, too. Like, a lot of Americans just, like, straight up don't like them. And it's like, why? Like, they're genuinely awesome. They're so good for traffic. There's no reason. Like, why dislike something that, like, it's genuinely, like, makes everyone's life better? Gotcha. Cambridge International. Okay. Mexico has a lot of roundabouts. Nice. Yeah. Really? And that's why they don't want it? Fucking hell. Americans, man. There's stop signs at each place cars enter. I don't know if they usually have stop signs up. I feel like no. I feel like in Europe everyone fucking knows. But maybe. Yeah. I mean, they're really not that hard to use. Person on the roundabout gets right of way. That's it. Yields to the person on the roundabout. Put up, yeah, I mean, you don't have to put like a stop sign up. Put a yield sign up. Yields to the car on the roundabout. If you're joining the roundabout, you can. No one else has to go before, you know what I mean? Like, when you get to the roundabout, you join the roundabout. Unless there's a car on the roundabout, in which case you yield to them. Pretty simple. Hi, Jason. Hi, Eagles. He's not user, unfortunately. Driver's license test. No, we're talking about roundabouts. Although I have to take my permit test, and apparently I can take it online. So maybe you guys should help me take it. What, Riz? Oh boy. Yield sign. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. Roundabouts are awesome, dude. I don't even drive and I love them. They're the fucking best. Do a test in Spain, time to pack. No, and it's really hard to get a driver's license in Spain. It's like a lot harder than in the US. Most people don't pass the test on the first time. Here's my dog. She's making herself comfortable on my bed. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Okay, sorry. She was looking at me like, excuse you? I think that's your answer. What's your answer? What do you mean? Oh, damn. Yeah. Does she know she knows she's the star of the show always. She was born the star of the show. Driving test pass rate. Oh. That's my answer, as in, like, I should just get my license here. But also, they're not transferable. You have to, like, get... I mean, I don't know. Maybe here it's transfer. Maybe in the U.S., if you show up with a foreign license, they just let you exchange it. But if you go to Spain with an American license, they don't let you exchange it. You have to, like, do the test there and stuff. If you're traveling there, you can get, like, a traveling whatever. International one. Like what? If you show up with a license from somewhere else, they give you like an international one. That exists in Spain, but there's like a time limit on it. Are you serious, Cyclops? For what? For like driving? If you're just driving, you can't drive in Florida, for example, if you like have what? I'm gonna look that up. Out-of-state license classes issued to individuals in Connecticut and Delaware without proof of legal presence. No. Everyone with a valid driver's license, according to Florida law, is welcome to operate a vehicle on Florida roads. There's specific classes. No, that's false. Out-of-state license classes issued to individuals in Connecticut without proof of legal presence in the U.S. or Nevada. So there's like a specific class of license you can get in Connecticut and Delaware when you are not in the U.S., I guess. And those specific licenses it's because of like an immigration thing. It's fucking bullshit, but I guess there's like a class that's like, yeah, you can. Thank you, WC. No, they have. So Florida and Delaware have a type of license that says like driving only, not valid for identification or not for federal identification. So whatever. Yeah, no. So that's yes. In Spain, you can use a foreign license for like a certain amount of time, but if you move to Spain, you can't. Like you have like I don't know 6 months or something, maybe 3 months. I don't know what it is. And if you're a resident, it might be like they might give you like 2 years or something after you move there to get a Spanish license that you can drive on the American one. But like after there's a time limit, and then eventually you have to get yeah. Oh man, it's rough, user. How do I deal with it? Usually, so whenever I go home for a little bit and then I come back to the States, it takes me a while to not feel that like the food is gross. It's always shocking, but you can tell the difference. Like when you get here and I start eating, it's like, it just feels low quality and it takes me a while to like forget that. You know what I mean? I think it depends, Claire's. I think it depends. It used to be that you could. It used to be in Spain that you could, but I remember they changed the law. Well, maybe they've changed it again since, but they changed the law while I was growing up there. Because I remember that my mom was like talking about it and her friends were talking about it. Because like some of them had switched their licenses by then and others hadn't. And so some of them were like, we gotta go fucking do the thing before it turns into this or that, whatever. Yeah, I go to France. I used to go to France more because I had friends that lived there. I guess I do still have friends that live there, but for a while, I had a couple of friends that lived in Paris. So I used it whenever I went home, I would like stop by Paris for a bit as well. Now one of them has moved back to Madrid and the other one is in Lyon, I think. And I haven't visited her in Lyon, but she wants me to. Germany, no. And Switzerland, no. Yeah, exactly, Tiger. Exactly. It's like rubbery. It's ugh. Yeah. The texture is so fucking different. It's rough, dude. South France is great. Lyon, like Lyon. Lyon. Got a 70 € cheese pizza in Switzerland. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Switzerland is fucking expensive. It's kind of like known for that. To be fair. Basque region represent on YouTube's. Hi, Herbalian. Did the multi-chat go up or no? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't have the window up. Where are you? Come to Italy? Yeah, maybe. I haven't been to Italy since I was a kid, I think. Ooh. I also feel like non-organic food in Europe is better than like organic food here. You know? Personally. No, but I am going to Croatia in June or July. Any good sign ideas for the Women's March tomorrow? Oh, where's the Women's March tomorrow? The fuck? Oh, it's like for Women's Day or whatever. National. March 8th, 2025. And let's see. Washington Square Park. Oh. No, I haven't been there. Good sign ideas for the... that's a good question. What idea would you like to convey? I like this. I had a really good sign for fossil fuels march a while back. I still have it. It's up in my loft, but I think, yeah. But I have a picture on my IG. About Congress stepping up. Okay. Oh, my sign. Here, wait, let me show you this. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Oh, I guess I have to. I can't show you on my phone because the thing gets weird here. Something about Congress stepping up. Okay. Let me think about it. Let me show you my sign, though. It's my IG. Where is it? The fuck? Here. Can you read that? I was very proud of this. No fewer fossils in our gov equal fewer fossils in our air. That's how I look like in person? Yeah. Well, it used to be. I fucking miss these jeans. I stained them. They have like a blood stain on them that I can't get out. If anyone has any ideas. Ladies. Yeah. I know. It's the worst. Usually you can get them out with, whatchamacallit? You know. What's the fucking thing I'm trying to think of? Hydrogen peroxide. That's the one. Usually that works, but something that dissolves iron. I don't think that that's what is leaving the stain. Start your engine? You start your engine. What engine? I don't have an engine. Let's think. I don't think it's mostly iron. I don't think so. It's mostly like a protein. Hemoglobin. Start your engine just from drag. Okay. Something about Congress for women. Something about Congress. Just Congress in general. What specifically do you want to say? Do you want to tell like Dems to step up? Dems don't have any power. Like Dems can make noise. I would like for them to make some noise smartly, intelligently, strategically, but they don't have a lot of power. So maybe how many women are in Congress? The fuck? Jesus, pathetic. 26 women in the Senate out of 100. 125 women in the House out of 435. So basically like a fourth of our legislators are women. Yeah, does he? My starvation video from earlier is great. Unsettling, animated, apprehensive. What starvation video? What are you talking about? You thought that? Oh wait, so you're saying you thought they could have done more during the State of the Union address? Like that's what you want to say, basically. Maybe you could have something like, because I feel like a lot of these moments of people standing up and like speaking out have been by women. So maybe you can print out photos for a lot of the women that have been like really on the front lines, speaking, calling shit out, really, really like doing what we want them to do, and say something about like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get too clever with it, but hi, God. Women march. Oh, I like that. Women march every day. Yeah. Women march every day. Yeah, something about like one of the tropes, like the real protector. You know what I mean? Flipping like one of those bullshit masculine feminine tropes on its head. You know? Every woman needs a strong female protector. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. My God. Because she said gym, not therapy. I don't know what you're saying, Tiger. I think something is getting... How are you? Do you want to hop up? Oh, I forgot I turned on this sign. We're trying to think of signs. A sign for the Women's March tomorrow. Maybe I'll make one too. Okay. A woman's place is bitchin'. Yeah, Women's March tomorrow. Apparently. I just learned of it. I should have been more aware of it. Hi. Let me text Philippe. Man. The new Square Union? You mean Union Square? No, it's not the new Union Square. There's two very classic spots. It's Union Square, I said, right? Or Washington Square Park. La 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 la. What's up, cool guy? We're talking about the Women's March tomorrow. And we were just brainstorming a sign for Desi, who I think disappeared on us while we were. But I might need a sign too. I might make a sign. What should we do? Hi. It's been a while.
Hello. I hadn't heard of I didn't hear about the Women's March. What's it a march about?
Yeah, me
Just
neither. It's like
march?
International Women's Day, but it's like Unite and Resist. It's like a countrywide. There's like, I guess, marches across the country.
Oh, cool beans.
Yeah. You can look it up. If you look up like Women's March, you can put in your zip code or your closest city to see if there's something near you. You don't have to, obviously, but you can do that if you want.
I could do that. I've got too much work as usual.
As usual. Trying to brainstorm good signs, silly, funny sayings or something, But
Let's see. So just like I know it was Women's Day yesterday or Women's Week or something. I seen a sign somewhere.
It was like International Women's Day this week at some point. But I think someone also is saying like Women's Month. I don't know if that's Women's History Month or something.
Don't know. I have a hard time keeping up with all these different days and things.
Yeah. I just learned of this in March. I mean, it's nice because I don't know. Part of me is like, okay, well, it's International Women's Day, so it's not really like a specific purpose. That's nice, but also I'm like, eh. But also, like, I don't know. I'm angry. I want to see people, but also, I don't know. I just texted
Yeah.
Philippe, see what he says. He might get me out and about to do it.
It'd be hard to. It's really hard to come up with a sign or signage if it's not if it doesn't have a specific theme or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what I would want to say.
Well, if anybody can come up with something, it's you. A catchy slogan or something.
In theory, tiger, yeah. Oh, you actually, funny enough, I thought of a word today. I accidentally typoed something and I was like, that's funny. Mental note, I'm going to use that for something. Femocracy. I was like, yeah.
I haven't heard of that one.
That's not a real word. But instead of democracy,
It is now.
Femocracy. What we really need
It's
is
a real word now.
femocracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you thought about? I don't know. It's a different subject. Have you thought about making another video about how somebody's too old to be president? Everybody forgot about the age matters for being president. You can't be too old.
But did something
Getting older every
specifically
day.
happen? He is getting older every day.
No, I thought about they made such a big deal of Joe Biden's age, and
Yeah.
I just don't want to let it go. I like beating that dead horse.
We're like, hey, how old is Trump again? Has he gotten any younger? Has he been getting any younger?
Any younger lately?
I haven't checked in a while. Hi, Tatus. Femocracy. We're thinking up signs and stuff for the Women's March tomorrow that we can use / make. Earlier I said, Desi, a woman belongs bitchin'. It was like a women belong in the kitchen joke. Or women belong bitchin'. But I don't know that. Felt so femicide? No. No. Democracy. Maybe it could be, I don't know if this is true. There's never been a female fascist dictator, has there? Female dictators.
None that I can think of. I mean, historically, men don't like for women to be in charge of much.
I know, right? But also, like, women don't tend to do that whole thing. Like, no, they're queens
really don't.
and stuff, yeah.
They really don't. They don't act that way for some reason. Probably because
Indira
they don't have that, what is
Gandhi.
it called, a toxic masculinity thing going on.
Indira Gandhi. Oh. In Bangladesh. Oh, yeah. That was the whole Bangladesh thing. I don't know if she was technically a dictator, though. For Shania Twain? Queen Rana Vanola of Madagascar. There's there's female monarchs, but...
Yeah. They didn't take over huge swaths of territory and stuff and do atrocities, so they don't get remembered much.
Yeah. You could always say something about, like, if we're going to be Russia, where's our Catherine the Great? She was pretty good, actually. Catherine the Great was pretty great.
So the name implies.
Let the women dictate. Oh, I like that. Let the
Yeah,
women
let the
dictate.
women dictate for a minute.
Yeah. Let the women dictate. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything.
Think about, let's see. I mean, you could go simple and just say a woman would never, and just do dot dot
Yeah.
dot.
Yeah, that would be pretty simple.
A woman would never. um.
I'm not sure. I don't have any ideals whatsoever.
Yeah. This is good. I mean, I like this. Well, yeah. Simplicity is good for signs. Different people need a minute to figure it. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, the fewer words there are on your sign, the bigger the letters can be, the easier it is to see, the easier for people to remember.
Yeah. But also, I will say, people love fun signs. I'm a fan of fun signs. I think people will take the extra second to read something, in my experience, especially with like a march. You know what I mean? Because people like to see what people come up. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but when I was carrying mine around, I got a love for it and stuff. Have you looked at pictures from previous women's marches to see if there's any inspo? Anything that sparks your fancy?
Why do you have to do that?
Do what?
You know what you did.
Throw me off that week.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Desi. Terrible, Austin. I think it's fucking atrocious. How come? Do you genuinely not know? If not, then it's not really worth explaining to you, probably. What crazy shit have they been doing or saying lately? What bullshit have they been? Is he gonna sanction Russia? Did you hear about this, God?
I did not hear about this. What I heard was the opposite, that he was
Yeah,
going
he
to
was
take
gonna
the
drop
Biden sanction
sanctions. Yeah,
off of Russia.
that's what I heard too.
But I haven't watched any news today or nothing.
He's apparently considering sanctions on Russia to force a ceasefire deal.
He has concepts of sanctions on Russia.
He has concepts of sanctions. Yeah.
Concepts of sanctions.
Ay.
He wouldn't do that. Him and Putin are buddies. Best friends. They're BFFs.
Also, what sanctions are left at this point?
Right? I don't know what else. I mean, Biden done hit them with just about everything you could put on them as far as sanctions go.
and tariffs on Russia. How much? Pretty sure.
You know they aren't BFFs. Didn't you hear about those perfect phone calls and stuff?
He literally blamed Zelensky for what Putin did. Like, if you don't think that they're fucking... Like, that's fucking wild, dude.
They're definitely besties. I mean, he's not going to come out and say that him and Putin are besties because that would upset Elon.
That's true. Elon's feelings would get hurt.
Yeah, he'd probably cry. I haven't even checked to see if the EU has spent more on Russian oil. I don't believe anything Trump says, so I'd have to check that. I doubt it. I'm sure, Austin, I'm sure you've heard that from Trump, but did you actually check? I don't even like CNN. I don't like none of
Oil
them.
than the money sent to Ukraine. I mean, in what period of time, dude?
Right.
Also, you know, I mean, okay. If you need energy, you buy the energy. At least you get energy in exchange. I don't know, you know. They're still, like, giving aid to Ukraine to help Ukraine. It's still fucking better. But they also imposed sanctions as well on Russian energy, dude.
No, that's not funding both sides. They have to get their energy from somewhere, obviously.
Jesus.
I mean, the UK's, they're not really known for their oil production. Not really. Last time I looked, they buy a lot. They don't really extract much from their own dirt. So I certainly wouldn't call them funding both sides of the war. Now, if they were giving Russia equipment and, you know, stuff, then you could say that. But they were already getting oil and natural gas from Russia because they have to get their energy from somewhere. They've got quite a bit of oil, but yeah, mostly they do the natural gas thing.
It's funny too. They cheap out with Russia. What do you mean? We all have oil. That's not inherently true.
Yeah.
Also, like, getting oil from, like, it really depends on where you're moving the oil from and to. That kind of creates its own set of problems and costs and stuff. It's not just easy. It's not something that you just, like, order online and it shows up at your doorstep.
Yeah.
Why do you think pipelines
exactly
are so
work that way.
different? Yeah.
Right. Russia does have quite a bit of oil. It's just that it's so frozen up in Siberia and up north there. It's not really gettable yet. Not for what it's worth. Global warming's going to fix that, though. They'll be able to get it soon enough.
Yeah, that's true.
They'll get in a rush. All the permafrost is going to thaw out. They'll be able to get it in.
You want to order barrels of oil on Temu? Yeah, right.
Yeah, you don't want to get it from Amazon. You want to get your barrels of oil from Temu. For sure, it's cheaper that way. They'll probably just be little bitty tiny buckets of oil, though, and not actual barrels. I don't know about you, Brenda, but I'm almost tired of trying to talk sense to right-leaning politician people. It seems pointless.
It does seem pointless. I mean, part of it for me, I'm just like, I mean, we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out.
We're fixing to find out.
I don't have to convince you of anything. We'll see exactly how this goes.
Lately, I bet it's just been mostly just poking fun and laughing at him because, what's the point anymore?
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. Please be my guest. Point and laugh.
Don't make no sense.
Yeah,
They
right,
can't be taught.
Although, dude, Timu's about to, or Timu already. Timu got hit with the tariffs. Careful.
Yeah.
No, I
Tariffs
haven't
gonna
seen
fix everything.
Yeah. Oh man, fuck. I remember when we were watching the State of the Union. Were you watching the whole time in here?
No, I was on and off because I was having to work too at the same time.
Okay. So when he was talking about this, that investment, what does he say? Like open AI investment or the TCM, whatever, the Taiwan microchip thing company, whatever. He was like, this billion, that billion, and then like he immediately goes into like bashing the CHIPS Act, and I was like, homeboy just bragged about some of the fucking results of the CHIPS Act. Like, I was like, I'm pretty sure he just bashed things that came out of the CHIPS Act and is now bashing. Yeah, bragged about something. Sorry, I'm like, my brain's like, he bragged about things that came from the CHIPS Act and now is bashing the CHIPS Act. And like immediately, like same sentence was like, or next sentence, he was like, we gotta get rid of the CHIPS Act. It's awful, awful. And I was like, So I decided to look into it today. I was like, let me see, like what of those investments? Well, I was not far off. Where is this? He was like, oh, okay, so the quote is, SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have if Kamala had won. That's a flag right there, right? That's a very specific thing to say. It's so fucking funny how easy it is to spot the lie. As soon as he said that, I was like, oh, okay, this happened before. This was already before the election, for sure. And then Apple announced $500 billion investment. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, that's what I was trying to think of. Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount. Oh, he did say tremendous. Okay. 97% of the market announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on Earth right here in the USA. We're not giving them any money. Okay.
Did they though?
Well, okay, so let's go one by one. So SoftBank. Actually, firstly, let's start the easy one. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Okay, that's the flag. So, best I can tell, recently, a few weeks ago, they announced the Stargate project. SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and MGX. With the goal being $500 billion over 4 years, $100 billion immediately. With SoftBank doing the $100 billion, though they apparently don't know where they're gonna get the full $100 billion because SoftBank only has like $30 billion total. We'll find out. But about a year ago, March of 2024, they also announced a project that was called the Stargate AI project. So it wasn't the Stargate project, but supercomputer project. That's what it was, like the Stargate and then lowercase supercomputer project. And now, and it has the same amount of money. It's where's the fucking link? I saved it in all my stuff. Here we go. Oh, I added it to my fucking bookmarks. I'll find
So
it again.
basically, they've said this before, and they just say it again, and he's all like, "Yeah, we'll just re-up on this one more time."
So basically, a year ago, March of 2024, it was announced with less fanfare, but yeah, they announced it was like OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. MGX was not included a year ago. Announced a project by the name of the Stargate supercomputer project, and it was $500 billion over 4 years, $100 billion immediately. All the same numbers. I'm not going to say I know for sure it's the exact same fucking thing, but that project kind of just, no update on that project. And this project is called the exact same thing and has the exact same numbers attached to it and companies. Interesting how that
very interesting.
works. There. Okay. Then SoftBank, he said $200 billion. So SoftBank announced a $200 billion investment. So I could not find any example of SoftBank announcing a $200 billion investment. However, SoftBank basically before it came out that they were putting $100 billion towards Stargate project, SoftBank announced a $100 billion investment, but it was like no details, which basically means that like it gives them room to like not end up doing $100 billion investment. Obviously, it's just announcements, so it's not a commitment or anything. And during that announcement in December, Trump playfully encouraged Son to make the investment of $200 billion. Son chuckled and said that he would try. So it sounds like Trump said, you should make it $200 billion. And he was like, yeah, we'll try. And Trump took that he took that and was like, they just announced a $200 billion investment. Again, they have $30 billion in the bank. So no idea how they're even going to do the $100 billion that they actually committed to. Well, announced.
It sounds like whenever somebody invites me to a thing and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll see you there with no intention of ever being there.
Yeah, like, yeah, see you there.
Sounds like that one. Yeah, I'll see you there. I'll be there, sure.
Huh?
And he just says that, yeah, they said the thing. Sure.
Yeah. Then the other one was Apple $500 billion announcement. Now, here's the thing. Apple's announcement on $500 billion is a little bit light on the details, but then he said, so Apple announced a $500 billion investment, and just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, the whole thing, announced $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on Earth right here. Okay, so here's the thing. Apple, Taiwan TSMC factory, the $65 billion, not $165, $65 billion TSMC factory in Phoenix was a result of the CHIPS Act, because they got $6.6 billion in grants for the Phoenix plant plus $5 billion more in loans. And then amid fears that Trump would slash the subsidies, because Trump came out publicly multiple times against TSMC, the Phoenix factories, and the funding for the TSMC Phoenix factory funding that he just bragged about. Yeah, you remember.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. Yeah.
So he locked in the payment for TSMC as like one of his final moves before like leaving office, so that Trump can't actually rescind it. And so that all went through. So now and then as a result of that, there was like an agreement with Apple, because Apple was going to be spending the money on the TSMC factory, and the factory was going to be used to make like the Apple chips. So I will give him that Apple did not announce a $500 billion investment or anything beforehand. However, what's interesting is that Apple did not announce like a $500 billion investment. All it said is it's going to spend more than $500 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years, which including like they're ramping up the chips creation construction. Sorry, it's like all in my notes app. It's not like organized very well.
Yeah.
Basically, it seems it's like a lot of it is like already committed to through the TSMC chips thing. A lot of this, most of it was announced a year ago. Okay, so under Biden.
Yeah,
and
already agreed upon it.
already agreed upon, like direct results of the CHIPS Act. The TSMC thing, direct results of the CHIPS Act. Trump did everything in his power to not let that happen. He like came out against it repeatedly. He said he was going to rescind it, everything. Now he's bragging about the results of it. Immediately after bragging about what clearly the results of the CHIPS Act, he then bashes the CHIPS Act. And it's like his fucking followers will eat it up because they're fucking stupid. They're stupid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They don't even notice it. They hear it and applaud and just take it as like, oh, this is a good thing.
Ai, faltou piadinha. Hey, H2K, are you still in here? H2KJ? You still in here? Jay says, these are all great things. Just get with it. Jeez. You still in here, Jay?
I'd
like to respond
great
to you.
things they're talking about.
Jay, you in here? Get with it. Jay. So here's the thing.
I believe
Yeah.
that's one of the...
Great things. Absolutely great things. So you agree they were great things under Biden too, right? Congratulations, Biden. Thank you, Biden. But no, you're someone who's going to like, thank you, EC.
I think Jay, that H2, whatever Jay is, one of those trolls that just pop in, type something weird in the comment section, and then just bounce.
Yeah, but I'd love to
Gone.
talk about it, with them. We need mandatory critical thinking classes. Yeah. I think we're...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, pretty sure we cooked.
We're cooked. Ooh. Reports are swirling that WME has dropped Meghan Markle. Ooh. Sorry, I don't know why. They responded to my. That's funny. They responded to my thread. That's why I got an alert for that. I was like, why am I getting an alert for this news? For some reason, I think someone made a mistake. Yeah, it's a talent agency. It's one of the big 5. Justice Department releases messages among Eric Adams prosecutors. Oh, God. Doge job cuts bring pain to Trump heartland. No kidding. Couldn't have happened to a better heartland.
They're going to bring pain to everybody. That's their job.
Yeah.
Did you look at any? Did you click that link that I sent? What was that earlier yesterday about the Elon video?
I did. Yeah. Thank you. I was curious to use it for, I don't know. Did you see the video I ended up posting about Elon today?
No, I don't think so because I just now got on TikTok.
We got a multi-guest
So I can look if
request?
there's anything else.
Oh, okay. I'll send it
It's
to you.
on now, I guess.
You might like it.
I'll check it out.
This last week has been pretty
There's-
gnarly. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of what do we call it? Tea infested or tea stuff for Elon and SpaceX and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been nothing but trouble forever.
That reminds me, I wanted to look into. I was looking into. You know how the Sorry, let me. I'm like, God, so much is happening. I'm trying to keep track. I'm trying to like make a list of stuff I want to talk about, and I just keep like losing. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I just keep
I'm
forgetting
wondering if
things.
that's part of their plan is to overwhelm us with stuff.
Yeah.
There's just too much going on.
Yeah. Let's see. Doge job cuts bring pain. Doge job cuts bring pain to Trump heartland.
I wish that guy, that soybean farmer, would come back now. I'd like to talk to him again now.
Was he on here?
Yeah, remember?
Oh,
I guess you don't remember.
No,
Yeah,
I
we
do.
he had the big chunk of land farming soybeans, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It's a shame that them people don't come back to us later. Those Trump supporters like that are all
It is, isn't
gung ho and all
it?
in, and then yeah.
Isn't it? Should we put a little sign up being like,
Was he
how you
trying to-
feeling now? You finding out?
Well, that's another thing I was going to message you, that been seeing a lot of people do that on TikTok, and it does bring in the MAGA.
Yeah. Like the signs? Like on live, you say?
Yeah, like if you put up are you on live streams? Are you still happy with your vote
Yeah.
for Trump? That brings in a crowd for sure.
Should we do it?
You can if you want to. Most of them still seem like they, or say they are. There are very few that I've seen that say they're not happy with it anymore.
I'm just trying to do my goddamn job. They have no idea who they picked a fucking fight with. Fight, all right. Damn. Which reminds me, actually, my aunt was interviewed. My aunt has been protesting Tesla stores and stuff in Boston. And she was interviewed.
Oh,
she was
nice.
on Reuters or AP. She was interviewed. She was like in 2 clips in this video where she was saying like, "Gotta get Elon out." Da, da, da. You know, she used to work for the IRS. She's retired now, but she was a federal worker. You know, she was a federal worker for the for the government. She was one of the people who made sure that this fucking government was funded. She went after rich people who like avoided paying their taxes. The people who fuck us over. Landlords. She went after rich landlords, guys. And those are the fucking people we're trying to get rid of? Like, seriously? God, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Hispanic Americans was detained. I saw, so yeah, I made a note of that also on my thing, on my notes app. I saw it. It popped up on my IG. Where is it again? You said it was in Virginia, right? Was it in? I wrote it down and now it's not in this list anymore. It's in a different list somewhere.
I didn't see that. I have heard some of those stories, but I hadn't seen like interviews or any of those posted videos.
Yeah.
Oh, and I was going to ask you, do you know how Elon come to be the main guy for Tesla, or no?
I mean, he invested, and then he basically bought the right to call himself the fucking founder, right?
Oh, it's much worse than that.
I know I've heard the story at one point that he like fucked them over or something.
Yeah, he did really, really badly.
Yeah. What did you do?
It's a long story with a lot of tea.
Okay. Oh, I like tea.
He's not a nice person.
He's not. He's not.
And-
You
and
might
then-
like
and then
the
he-
thing I did today. Then God, I gotta send it to you. Let me send it
Then
to you.
he's always been saying how he invented things, and he ain't done nothing. He goes in and he buys stuff, and then he does a hostile takeover. Then it crashes, and he's like, "That was their fault, not mine." That's the way he's always done.
It was just.
I get so angry still around where I live. People, Elon fanboys are the worst. They can't be reasoned with. Not even a little bit. And I really don't understand it. He's not charismatic. He doesn't have any. I don't understand. I don't get it. Other than the claim to some money, and that's it. That's all he's got. He's not a good speaker. I mean, he's got nothing going for him there.
Yeah.
I'm
Do you
thinking
agree
maybe they
with
just
anything Elon Musk has done? Agree with? I mean, like what? Since he was born? I like that I mean, I liked that, like investment in green vehicles early on, that was great for a bit until it got to a point, until like, I don't know, like my understanding is that each iteration of Tesla's has gotten more and more problematic and like not great, which is not awesome because that just means more of them are going to end up in the fucking landfill. And so like, okay, that's kind of undoing a lot of the, I was excited. Yeah, I really liked Tesla as a company early on because I was like, yay, cool, like awesome, cool green cars that, this is great, moving forward, great direction. Fully agree with that.
it was going good until he pushed the original starters and investors and engineers that came up with all that other stuff out.
Yeah.
Then it was downhill from there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he helped to push the industry, and now he's doing a lot to take it way back, John. That's the thing. He's only he's self-interested, right? And that's the problem. Like, it was cool, but like he wants to be the only like EV maker in the fucking US. That's why he also like one of the Doge cuts was like getting rid of all the fucking like EV infrastructure stuff and removing all the like EV infrastructure from federal buildings, like the chargers. Tell me why a guy who owns a fucking EV company would remove all the fucking EV chargers and infrastructure from federal buildings that he can. Tell me why. Why does that make sense? Because for people like him, it benefits him. If like widespread adoption, it becomes more and more normalized, which will happen the more and more infrastructure there is. Why would someone like him do that, do you think? I'll give you a hint. Proprietary charging and chargers.
Tesla robot? Are you serious? Are you serious about Tesla robots? I mean, I could go to Walmart and buy a more reliable, more useful robot from the toy department in Walmart than what Tesla's got going on.
I mean, they're welcome to pivot to their robots. That's fine. The problem with Tesla also, dude, like Tesla is completely propped up on its subsidies. Tesla is like half the money it makes is from, I mean, it's more. I don't know the fucking because someone has like broke this down. Have you seen these breakdowns that people did of like where Tesla gets its fucking income from, and so much of it is just the EV subsidies and something else.
What is it? 300 billion a year for his EV subsidies?
Is it 300
700
just for the
something,
EVs?
700 something,
$7,000
something dollars per car.
Yeah,
That's where his income comes from.
Spooky. But then also, so one thing that someone pointed out was that not only is Tesla stock dropping, firstly, Tesla stock is like way overinflated, right? It's something like 7 times whatever the actual like fucking assets they have. But then most of the assets are from subsidies. But then someone pointed out, not only is the stock dropping, not only are fewer and fewer people buying Teslas and selling their Teslas, I think either it already just happened or it's about to happen where, that's what it is. Okay, so part of the EV credits are like, let's say that the EV credits is like if you sell 100 cars of or 100 of cars rated at like, let's say it's like 1 through 5 green rating at a 3, you get XYZ EV credit, right? And subsidy.
Yeah, the carbon credit.
The carbon credit. Thank you. But the way they do it, they're like, okay, well, we have cars that are number 5s and we have cars that are number 1s. So can we combine the two? Can we get the average if we sell 50 of the 5s and 50 of the 1s, that averages out to, 100 of the 3s, do we get the carbon credit for that? And yes, the government lets you do that. So with Tesla, with Elon, they also make something else that's like not very green. God, I wish I had fucking written this down. Sorry. But their Tesla sales have dropped so precipitously that they are now below the threshold they need to basically balance out the carbon credits for like some of the other things that they sell. And so they're about to be hit with, and maybe even have to return some of the fucking carbon credits that they sold off.
It's about time. Some of us already knew this was coming for quite some time.
Fucking excited. That would be fucking amazing.
Yeah, and if that other, I don't remember, John was like trying to imply that China wasn't going to rule the EV market, whether Tesla ever existed or not. That's just fallacious.
Yeah.
China's been using those electric trucks on docks forever. The ones where they can just change the battery out with a crane and go again. Take a dead battery and replace it with a fully charged battery. That's what they use in their shipyards and stuff. They've been using those since the 90s. All they was waiting on was better batteries, and we've had them now. So yeah, why wouldn't they? They've already got all the resources there to build their batteries with. They don't have to buy it from elsewhere. But I've already heard that before, John, with the if it hadn't been for Tesla, China wouldn't be doing the thing. They're stealing all the technology. They're not.
No.
They're not. It was going to happen, Tesla or no Tesla.
It's wild how much Trump has done for China.
Oh yeah. Elon would be in big trouble here very shortly had he not made besties with Trump.
Cybertruck should represent 70% of the EV market, but a lot of the innovation was pushed by Tesla.
That's just wrong. Just wrong.
Tesla was very innovative in the U.S. China has been doing...
Even the founders and the inventors of Tesla admit on video, you can go look at the video, I don't remember the guy's name, that's been years ago, that they got their battery technology from another company that they eventually bought out.
Nice.
They admitted that. They gave the company and the person that came up with that credit for it. And even the charges and stuff, they gave other people credit for it. Those videos are available on YouTube for you to watch those interviews of those guys who founded Tesla.
You can find those.
It's not a secret.
I've been mean mugging Teslas I've seen on the street. Just like...
Have you looked at them up close?
You
looked at the Tesla cars, even the Model 3s and stuff?
No, not the... I was in a Tesla... So back when Tesla was like brand new and you had to be rich to have one. I mean, I know you still have to be kind of... But like, no, because they have a model that's kind of cheaper, whatever. I had a friend whose dad, who's like a fucking billionaire, had one. And I got to drive around in it. It was super cool. Loved it. Was super impressed. Haven't really like looked all that closely at one since they first came out, to be honest. I don't spend that much time in cars, so... No. Some of us are nice. I know that.
Much attention, but
I know. That's why I'm like mean. That's why I'm mean mug. I haven't been like flipping the bird, but part of me is like, all right, I see people putting signs in their Teslas that say like, we bought it before he was evil, or we didn't know, or da da da. And I mean mug people just to kind of hopefully send them the message of like, you should probably put a fucking sign up that says, I'm not with Elon. If you're not.
Yeah. Well, I've seen a lot of them.
Oh,
I've
I'm
seen
sorry,
them even around
Debbie.
my hometown where people have took the Tesla badges off and put other car insignia on.
Yeah, people have been doing that. Definitely, I suggest, if you really do like, if you're not on Elon's side, I suggest looking up some of the signs that other Tesla owners are like putting up, I think, in their windows. Some are just putting them up, like bumper stickers and stuff, just in case. I don't know. Just it might be worth considering it.
Going green, I'm definitely for green energy and stuff. I for a long time,
agree,
the
Spooky.
Teslas are just not the way to go. They're just way better cars out there.
No excuse for Cybertruck owners, though. I agree. But yeah, Cybertruck, I know for a fact he was a dick by the time he bought that. So, no.
Even Musk himself said that they dug their own grave with Cybertruck.
Did he?
It's no good. Yeah, he said that. That's
When did he
that's
say?
in his interview with Tucker Carlson.
Oh, Jesus.
You didn't see that?
No. I don't know.
We
Maybe I
dug our own
did.
grave. We dug our own grave with Cybertruck. Yeah, he said it repeatedly. On a couple of different interviews, I think.
One clip I saw recently, I gotta find it. I was thinking of doing a thing with it. I think it was on Joe Rogan, where he's like, the biggest weakness or the biggest problem that like society has is empathy.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, straight up just said it's the biggest problem plaguing modern civilization is empathy. It's the weakest thing, you know. I was like, bro.
I wouldn't say I
Colonel.
dislike
Alejandro
Trump
Vargas.
or Elon. I'd just say that they're not nice people. They're just not nice and they're not very educated.
Did I zoom up my face? No. Why does Elon talk so weird? Partially an accent, partially
I think
the
mostly
evil.
because he's trying to sound intelligent when he's not.
That's like, yeah.
He's trying to sound educated and intelligent and he just ain't.
Have you guys seen that fucking Elon impersonator on here, by the way, on TikTok?
Yes.
He is so good. He's so good. Oh, man.
Good job.
So good. And he comes up with the best prompts too that are so fucking uncomfortable. You know, like, oh man, he's so good. Send us the link. I look up like Elon impersonator. I'm sure you'll find it. I'm sure you'll find it immediately. He's had a few videos go pretty viral recently.
Very bigly. He's had some big videos go bigly.
Let me see if I can find his username. I might be following him now. I'm not sure. Wait, 7. Oh, Andrew sent something. I can't push touch it.
There's another woman Trump impersonator I've been seeing a lot of on TikTok. I enjoy her too. She says she talks like him. She's good at it. I want to practice that so I can sound like Trump when I'm talking to Republicans around here.
Elon impression.
Since
Okay.
they like that so much.
Alex Byron is his name.
Mr. President, ask us to go hard. So, we're going to do that to get rid of unnecessary bureaucratic kind of thing, like unnecessary work. So you do too many things at the government. Things take too much time. So, just one email sent out. Get other people to read that email and then finalize it and check it and see if they are doing. It's about putting another job to less work overall for the American people. So,
The breathing is so good.
unfortunately,
He did one recently that was
it's
like,
worked. We did get
oh, he's live.
That's
too.
really good.
So good. I'm gonna follow him.
That's so good.
So good. Oh, this
I'll
I think
put
this
him
one's
on,
really good.
a lot of people are tagging me and saying you should do it. And it's like
SNL
Dana
submission.
Carvey, Mike Myers. They're not going to sit and listen to hundreds of hours of Elon Musk, and I have. I've done it, and it was excruciating, as you expect. And I won't take any American comedy work other than that. I won't work at the clubs. I won't do anything, even though I want to. I'm in Canada now, and there's so right.
He's real good.
So good.
What a talent to have, though. You know.
I know, right? Elon video to crush.
Yeah, great. It's like, maybe I responded to a tweet or just putting it out there. It's like, how good is this? Right?
Oh my God, he's so good.
And,
Alex Byron is his
95%
name.
of government workers didn't reply. So,
All right, step one.
Oh yeah, Alex Byron.
I'm sure I know I've seen quite a bit of his videos.
Good work. Good work. Not a talent that I would want, though. But if I could talk like that, I would definitely be calling people on the phone all the time and pretending I was Musk, for sure.
Sorry. Biron. Yeah. Hi, Cottage.
Hey, Cottage.
He sounds good enough to get money from the bank.
Yeah,
True.
for
He
real.
could probably scam someone pretty easily. He could go into the scamming business. I mean, I guess that is what Elon does.
That's what Elon does.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he does.
I was just realizing, like, man, if I received a call from Elon Musk asking me for money right now, I would have a hard time deciding whether it was a scammer pretending to be Elon Musk or Elon Musk pretending not to be a scammer. You know?
Yeah, it'd be so confusing. Which one am I talking to?
Yeah, same fucking thing. How'd the haircut turn out? You tell me. Do we like it?
Oh, you did cut some hair.
I did, yeah. I think I could have gone a little further on the like top layers, maybe. I don't know. I might have to do it again. Chop off the top layer a little bit more, but yeah. Thank you, Ross. It looks bouncier. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a lot lighter. A lot bouncier. Yeah.
I've thought about just downloading the Twitter app just so that I can mess with Elon, but I haven't done it yet.
You should.
He'd probably just have me blocked. I hear he does that a lot.
Apparently.
A lot of people that would argue with him or
Thank you, Ross.
point out his badness.
Yeah.
I've never had Twitter.
I never really used it. I had one for a while. Technically, I have an account that I don't even really know what I'm sure you could find me on there. Like, I made it because I deleted my old one ages ago, and I made one that I don't use just so I can see tweets on there that, like, you know, because sometimes they're behind, like, a paywall thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never imagined us needing to get our, news and information from the president from Twitter.
Yeah.
Kind of always thought we'd just be able to see that on the TV or one of the other news apps or something. Wouldn't have to go straight to Twitter for it. That just seems wrong and odd.
I agree. I refuse to install it on my phone, but if I need to access it, it's like I'm logged in on the browser. So if there's like a news story that links to a tweet, I can go see it or whatever,
Yeah. Yes, it is very lovely hair. Very lovely hair indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. What was I gonna say? Oh, do you wanna lure some MAGA in here with the thing? How you feeling about your vote now? Do you want that?
Yeah, sure. Sounds
You
like
in the
fun.
mood?
Sounds like fun, yeah.
Let's see.
I'm not gonna be I won't be nice to him like my other friend Jack Ash is though.
He is.
She's really nice to him still.
Why?
It does well for her numbers and stuff, and she's just trying to figure them out. I think still I've given up.
What's left to figure out?
I don't know. She's thinking. I think that she's thinking that maybe you can still talk sense into them and educate them, but I ain't seen it work yet over there on her channel.
Should I say, how do you feel about him now or your vote now?
Your vote now, yeah. And she has the patience of nobody else on planet with them people. I don't know how.
Yeah. Is that legible?
Yeah, that's like that'll work. Who's making this projection of the prediction of the dollar to euro thing?
Google dollar at the 1-year projection dollar appears to be crashing. Yeah. I'm in the process of like moving money out of the US into euros right now.
Charlie Kirk, that's the guy with the weird smile, isn't it?
Yeah. Someone said he's got lowercase teeth and uppercase gums.
Yeah, that's good. That's mean, but good.
So accurate.
So accurate.
By DJ Daniel? By accusing Democrat is their favorite word? What do you mean? By accusing them that Democrat is their favorite word? Why am I on TikTok are so affected by DJ Daniel? What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. Unmade special agent? Yeah. That human shield? That fucking
that was.
father should be fucking
I did see
ashamed.
that part of it. That was kind of, I don't know, weird.
It's
wrong.
funny how they are like outraged that there's like some interruption, whatever. It's like y'all cut funding for children's cancer research. That you're gonna act like they
done you a
couldn't
favor,
even
but,
clap
yeah.
for a child with cancer. It's like you couldn't even leave like research to cure a child with cancer. Like, what do you mean? Yeah. They're Democrats didn't say, okay, well, I'm mad that they literally pulled funding to cure his cancer. They're fucking ridiculous.
I'm mad that any Democrats showed up if they weren't going to say anything and, against him
Hi,
anyway.
Iceland.
Why bother even showing up?
Yeah. Hi, Star. Yeah.
Yeah, the Democrats.
Democrats.
That's what people around here call them. Democrats.
Yeah, I've seen that here.
They the devil.
God. Ain't no... Ah, man. I am trying... No, I'm giving... I'm struggling, dude. I'm struggling with like giving a shit about them. I've talked about this before. You know what I mean? Like, I know we're supposed to be like, the bad things that happen are bad, even if they happen to them.
Yeah, we're supposed to be the bigger people always, every time.
I don't want to be the bigger person anymore. I don't want to be the bigger person.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired with it.
Yeah. Honestly, like, let's be real. If you're the bigger person with schmotzies, you kind of just let schmotzies off the hook at that point. You know what I mean?
It doesn't benefit anybody. It doesn't do nobody no good. It's not a good idea.
Yeah.
There's a line. There's a limit.
I'm settling on laughing at them as much as I can. It's the only way I get.
Yeah, that seems. Yeah, that's the most fun way to do this. To laugh at them.
Oh man, God, I really want you to watch the TikTok I posted today. I think you'll like it. It's about
I will definitely watch it. And
he had a rough week.
Do the stuff to try to get it out there.
He had a rough week. Oh, I think it's getting out there. Actually, don't worry.
Good. Well, it doesn't hurt to do the things, do all the sharing and stuff, and spread it about.
Not that I don't appreciate it. Thank you. Thoughts on the Young Turks pivot to the right? Did they pivot to the right?
Did they still have a show? I haven't seen that in years. Young Turks still relevant?
What are they? Cenk's right turn. Is it, God, I guess I don't even know. Is it Cenk or Cenk? How do you pronounce that?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, he is, Fly. Is it pronounced Cenk or Cenk?
Chank, I think.
Cenk?
Jesus, Sank.
I'm not sure.
Mm-mm. What's the, okay, but like,
No, that is definitely not a wolf cut style.
actually, technically, like, it's, I mean, a wolf cut is just like layers. It's just shag layers. Technically, it could be, not really, because the wolf cuts
Not
usually
really.
go like, they just usually go a lot shorter. I don't fucking know. Well, I don't know.
It's more chopped, more square, cut more, so
Yeah.
you can see the.
Around the bangs and the layers. No, the bangs I don't think are inherently. This is more like, I usually stick to like 1960s, 1970s vibes. Those are just like my favorite kind of eras. I used to wear a lot more vintage clothes. Now I'm mostly lazy and wear comfy clothes and sit in front of this camera. I should wear my vintage clothes a lot more. That'd probably get me more views too.
Maybe.
When I started wearing red lipstick to destroy MAGA, that was a pretty good era.
Yeah. And the special earrings.
The special earrings. Thank you guys, man. I'm getting a lot of hair love today.
People used to send me Young Turks videos all the time years ago
Yeah.
to watch, and I've seen some of their stuff. I guess news. But I don't really, other than watching the Fox News occasionally just to see, to know what's coming in the arguments in real life and on the internet. I don't really watch much news anymore. I mostly would go read an article to go directly to the source if I can. Somebody say, Joe, did you hear so-and-so said something? I'm like, I go straight to the internet and did they say that? Is that exactly what they said? 'Cause I'm pretty tired of the telephone games, the old school. It changes as it gets told time and time again. It's better to go straight to the source.
Sorry, I'm trying to like figure out how did they pivot to the right? Like what were the pivots on? How the Young Turks pushed a right-wing propaganda. Oh, Jesus.
What'd they do? Suddenly they're flat earthers?
The Young Turks have gone right-wing apparently.
I wouldn't have thought it. I never would have thought it.
I saw a clip of Hassan mentioning that about Anna, is it? He said I saw a clip of him being like, yeah, Anna's like wild. It's wild. Like Anna's going crazy or something like that. Or it's like wild what happened with her. And it gave me the impression that like, yeah, like, okay, she might have gone off the rails on a point or two, but I don't know. I just don't know what it was like specific about. And I didn't think he specifically was talking about like Anna. Hi, William.
What's going on?
Oh, just hanging out. Friday. Happy Friday.
Have you guys heard about the election?
Have we heard about it? Like,
Yeah, I haven't been on in a while.
yeah, you haven't. It's been a minute. Yeah, apparently
insanity.
Trump won.
I work for the Fed. Like, it's nuts.
Really? Wait, were you a Trump voter? I forget.
I'm not registered. I haven't voted since 2000.
Oh. How are you feeling about that
Only
choice now?
Well, I live in Oklahoma. I live in Oklahoma.
Uh-huh.
If I would have voted for Kamala, she would have
Kamala.
gotten one vote. I always mess that up.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah.
If I would have voted for her, she would have gotten one vote here.
Every vote counts, man.
No, I know a lot of people in Oklahoma that did vote for her actually.
Yeah. What was it? 79%. It's a lot. I'm interested in local politics, but not the federal level. But yeah, it's insanity. And he's disrupting it's almost like a revenge tour, and everyone's going to be a victim.
Yeah. Sorry. Revenge tour of his, you're saying? Everyone's going to be sorry. I like half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just seems like he's on a mission to inflict pain. Like he's, obviously, if you read the news, people are losing their jobs. And I think something like 40% of those cuts are coming from the veterans. Because, the civilian workforce, the federal government's enormously overrepresented by veterans.
Mm-hmm.
And
Who
so it's just
overwhelmingly voted for him.
Yeah, I would say that's probably true.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. And of course, where I'm at, a lot of guys are worried about, we get a lot of assistance with droughts and vet bills and stuff like that. And that's typically going to be your red voter. And they're not hosed yet, but they're going to be if all these funds and grants are embargoed the way that they're saying.
Yeah, I was thinking about all the subsidies for the chicken houses and things in Oklahoma the other day. How's that going to affect them?
Yeah, I mean, when we have bad droughts, the Fed always steps in. A couple of years ago, we had a hard time finding hay because of all the fires. And then the price got really high, and we had to get it in like Kansas and Arkansas. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And USDA has grants, and they're like, hey, we're going to pay for half of your hay, which is a big help. And that keeps food on people's table at a reasonable price. Like, it's not programs that help one person,
Yeah.
that helps the entire country. And he's not, and I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's thinking about the country. I don't know.
I would agree. Are you seeing what's the conversation? I mean, you're surrounded. I guess you're a neutral dot in a sea of red. Are these people when they worry? Is there any sort of mention or thought of like unhappiness with Trump? Like, what's the attitude there? I don't want to like put words in your mouth or anything like that. Yeah, what's the attitude about Trump and like the votes for him and stuff?
I don't ever really talk politics that much, but you definitely get the sense that they're not going to say, but you know what they're thinking. Like, because I know tons of people who have currently. I'm 16 years in federal service, and I've been at several agencies, and I get a text, from lately not as much, but February, so and so's gone, and I work in Indian education now. And, the Indian schools have been decimated because so many teachers, coaches are so new there's a lot of turnover,
Yeah.
and so many of them were on probation, which was the
It's like the
low
first
hanging
2
fruit.
years or whatever, right? Yeah.
One
Oh,
in
first
some
year.
cases,
Okay.
it's one in some cases and two for others. But yeah, so what we call Indian country has suffered a big brunt of the effects.
Yeah.
And I've lived in Oklahoma, so I know how red it is.
Yeah. It's still good people though. It's so much of it. You talk to people and you know that they're not dumb, and you just
Yeah.
it's hard to figure out like how are you not voting in your best interest? And there, if you look at the election, you look at the stuff coming on the TV leading up to the election. They're experts at delivering their message.
Oh, yeah.
They,
Yeah.
if Trump hadn't been a businessman and born in Oklahoma, he would have been the number one car salesman in the city. He can sell anything, even a bad idea. But yeah, there's probably a lot of buyer's remorse around here.
Well, I mean, that's good. I mean, yes and no. We were kind of talking about that. I don't want people to be unhappy, but also like, cool. Hopefully they'll turn that into maybe better choices in the future. Maybe.
The thing is, you would have thought they would have learned it the last term.
Yeah,
Because
you
this
would have
isn't
thought
so much. This isn't so much different than last time.
God.
It's worse.
Do you know why they would have? I mean, all these people that are now getting fucked over by these policies that they voted for, right? Like, none of this should be a surprise. I know some people don't pay as close attention, but all of it was very easy to see, find, even just the basic premise where he's like, we're going to cut everything and da-da-da-da, so much waste that like people should have known that he was going to go in and he was going to cut subsidies. He was going to cut money that the federal government like spends to help American citizens. They should have known that. That was part of his whole thing. Do you know? Uh-oh. What happened with my... Uh-oh. Sorry, that's my camera.
No signal again. Yeah, I've been trying to poke around because I'm a tiny blue dot in a large red state also, and they just don't want to talk about it. They won't say they're not happy with their vote. They just don't want to talk about it.
It's you're from Oklahoma, or you're from Texas, and you've been in Oklahoma. It's Bob Stoops running a trick play on fourth down and it not working. He's never going to admit he was wrong. You're not going to get that. Everyone listening
No.
does not understand that analogy, but I bet you do.
No, not really. I'm assuming that's some sort of sports ball player.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind then. A Texan that doesn't watch college football. But
Yeah,
what
I never
I'm
did.
saying is, their inner dialogue is much different than what they're talking about. Because, it is going to decimate farms and ranches. You've already, I don't know what's true on TikTok, but there's a lot of guys saying they're going to lose this and that. And
There's no reason not to believe it because, it
well,
makes
some
sense.
could be exaggerated, and everyone's in a different tie-up. Like, we stay away from a lot of the grants just because we don't want USDA involved in our operation.
Sure.
But there's tons of stuff that comes out. There'll be something went around a couple years ago, and it was a fly that causes disease. And if you had like a certain number of head, you could go to the vet and then get the bill, and then apply for a U.S. Ag was doing like a stipend to help with those vet bills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have maybe brought them in. It's expensive.
Yeah.
But those little things like that's funded by those grants that are now frozen.
Yeah.
And when something does come, that grant money may not be there. And those guys that always assumed they had that safety net, they're going to log on to the U.S. Ag website, call the state agency, and there's no money. And we've been used to that money since Indian territory.
Yeah.
That's always been there.
What drives me fucking crazy, I'm starting to realize that as you're talking, this is part of what's been bugging me lately, is like, and I kind of mentioned it, like the egg thing, right? I live in New York City. I'm one of, if not the most expensive city in the country. eggs here
Yeah.
are not fucking cheap, obviously. They're expensive all over, right? When they go up, when the price goes up, they go up all over. But here, like, there's a photo being passed around online in Brooklyn, like $20 for a dozen. And
Whoa.
yeah, not everywhere, obviously, but like, yeah, they've hit. And I think I took a picture the other day. I was shopping. It was $14 for a dozen. And like, like and I realized, and I was like, like, okay, I get it. Eggs being expensive sucks, but they're more expensive for me. You know what I mean? Like, all these people are like egg prices, and it's like, okay, but they're more expensive for me, and yet I'm still making better choices than you right now. And the way you talking about this made me realize, like, what also is like, I keep hearing these fucking stories of people being like, they're going to lose the farm, they're going to lose the subsidy for livestock, they're going to lose this, they're going to lose that. And there's so many people out there that receive federal funds, way more than even I probably realized. I don't receive a fucking cent of federal funds. I'm eligible for some, but like, I just don't, you know what I mean? And the fact that, like, once again, it's like, I strongly believe in the responsibility of the federal government to, like, like subsidies to, and like federal funds helping Americans and stuff. I am all for that. And the fact that I vote for that as someone who does not actually benefit from that a single fucking cent, and as a New Yorker pays a higher fucking tax rate than most of the country, especially living in New York City. I pay federal tax, state tax, and city tax, and very high, relative. I voted for all these things for people because I want other people to have them. I think it's good for other people to have them. And yet the people who have them, the people who receive these things, are so hateful. They don't want anyone to have, like, it's, you know what I mean? I'm sorry. It's just like, you're making me realize it's angry. It's infuriating. It's infuriating.
It makes me even more upset. Okay, so obviously New York and Oklahoma are very different, and I look at things all from like a tribal standpoint. I'm running for tribal council right now. I've worked for affairs for a long time, and what the people of Oklahoma may not realize, in every state, we feed a lot of kids through these federal grants, not just like in public schools, but there's specific tribal schools where those children are fed breakfast and lunch. They're educated, given laptops, provided with clothing, and some of this money comes from gaming. And a lot of nations, tribal nations, have enterprises. The Chickasaw have all sorts of chocolate company and, of course, casinos. But that's a huge portion of food not on the state's bankroll. And so when these funds become frozen and embargoed, and they don't get that grant money that they're used to getting, there has to be cuts made. And so that's going to put more pressure on the states that they probably weren't anticipating. I think something in Oklahoma, roughly 20% of the education budget is provided for through gaming.
Through what? Sorry, what was your audio is a little bit muffled.
Casino.
Oh, okay, casino. Okay.
But if they lose their federal funding for healthcare, they might divert that money away from the state towards their own programs, and now the state has that shortfall. And so they're not looking at the entire calculus here. They're looking at just themselves, lower taxes, make America great. And it's like, wait a second, 20% of your budget was coming from either the Department of Education or Indian Affairs. If that evaporates, your low tax rate evaporates, your education evaporates, student services, health services, it's all connected. And I don't, that message, it's a difficult conversation to put, to talk about and explain to people. And I think the Democrats, if they want to get out of the wilderness, they have to figure out how to get that message out that, your low taxes, are great, but if the federal government isn't participating in these grant programs, your low taxes that you cherish can't exist.
Right. Yeah, there's also there's similarly, and sorry, I was like fixing my camera again. I think I got it permanently fixed now. like there's also similarly, and you might have mentioned this, it's like when we talk about like USAID and stuff, and like, oh, like whining about like, oh, we're sending, you know, food overseas, like, you know, to starving children in Africa. And people are like, America first. Like, why are we helping anyone who's not fucking American? Shitty
Political.
attitude, firstly. But secondly, all of that USAID stuff that we send out to other countries, we're buying it from American farmers. And like in many ways, and I never thought about it this way, but now I'm realizing like, because we have so many farming subsidies in this country, probably more than like we need technically. Sorry. I know that that's cruel, but it's like a lot of this country's farming is like sustained through subsidies, and which means that agriculture here would really be fucking struggling if we didn't buy up a whole bunch of like excess, you know, stuff. And there's like, and realizing like, oh, we as the government buys up a lot of this fucking agriculture that otherwise would not be purchased and has nowhere to send it. So we send it overseas and we like benefit from the fact that like, okay, now we are establishing like a diplomatic presence in an area in a country that like, you know, soft power, all this kind of stuff. But through that, that's how the government is like is buying things from farmers and stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
I work in procurement.
you're muffled. You're muffled.
I've got sorry. I work in procurement, right? So I buy a lot of things for the government, and we have rules like the Buy American Act. And so when we buy stuff for an OCONUS or overseas operation, all the supplies, the food, everything has to be American purchased. So it supports local economies. You have guys in Cincinnati, Ohio, who might make these little food containers that they're using, and his business might support 40 employees. And that is dependent on USAID completing their mission, whatever it is, plus the food you just talked about. The people are not understanding the economy is not your job and you going back and forth from work and paying your bills.
Yeah.
It's dependent on your neighbor doing the same thing. And the government provides, I read a statistic this week that's something like 1% of the GDP is federal spending. And, you know, GDP is up and down 1, 2, or 3%, or a drop of 1, 2, or 3. GDP is not a huge, enormous grow. It's a huge number. So losing 1%, I mean, that's a ton of money. And that's supported through our federal tax dollars, supporting all these missions, providing for these grants, you know, book companies at schools, you know, water purifiers. It's all connected. And when you, not only are you losing federal workers who are important to the economy, but the stuff that the U.S. government's buying from the U.S. economy is supporting even more jobs. And
yeah, that's what I was gonna say next. It's like that's 1% being the spent, like that's the transaction between the federal government and whoever's receiving the money, right? That's that transaction. But then whoever receives that money, because like a hell of a lot of, you know, federal funds go towards like contractors and companies who then those companies have employees, buy materials, manufacturing, then they pay for, you know, transportation of stuff, you know, if they're shipping things elsewhere, like transportation. Let's say that they're making like, you know, food that gets, you know, put into containers. They have to acquire that stuff, you know, from a different country or company, all that stuff. As soon as that first transaction is done, the GDP, it no longer counts as like federal spending in our GDP. But that, I mean, that's a whole fucking, that's a cycle. That's, you know, those dollars, I mean, that's how the economy works. Obviously, like the money never stops moving. But yeah, that's a hell of a lot more than just 1% of the GDP that you're going to wipe off, you know, as soon as you get rid of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a terrible situation. And I don't know. You know, I feel, I don't know. I don't feel helpless, but, you know, I know a lot of people, if I lost my job at the Fed, I'd be okay. I got skills. I could just farm more, do something else. But a lot of people went to school specifically learning they want to be a lawyer or they want to do social work. They pursued careers that don't transfer outside the government very well.
Yeah.
And this was never anticipated. And so you have potentially, if this doesn't change, wasted careers. What is I'm trying to think, I've been in federal service for so long, I can't even think of normal jobs. But there's so many people that I work with that doesn't exist in the private sector, and they're good at their jobs, and they're not lazy. I always hear the federal worker is lazy, and it's like, when I was in college, I worked for 2 different Fortune 500 companies, AT&T and Dell. And they weren't, extremely important jobs, but working for them was hard. The government's no easier. It's still a demanding job. People depend on us, and it's a stressful job. And they like to portray federal workers as like these lazy people. When I first started in 2008, there was a little bit of that. There was a lot of the old school, we call them hat hangers. They would just come in and the hat up is what, but that has changed. There was 3 million workers when I started. Now there's 2.3, I think. And we still have the same mission to fulfill.
Right.
It's the same services for a bigger country than it was. And we're not lazy. Now, that's the thing that irks me is he's, on TV making memes about us. And it's like, I used to have a head full of hair before I started this job.
Yeah. I mean, also just the fucking irony of calling, like, these billionaires who were born rich, calling people, like, I'm sorry. If Elon can be a CEO of, 5 companies now, then being a CEO must not be all that fucking hard. I don't know anyone with 5 jobs. I don't know anyone with 5 jobs other than fucking CEOs.
And he seems like a buffoon. Like, I'm kind of surprised. I always never followed him too closely until this. But, it seems like, he must be a smart guy. He invented a car company. Apparently he didn't. Apparently that company had existed long before he got involved. He took it over with money investing. And then SpaceX, you look closer into that, and there's a woman named, I forgot her name, but she's the brains behind it because he's never there. He's all over the place, with his chainsaw and his stupid sunglasses on. She's actually running that company.
Yeah.
And so he fail up is what someone put in the comment. Somehow he did that. Yeah.
Well, it's not just failing. It's just when you have money, it's like, but money makes everything. Money makes failure a lot easier to bear. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not like you're gonna go hungry if you fail. If your business goes belly up, you're not gonna go hungry. You're fine. You still have a shit ton of money.
If you're talking about the current woman in charge of SpaceX, I wouldn't go. She's not a hero of mine. Before she worked for SpaceX, she worked for the government and made sure that SpaceX got their funding from the government. Then she switched jobs to SpaceX.
Well, I'm not saying she's a perfect person, but it seems like.
But she's running it, is I think what he's saying, that like she's actually doing the work of running the.
She might be.
He's getting the credit. She's doing the work.
I mean, he's not. he's in public. Listen. Hi, Cron. I mean, this is like fodder for MAGA, but I was gonna make a joke of like, okay, my dad was like a president. He was an entrepreneur, and he worked at a lot of like big companies and stuff. He was high up exec. Yeah.
What do you do, and what did your dad do? You preach all this stuff, and I'm just wondering.
Chronic, you're just gonna. I'm sorry. Are you just trying to interrupt me? You're not gonna let me.
No, not at all. You can push me back. Just finish your question. I'm sorry. I have ADHD, and it just popped up.
We all do in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was gonna make a joke of like, I see Elon obviously on TV way more often than I saw my dad, who actually worked. You know what I mean? Like, Elon's not running shit. He's not doing anything. My dad ran companies. He did.
So
Elon's not running shit.
To add to that, what is your background, and what is your actually not yours, but your dad's background?
What do you mean his background? Just like his education and stuff,
You said you said he ran shit. Like what kind of company?
Yeah. He had he was an aeronautic engineer, was his first degree, and then he went to MIT and got 3 degrees at MIT. and he started a lot of companies.
He didn't work for like Boeing or nothing like that, or
No, he actually started an aeronautic company, but this was in Spain. That he was dirt poor, by the way. He like dirt poor. Okay, had to go to college on a becado, on a scholarship.
Español?
See, I'm from Spain, so this was all in Spain, right? He
Yo
grew
soy
up.
mexicano.
Oh, nice, cool. So yeah, he grew up dirt poor, got a scholarship to go to college, got aeronautic, whatever. He created a company, an aeronautic company, and ended up selling it to the government for like basically the defense system or whatever.
Okay.
You know, he's what Elon pretends to
Yeah,
be.
so your dad is educated, right?
Well, he's not just educated; he's fucking smart, and he
Okay,
worked
yeah,
his
so your
ass
dad's
off.
educated.
He's everything Elon pretends to be.
No, that's
Is what I'm
wonderful.
saying.
And that's wonderful, and that's wonderful. That is wonderful. That's what we're fighting for, right? All of us, the working man, and
Sure.
everything, the normal person. It's just a little counterintuitive versus like some of the shit you say. It's. I'll come back to it. I have a fucking super solid statement. Just let me think about it. And this is the first time I didn't mean to come up this quick.
If you had one, you just talk about it. What if
Yeah, what's the statement?
Dude, I got like just let me think about it a little bit, and please come back to me. I will.
He has concepts of a plan.
Concepts of bro. I'm a IBW electrician. I'm a fucking socialist. I'm the farthest left. Okay, and I have, bro. The biggest contradictions I have is with Democrats and how they're not fighting for the left.
I'm not a Democrat, so.
No, not you, but it was with where you came from and stuff like that. So, just give me a sec, and I will give you a fucking solid argument. Okay?
Okay.
Let me pause and recuperate.
Okay. It's the solid statement.
Gather your thoughts.
Gather your thoughts.
No, we shouldn't.
Nice.
I didn't know that about your dad. That's interesting.
Yeah, my dad's fucking awesome, dude.
Is he still in Spain, or is he living in the
He's in Spain. He was in Colombia for a while. Now he's like trying to go back to Spain. Now he's like, my dad has been top of the world, bottom of the fucking pit. He used to be incredibly wealthy. He started dirt poor, living under fascism, ended up being one of the wealthiest people in Spain, and now he's back down and has nothing basically to his name. So, you know, I'm trying to get him a little place in Spain, and that I can escape to when I need to. That's the goal. But he's like in his 70s now, so he still does. He gets himself into some weird fucking schemes, dude. He called me the other day. He was like, "Hey, do you know anyone who needs 2,400 tons of avocados?" I was like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Yeah, I got like 2,400 tons of avocados, or I've got like 5 shipping containers of like 2,400. A shipping container of avocados is going to be how many tons of avocados? I don't know. 2,400 tons of avocados." And I was like, "How the fuck do you?" He's like, "Well, these guys asked me to like help them out with their avocado business, and I asked for a sample, and they sent me. At first, I got an avocado in the mail, and then the next day, I got 5 shipping containers of avocados in the mail, and now I don't fucking know what to do with them." So yeah, he's fucking wild. He's wild. But yeah, okay, Chronic Panda's coming up. Wait, you just dropped. Chronic, you were up here, and now you just dropped. Did he build drones? No, this was like pre-drone era. Your audio's coming in and out, William.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better. A lot better. Thanks.
I got a question about Spain. So your dad's in his 70s. Mm-hmm. He lived in Spain a lot of his life. Does he qualify to go back to Spain and earn like a retirement there?
Yeah. He's got a punch. He's collecting like a pension thing. or the equivalent of what that is. So it's not that he doesn't have nothing. Like he gets money to live off of it. But that's not, he can't like buy a house on that or anything like that. So
Yeah, but he could. Worst case scenario, he could get by.
yeah, I don't know how much it is, to be honest. So I don't know if it like what kind of a rent it would cover. To be completely honest, I have no concept of it. I don't ask him about his finances or anything like that. I just
But
know.
he has free healthcare in Spain.
Free healthcare, some of the fucking best healthcare in the world too. I'm not just saying that because I'm biased. You can look it up. Spain has one of the best healthcare systems in the world.
I've only experienced universal healthcare in Italy.
How was it?
It was weird. I was going to a wedding, and I had a sinus infection, and I had a migraine, and you can't really get. They have pharmacia everywhere. That's what they say in Italy, but you can't get ibuprofen without seeing a doctor. And so I had to like wait, and there was a language barrier. And so finally, this doctor came out. We went outside because it was so crowded. He like took my temperature, my blood pressure, and it was free. But then I got my little paper, and then I got to go back inside the pharmacy and get my ibuprofen.
Yeah.
And so,
That's
but I'm
weird.
used to, and that's great. But I'm used to just walking into a pharmacy and just buying give me the Benadryl and give me the ibuprofen.
I mean, you can
And
do
so,
I know in Spain you can just buy ibuprofen because we always had it. So I don't know. That's weird that like in Italy you couldn't apparently.
they like wrote down all my information, gave me a little quick physical on a 3-legged stool out in the sidewalk, gave me my paper, and it was still money. Like I think I paid like €4 or €5 for like 24 tablets, but it was great. But I've never had anything major go on. Now I have a lot of experience with the socialized medicine, the tribal one, which is just completely underfunded and built to fail. And then I have private insurance, but I always wonder how it is. 'Cause
It's
we get a lot
amazing. My dad was in the hospital like 2 years ago. I flew back to Spain and was there. I mean, basically, he was getting like a checkup. He was having some health issues. So I flew there knowing that if something was not okay at the checkup, he would not, go where he needed to go. Luckily, I was there at the checkup. The doctor was like, you need to go to like the ER. Basically, like ER is like just immediate intake. So it's not like the US where it's like avoiding it like the plague. It's like, okay, sir, yeah, you're
urgent.
sorry?
It'd be like our urgent care.
Yeah, basically. So you go into, and it's literally called like urgencias, right? Urgencies. And so you go in, intake, and they're like, yeah, sir, like we gotta like intake you. Sorry. He really didn't want it. He just hates hospitals. But he had to do intake, and he was in the hospital for a full week.
Damn.
And so I had to like extend my flight, all this stuff. He had incredible care the entire time. Like I hung out with him half the time. He had like this little iPad thing. The hospital provides this little TV. I figured out how to like log into all my streamers for him. We like hooked him the fuck up, and it was actually like awesome hanging out for a week. Granted, it was a shared room, right? There was a curtain halfway through the room, and there was another guy who was there the whole time he was there, I think. But even sharing the room, like it wasn't, I mean, you share rooms here in the U.S., hospital rooms, whole time. Once it's all done, it's all good. He gets, the medication that he needs, all the stuff, sets the checkup, all this stuff. And mind you, he had not lived in Spain at this point for years. He was like living in Colombia for the most part at that point. So he hadn't really been paying taxes in Spain either. We walk out, $0 paid, €0, nothing, not a single fucking cent.
What if it were me and I was over there on vacation and I had to have like an emergency? Is it different if you aren't Spanish?
Slightly different, but they will still, they still give you, it's like most you'll pay like a couple €100 at most. The most I saw was, I think it might be capped. I think there might be like a flat rate, basically, if you're not from Spain, or if you're, and you don't pay into the so what do you say, the like social security equivalent system, whatever the taxes that pay towards the system, they charge you like €150 flat rate, something like that. It's probably changed, but I remember years ago when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, so I went to an international school, so I was at school with a lot of American, expats and stuff. My friend's little brother did something, I don't know, got like a gnarly gash, like I think just across his knee or whatever, just gaping wound. So it was like, okay, we gotta go to the hospital. And her mom was like panicking. Typically very calm woman, like had her head on straight sort of thing. She was clearly very stressed. And I was like in middle school here. And I went with them because she didn't speak Spanish very well. Because they'd just been in Spain for like a year at that point. And so I go to translate and whatnot. We like go into the ER. They see him like immediately, I think. It was either immediate or like 2 minutes in. So I go into the ER because it's a very busy ER at this point. So I go in with him to translate the whole time. They do the thing. I think they did a scan just to make sure he was fine. They did the stitches. Whatever. My friend's mom was like so stressed, and she's like, okay, I have to pay. So, let's go up to the window and stuff. And I was like, okay, whatever. And I couldn't figure out why she was I just figured she was panicking because he was hurt. I was a kid. I didn't know. And it wasn't until we got to the window where she was like, okay, tell her like, oh, we don't have health insurance. We don't have health insurance. And like, just please tell her I want to pay cash, like all of it now, whatever. And I was like, okay. And I told her, and she was like, yeah, okay, here's the bill, okay, you don't have health insurance. You're not Spanish. Okay, here it is. €125, I think it was. And I gave it to this woman, and she was like, no, tell them that I need to pay the whole thing today. And she had been like grabbing like the credit cards and I think calling a bank and stuff. And I was like, and I repeated it to the woman, like, the whole thing, this is the whole thing, right? And she's like, yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, you don't have to pay. And I like repeated it to her, and she was just like, that's it? Like, I don't, like, are you sure? She didn't believe it. She was like, she was so fucking shocked. And that's when I realized, like, she thought she was gonna, like, you know what I mean? It was such a foreign fucking concept to me at that point. Anyway, she paid, and we got out there, and she like wouldn't stop talking about it. But she was like, I can't believe that's all I want. Like, I can't believe it. She like thought she was getting away with, like, she thought she had like robbed the hospital and that they had made a mistake or something like that. Like, genuinely, she thought she was like, do they know this? Like, do they realize? It was just incredible. But yeah, and I think I told my mom about it afterwards, and my mom was like, oh yeah, it's like, or maybe she told my mom about it afterwards, and my mom, and because she was like still in disbelief, and my mom was like, yeah, it's like a flat rate, it's like €120. And I think she mentioned it. She started telling like everyone who would fucking listen, like, can you believe it? I went to the hospital. It was like €125. Da, da, da. And a lot of people were like, oh man, oh, that sucks. Like, they had you pay. Yeah, that's rough. Like, sorry that you had to pay. Ugh. That's right. You're American. Oh, and she was like, no, €125. That's fucking amazing. That's what it's like there. It's fucking awesome. And it's really high quality care. We are tied with Italy for like the longest life expectancy in Europe, and we're in like the top 5 globally, I believe. We're tied with we're behind Korea, I believe, at least. And maybe another Asian country.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. Like, because healthcare. I've had some health issues the last couple of years, and like I have good health insurance, and I have the Indians, but it's always like a cost. Like, I thought I was having a kidney stone at my dad's. I was driving and I was leaving. I was like, man, and I've had kidney stones a lot, and I was like, I think I've got one coming, and it's usually like a $3,000 surgery after my co-pays and everything. And I was like, man. And then I went to urgent care, and I did my copay, and they did a couple of scans, and they were like, you might have just pulled a muscle, and you just, like, where you think you feel a kidney stone, like, you're fine. But the first thought that I had wasn't like, oh my gosh, my health. It was like, oh my gosh, can I afford this right now?
Yeah.
And
that's the difference. Yeah.
I'm really fortunate with the type of healthcare I get because I've got the private insurance, and then I could drive up to the tribe, and they really won't do much usually, but I have options. But my first thought was like, damn, $3,000.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah,
similarly, I mean, I have two very similar ER visit stories. Also, in Spain, by the way, you can get private health insurance as well. But it costs like €100. I mean, I actually don't even know if it would be like, I guess maybe it would probably be around 100, maybe €200 a month for like
they do that in England, yeah.
special private insurance. And it just gets you like access to like slightly bougie clinics and stuff, you know, if you want to get certain specialists or whatever. But it's like, doesn't really.
How is that not the best system though? Because if you wanted to have better care, you
but it's
could
not
opt
better.
to do
It's
it.
not inherently better. That's the thing. It's
Well,
like
there's got to be a reason people do it.
it's literally just like bougier. That's all it is.
So potentially a shorter line and potentially a solo room or something.
Yeah, something like that. Basically.
But how great is that if you wanted to have the bougier experience, like there's healthcare and healthcare premium, and if you want to buy the premium, you can, or
Yeah.
you can just get it with ads. Like it's a good,
Yeah.
I like my private health insurance, and I'm not going to lie to you and say, hey, I think social is the best, because I do have my worries about it because I work in the Indian education. I know how like it can, if it's not run well, it can be terrible.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
of
you
course.
look at that and it's like, wait, if you have the option to do either one, we're already paying for it now. Why not slip in a socialized version of it?
Exactly.
And if you don't like it, keep your private health insurance that you currently have.
Yeah. That's the
I don't
thing.
know, I don't know
Yeah,
if it's a good
it's
idea. Hey, I'm sorry, this guy's driving me crazy. There's a guy in here that just won't shut up. He keeps calling you a liar and talking shit.
Oh yeah,
liar.
me and Brenna we've been Republicans up to just now, I'm sure of it. And it's funny how you just come around and just sort of assume things automatically. First time in here.
I just don't understand like why people come in here and be disrespectful.
He said nothing.
I'm a
nothing bad
liar.
yet,
What
so-
am I lying about, Chronic?
He didn't
don't.
believe your story. I was reading his stuff as you were talking. He thought your whole story of your friend going to the ER is all a lie, and then he's telling
What?
you don't speak Spanish. I don't know. It's just
He's already found out. He's already noticed you don't even speak Spanish or nothing. I mean, the whole thing is a ruse. He's on to you. I'm out of here. We've been friends for, I don't know, what, a couple of years now or something. And I was completely unaware you didn't speak Spanish.
Here's my
it's
fucking
just strange, like-
citizenship, bro. How's
like,
that?
there's no reason to like be disrespectful. Every time I've been in this chat room or whatever this is called on TikTok, I'm in my middle age, so I don't know what this stuff's called. Everyone's always been so nice and respectful, so it just kind of throws me off when someone's just spamming the chat with like disrespect.
He thinks I can't speak Spanish? Why?
What he
Based on my
claims.
story about the fucking
I have
hospital?
never heard
Hablo
you speak
español,
Spanish
gilipollas.
I think it's that same guy that came up and he had a concept of an idea.
That's
Is it
not
the same
true,
guy?
Alex. That's such a fucking lie, dude. You know that Europe actually gave more to Ukraine than the United States did, right? God, you guys are fucking ridiculous. Also, by the way, Spain has given more aid, more military aid to the fucking US than the US has given to fucking Spain. We followed you. We made the fucking mistake of being an ally and like trusting your asshole fucking what's his face? Colin Powell, who lied to the UN and went into fucking Iraq, and then we got our own fucking attack because of it. That was my community. That was a train. There were people at my school, family members of people that I was in class with, who pulled bodies out of the fucking rubble because of the United fucking States wanting to draw us into a war that they lied to get us into. We have helped you more than you have ever fucking helped us. And we have better healthcare. So, yeah, it's a great system. Because similarly, in Spain, we had private health insurance for most of our childhoods, but then as we got older, my mom was like, fuck it. Because half the time she would choose to just take us to a public hospital anyway. You know what I mean? Cause it was, I think part of it was depending on what she just didn't want to drive sometimes. So she would take us on like whatever, was easiest for whatever. And then in terms of like, shorter wait times, it's like, yes and no. I mean, it's just like, yes, I guess, yeah, like you could get shorter wait times if you paid for the private insurance option to get into like a clinic, but only for some stuff. And the problem is like here, I always like when you talk about wait times, it's such a fucking bullshit propaganda thing that's thrown out in the US. If you look it up, like the US's wait times are comparable with most universal healthcare things. And it depends on what it is that you're getting done, right? Some surgeries, like a hip replacement surgery, might take like a year on average in the US to get, where it's like only 6 months in Spain. But then, something like a knee fucking specific surgery might be 6 months in the US and a year in Spain. So it's like, it's comparable. And on a lot of stuff, it's actually a much longer wait in the US. And when we're talking about wait times, it's specifically like elective stuff. You know what I mean? Like in terms of emergency shit, the longest wait times I have ever had was in the United States in the ER with insurance. And then I walked out with a $6,000 bill for getting like a few stitches and having to get it was either a CT scan or a CAT scan. I never know which one because I hit my head.
Other weird thing. That's the other weird thing about healthcare is like everyone's story is so different. Like it's not everyone doesn't get consistent care, and that's another reason I think people vote certain ways. Like I'm obviously in a smaller state, and I need hip replacement, and they wanted to. I went to go get my X-rays in the summer, and they wanted me to go in October to replace them, and I was like, "Well, that's deer season. I'll call y'all," and I'm just not going to do it because I'm scared. And then so like it's not a long wait for that, but Oklahoma's different. Like no one has the same experience. Like it's just every bill's different. Like I had 2 kidney surgeries. I had one in December, then one in April, because they can't do both at the same time because they got to make sure that it works when you're done.
Yeah.
And they're the exact same procedure, the exact same physician, the exact same facility, and the bills were wildly different. Like what I had to pay out of pocket was the same because my max whatever. But like when I went through the little statements and I was looking at everything, I was like, why? It's almost like I had different surgeries, but one of them was just on the left side, one was on the right side. Like it's so inconsistent. It's almost like they're just making stuff up.
So fucking ridiculous.
But anyway, I'm going to jump off here and let someone else come up. But
you don't have to.
Okay. Well, I might stay on for a little bit.
You're part of the problem. Part of what problem?
Yeah, the chronic panda guy, I'm pretty sure it's just a troll just trying to get a rise out of somebody.
Yeah.
Whatever he's going through, I hope it gets better for him. Because, no one who's happy with themselves would be acting like this. So I hope he has a better day.
Yeah.
So, God, are you ready for Texas summer?
Yeah, I like the heat. Yes, I am.
God.
I've had enough of the cold weather to last me for a year.
You don't have cold weather in Texas. You're near Houston, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I know people say it's not cold, but I don't like it. If it gets below 50, I'm uncomfortable.
I keep it on about 62 in the winter with my heat. I love it.
I keep it close to around 80.
Oh my God. That's if I ran a prison, that's what I would keep it at.
Well, different people like different temperatures, I guess.
Yeah,
See, I grew up without AC, and I worked outdoors, so I never did get used to it. So anytime I get an AC, I'm cold.
That's how my cousin is. He's in San Antonio, and he's from Oklahoma, but I think he's probably 70% of his life in San Antonio. And like he comes up here at Christmas, and you would think he was going to die.
I was in Oklahoma for the big ice storm back whenever that was. I don't remember what year. Oh, it was horrible.
We had a real bad one in 2008, and the 2008 one was terrible. And then we had a real bad one about 2 years ago.
Yeah, it would have been 2008 then. I was there.
Yeah,
I did not enjoy that. That's when I decided, yep, Oklahoma's not the place for me. I'm leaving. And I did, and I never went back.
But you miss Brahms.
Sorry?
But you gotta miss Brahms.
Brahms. I don't know what Brahms is.
Are you? How do you come to Oklahoma and not have the best ice cream in the entire world?
What's
Next time you're up here, you gotta stop at a Brahms.
Oh no, I didn't. I mostly just worked. I didn't go out and eat and stuff. I'm the kind of human that goes to the or deity, sorry, that goes to work and then goes home. And that's pretty much life.
That's how I am now, but I got Brahms in the freezer.
Oh hey, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
See, that's a
Yeah,
nice person.
if that's
We're
an
gonna
ice cream
about
place, I
low
don't know
living
that
standard
Broken Bow had
things.
a Brahms, or is
Oh,
that a
Broken,
brand?
Broken Bow had one.
Wait,
It's
what,
like our. It's
Alex?
like the only.
You're
It's
closer
like
to
the only
the.
thing we're proud of.
Sorry, Alex. You're closer to Middle East than Ukraine, Israel, Suez, paid for by UK and France, but it's our fault. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the terror attack that happened literally by people who were like Muslim extremists who were upset about Spain's involvement in like the Iraq fucking war. Yeah, it's your fucking fault. Yeah, it's your fault. 100% America's fault. What do you mean? America fabricated evidence to trick its allies to follow it into war. Yeah, it's your fucking fault. You you did cause the Iraq war. What do you mean? Dude. Colin Powell lied for an hour in front of the UN. He lied about intelligence. Bro.
Hang on, is Alex talking about Desert Storm or the other one?
I mean, I was talking about the most recent, 2004, was it? Invasion of Iraq? The one where Colin Powell lied to the UN, which led to the terrorist attack in Spain because Spain decided to trust its ally. Just assumed that it wasn't lying.
She doesn't know shit. Oh my god, this guy is.
Why are you talking about that, Alex? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
That's what I'm saying. He's like all over the place talking about 1990. Like once you start talking about.
Okay, Alex, who gives a fuck? That's not what we're talking about.
It's his comments are just so random.
Concepts
and all over the place.
Concepts of a plan.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Hey, Brenna. Brenna, are you making any TV shows right now or documentaries?
Yeah, well, Philippe and I were looking into getting, because my cinema camera like crapped out on me, my FS7, but we're kind of like looking around to get a secondhand camera to film like protests and stuff that are going on.
Are there still a lot of protests?
Oh God, Alex, you're so fucking uninformed. Because the U.S. has been a peacemaker in the Middle East while Europe has been arming all these countries. You're fucking nuts, dude. A peacemaker in the Middle East. Jesus Christ.
That had to have been a joke because I know he wasn't serious. Had to be a joke.
That joke. To say, Alex, I actually didn't say Islamic extremism is U.S.'s fault in general, though the U.S. Actually, I mean, we could get into that debate. What I said was that a specific terrorist attack on Madrid that you've probably never fucking heard of because you people don't give a shit about anyone but yourselves. 11M.
I've never heard of it, but it's not that I don't give a shit. What is it?
11M. It was on the 11th of March. Three bombs went off simultaneously in like a coordinated attack. No, the trains.
It was buses.
Trains.
Okay, I vaguely do remember this. This is around the early stages of ISIS, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
I do remember, yeah.
It was in reaction to, it was basically to punish Spain for for helping the U.S., basically, for its support for its invasion of Iraq. And then the UK was hit like a year later, 7/7.
Okay. It was like Charlie Hebdo time frame.
I think Charlie Hebdo was a little later. But yeah.
Was it around, will we say, like, within a couple years? Because I remember there's like several attacks.
Yeah.
I was busy in college. I remember, and I didn't own a TV for like 10 years. And so like I would, every other day I would get like a copy of the newspaper and I would see
Yeah.
stuff. I remember reading about it.
Okay, no, so it was like 10 years before Charlie Hebdo.
Oh,
Screen recorded,
that I
better
did.
get ready. Go for it. Good.
What's he talking about?
I literally made a video about this recently. You think I'm ashamed to call out the US for this shit? Well, specifically right now, Americans who are pretending like what the US didn't, like everything it did was fucking fine. You fucking nuts, dude. Go ahead, record me. What do you think I should be ashamed of? The Iraq War was bullshit. It was predicated on bullshit. Colin Powell lied to the UN for an hour. You recording? Please do.
I don't get it. What's he gonna do? Like,
I don't fucking know.
get you?
He thinks well, that's the thing. He's going to try to shame me. I literally posted a video about this not that long ago. Not ashamed of anything I'm saying right now. It's all fucking facts.
You're gonna end up getting detention.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay.
So anyway, you're looking at getting a secondhand camera, maybe getting back into filming protests.
Yeah.
I saw, believe it or not, there's a lot of movies around here. I was trying to get a taco the other day, and I have a 45-minute lunch break, and they're filming a Green Day movie, I guess. And I took a turn in the neighborhood, and I had no idea that there's so many people on a set. They had the street blocked off, and then so everyone was diverting to my right. I guess that's south. Anyway, to get through that stop sign took forever, and I finally got to the taco place. And I asked the girl, she's like, "Oh, they're doing the Green Day movie over there," and there had to have been 100 people in this front yard. And I was like, "Doesn't it just take like the actors and like a camera person and a guy with a little microphone?" It looked like there was a. At first, I thought it was like some sort of like a crime scene or something, but there had to have been 50 people in the front yard of this house, and I have no idea why they're filming Green Day next to the taco shop in Oklahoma City, but they are.
What kind of building was it that they were like
It
filming
was
in?
it was a house, like a house that was built in the 60s. It's a cool little area, but it was just a little neighborhood, and I guess they were filming maybe like the beginnings of Green Day or something, maybe a house party. I don't know. But I got kind of upset because I was going to be late from coming back from lunch. I have a friend who worked for FX for a while, so I texted him. I was like, "Hey, are you in the city doing a movie?" And he's like, "I'm in Tulsa, but they're filming Green Day." And I was like, "Yeah, that's what I just heard." So we're kind of like Hollywood now. So pretty important. Making at least one TV show here right now.
That's cool. miss
I just
the
hope they're
fucking
done
thing.
because I just hope they're done because I like that taco
Oh
shop.
god, Alex, you're
Uh,
fucking cracked, dude. You're fucking
What's
cracked.
he saying?
That cheap European healthcare is paid for by access to Suez Canal and secured by America. All right, how about this, Alex? It looks like we're gonna find out, right? Because Trump is withdrawing from NATO. Cool. Don't give a fuck. Dumb fucking choice. Dumb fucking choice. But like, I guess we'll find out if Spain still has healthcare afterwards. After Trump is done fucking decimating America's goodwill with every other country in the world, won't we? I guess we'll see. Spain has had healthcare since well before it was in NATO, by the way. So I don't know why you think that.
Why
Yeah, the
is
healthcare
Europe?
is paid for by the taxes. I don't know. That's not hard to understand.
Well, hang on. How come Europe? I think all the European countries, they've all had universal health care. Like, when did that become like the standard? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
That's a good question. Let me look
Do
it
they
up.
all come together and say this is important? We're going to take care of this.
No, I know Spain's universal health care was set up by, ironically, our fascist dictator,
Marco or Franco.
Franco. which is crazy. You know, I know this and I bring it up all the time because like the fact that healthcare, the universal healthcare is somehow too left wing for America, but like our fascist dictator like set it up. Because yeah, he did like a lot of basically he nationalist, right? And he
Wait. Franco is a right wing guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was
Sorry, I didn't mean to
fascist,
interrupt.
right
Sorry.
wing. He was a very unique fascist dictator. He was like the least fascist of the fascist dictators, they say. He's the only fascist dictator who, when he got in, the unalivings under him decreased throughout his reign. Most fascist dictators, maybe most dictators, but definitely most fascist dictators, they increase as they go along. Franco is the only one where it decreased. So and
was
he,
popular. Wasn't he?
I mean, no,
No.
no, you know, about as popular as a dictator could be. No, but I think it helped that he was decreasing the slayings, you know. But like, you know, my dad, I just shared this story on TikTok recently. Like my dad has a story of when he was like in the university getting, you know, pewed at by, he was in class and there was like a protest outside and then the police came and started beating everyone. And so the crowd basically, like a bunch of them ran into the school, the university, to try to get away from the police. And they came in, the Policía Armada is what they were called. And they came in, they were like on horseback and everything, beating and firing. And because they were in school, they were in class as college students, like there was no way of telling the difference between the college students who were there to study and the college students or like the young people who were in the protest. So they all had to run as well. So, you know, he was getting fired at. He had to jump out a window and escape that way. And there was like a hole, like the like bullet hole basically in the window was there till he graduated. So, you know, that doesn't make fans, you know.
So your dad experienced that. So this is probably like the 70s, 80s.
Yeah, 70s.
So Franco started the universal health care.
Yeah.
When did he come to power?
He came into power, I mean, in the 30s. I think 1936 was the Civil War. Maybe that's when it started.
Okay.
And then he was in power until he basically died of natural causes.
And then his death ushered in, what is it, democracy now? It's democracy, right? Republic?
Well, it's a constitutional monarchy, which it's a democracy with like a figurehead monarch. It's a democracy, like a parliament with a figurehead, like monarchy that doesn't have any power, doesn't do anything. But
like Canada.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because technically they're under the Queen. Well, more like the UK, I guess. Except in the UK, the monarch has more power, I think, technically.
Gotcha.
But actually, like, so once Franco passed away, like the king basically immediately like took over, like had the power, and it was our king who set up, or our former king now, who set up the constitutional democracy, which is pretty cool. You know, monarchs don't tend to do that.
Yeah, they usually cling to the power.
Yeah, they don't tend to do that by choice.
But it seems like it's a universal thing. Like, you know, you have that in Spain. I think the British have universal health care, the French. It's just interesting how like that took hold and everyone's very happy with it. And then it didn't happen here.
Let's look up. Okay, so I was right. It was 1936. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Took control of most of Spain after a coup in 1936. He was chosen for his military skills, political record, and ability to get support from Schmatzi Germany and fascist Italy. Although that's weird. He became because Schmatzi Germany wasn't exactly, well, whatever. He became the leader of the Falange, the official political movement of the nationalist regime. He took over the title El Caudillo, the leader. Yeah. He censored the media and had absolute control over the country. He remained in power after World War II when Spain was declared a monarchy in 1947. He was given the power to rule in the place of the monarch for the rest of his life. So yeah, so basically, so the reason the monarch was in power was because technically it was a monarchy, but he was actually the dictator ruling. So as soon as he was gone, it was like, well, technically, officially, we're a monarchy. And then the king set up the parliament, the constitutional monarchy, turned it into a democracy, basically.
That's crazy that it's so recent.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's not real recent, but like in the grand scheme
No,
of
it
things,
is. It is. I think a lot of people, because like, and I only really started realizing that recently as well, you know? And I mean, part of it is because like I grew up in Spain and there's a lot of franquistas. There were franquistas, you know, like still growing up. I went to school with guys, with like kids whose parents were conservative, fucking wealthy assholes who were franquistas. And so it was like pro-Franco, pro-Franco people. And so I grew up going to school with people who were like pro our former dictator because they, you know, their parents were part of the not the ruling class, but the wealthy class, the class that did very, very well under him. But you know, for me, it was never like all that fucking interesting. But like in adulthood, I love history, you know, and it's only been recent that I've realized like, oh, you know, like we all talk a lot about, you know, dictators and things that we learn from them and all this kind of stuff. And like these things, you know, lessons learned in history and, oh, the people who are still alive from here, da, 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 da. But it's like, okay, World War II, very few people still alive that at least were like sentient, you know, back then, because it was 80 years ago. So, you know, you had to be a child back then. A few people maybe who were like reaching 100 and stuff still alive. But like realizing recently like, oh, yeah, no, my dad was like he lived his full childhood and well, like, you know, into his early 20s under fascism. And like starting to better understand these stories he would tell me growing up through this more like history lens, you know what I mean? They were just my dad's stories. They were just like his crazy stories until a few years recently where I started realizing like, oh, no, that's history. That's like, you know, I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Yeah, because you don't, you know, the fascism stuff kind of went out of fashion in Europe after World War II. And so it's interesting that Spain held on so long. Like you see that stuff in South America with the Sandinistas or whatever move. I don't really understand all that. But, you know, you think you're going to hear about, oh, it happened recently kind of in South America. Mm-hmm. You don't think of it as like, yeah, it was kind of recent in Spain too.
Yeah.
And it's like you forget
and
about
Portugal too. I forget the guy's name in Portugal, but it was like right around the same time as Franco, basically.
They're probably buddies.
Yeah, basically. I think once Franco passed, the Portuguese. So basically, it was like there was a dictator. What was his fucking name? The dictator in Portugal was like in power for a while and then had fell and got like a brain bleed or something like that. And then the guy who took over was like not very good at the job or something like that. And then when Franco passed and Spain became in like 1974 became like a monarchy or / then constitutional monarchy, I think Portugal was like, all right, that was our time. That was our chance, guys. Like, I think that's when they toppled him. Let me see. Franco. Yeah, in 1974, the Carnation Revolution in Lisbon, military coup organized by left-wing Portuguese military officers, the armed forces movement, and led to the end of the Estado Novo. Was the corporatist Portuguese, so the Estado Novo was the corporatist Portuguese state installed in 1933. It evolved from the Ditadura Nacional, the national dictatorship, formed after the coup d'etat of 20th of May, 1926 against the unstable First Republic. Yeah. Estado Novo, greatly inspired by conservative and autocratic ideologies, was developed by Antonio de Oliveira. Salazar, that's what it is. Salazar. Illness in 1968 forced him out of office. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so part of the reason, so Portugal I think was similar to Spain, although Portugal was it says here, although Portugal was a dictatorial country, it pursued economic policies aligned with those of democratic and developed nations. The first steps towards economic integration began in 1948 when Portugal joined the Marshall Plan and subsequently became a founding member of the Organization of the OEC. 1960, Portugal joined the European Free Trade Association, which allowed the country to integrate its industries. Yeah. So similarly, I think part of the reason that Franco was not toppled was part of it. He was not popular, and there was a lot of protests going on and stuff at the time. But part of it was the fact that he declined in unalivings, and the fact that he basically became like a technocrat, where he brought in, technically the traditional thing is you bring in experts and you basically you follow the advice of experts on stuff. So he would bring in like infrastructure experts and was like, what can I do for Spain's infrastructure to make it, to like strengthen it nationally? So a big thing that he wanted to do, he was a nationalist, obviously, and Spain is kind of, it's not similar to states. We have comunidades autónomas, which are basically our version of states, 18 of them. And he wanted to like really like promote like unity. He wanted to basically keep Spain as unified as possible, like as one country, and like keep it. He was like nationalistic in that. So he hired all these like fucking experts in everything, and was like, how do I like make Spain unified, and how do I like enrich Spain? Like, how do I benefit? What's gonna be the best to strengthen our country? So the experts came in and they're like, invest in infrastructure, invest in universal health care, invest in social safety nets, invest in like good education. So paradoxically, and it sounds like the Portuguese, Salazar as well, who's probably influenced somewhat by Franco right next door, did a lot of stuff that's not common with like fascist dictators or, authoritarian regimes, conservative regimes. And they did a lot of things that in the US you would consider like so fucking left wing, because they literally just were like, yeah, we're fucking conservative fascists, but also we want the country to prosper. What does that look like? And it just so happens that a lot of like social safety nets and socialized systems for basic needs like healthcare strengthen a nation. Funny how that works. You can still be right wing and still see the value in universal healthcare. Huh. Unless you're an American, of course.
Well, that's the trick. Yeah. It's like they make everything politicized. Like it doesn't make sense for.
We just lost you.
You lost me?
Yeah, now you're back.
I was saying it doesn't make sense for everything to be politicized the way it is. Like we say, oh, if you like socialized healthcare, you have to be in this party. Or if you like the environment, you have to be over in this party. Or if you want to have a strong economy, you got to be over in this party. Where it's really like, that's one of the reasons I don't vote. It's like, well, one, I can't register. I'm not a criminal, but there's some paperwork issues. But also I'm not that concerned with it because like really neither a party, when I hear them, I'm never like, wow, that really, but it's like, none of them really represents me. And I kind of feel like, well, I'm a little bit of this party and a little bit of this party. But they want everything to be like, no, we're all over here doing this. And if you're not part of our group, you're over there. Mm-hmm. Like there is really no middle ground. And I know you're much more left wing oriented than I am. But like, I look at both these parties and I'm like, I don't identify with either one of them. It's very strange.
Yeah. No, I feel you. I mean, I consider myself a lot more left wing than the Democratic Party. But I'm also like, by a lot of countries, a lot of developed nation standards, I'm probably not all that left wing. The U.S. is like one of the most, and the U.S. is struggling right now. Like, sorry, but like most people in the United States are fucking struggling. Like, and you can't tell me that that's not true, because the whole fucking thing under Biden was like, oh, the economy's great, but like the rest of us aren't feeling it. It's like, yeah, because we have fucking let capitalism run wild in this fucking country. And I'm sorry, okay. Because MAGA demanded healthcare. When the fuck has MAGA ever demanded healthcare? Please. Alex says, MAGA and Trump fought off the GOP Tea Party to defend healthcare. Speechless. I'm fucking speechless. I don't even know how to respond to that. What the fuck? That's the funniest fucking thing. What? God, do you know what he's talking about?
I think I almost understand what he's saying, because there was a movement where when the Tea Party first came up, they wanted to dismantle everything about what they called Obamacare, which was really just the Affordable Care Act.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think MAGA and Trump is who defeated that. I think it was normal politicians wanting to keep that in place. And then I think Trump came
Trump ran on abolishing Obamacare twice.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of it, but he didn't have anything to replace it with.
Yeah, that's
the concepts of a plan.
Concepts of a plan. Because, Obamacare is not perfect, but, it wasn't a good start. No. Especially for people like me. I've got a hip issue I was born with. It runs in the family, and I lost my health insurance when I left AT&T to go to college. Mm-hmm. And back then, pre-existing conditions weren't covered. And then, I don't have Obamacare or whatever they call it, but there was that protection written in there. It's like, hey, if you have health insurance, you can't deny coverage for pre-existing, which without that, and people forget about these little things that they come after would be lifelong problems for a lot of people. Yeah. And I consider for certain in this room, I'm probably more conservative than most people, but when it comes to healthcare, I don't know how I feel about global warming, but I'm definitely not a big fan of putting trash everywhere. I don't know how environmentalism became a political thing. I don't understand how healthcare became a political thing. Everyone, it's so scary. And as you all get older, like me, there's driving on a dirt road, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to cost me $3,000. When you're young, you don't have these worries, but healthcare will become a very big issue for you. And they always say the older you get, the more conservative you get. But the things that they're picking and choosing, the older I get, the more I'm worried about retirement. I'm worried about going to the ER. I'm worried about pre-existing conditions. I'm worried about safety nets.
I think,
at the same time.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say.
Here we go. let me go. Yeah. But I find myself on those sides of the aisle. But at the same time, I'm very pro Second Amendment. I love to hunt. I love to fish. I love the outdoors. I love raising cattle. So I don't find myself looking at either party going, I fit in with them.
But I don't know why that's inherently you're suggesting that that's inherently conservative.
That's how they've segregated it. You know what I mean?
But it's not. It's not inherently conservative. That's the thing. That's I don't know. That's a weird fucking stereotype.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is they do the same thing with the environment. And typically you're more rural person who's got a lot of guns and likes to go hunting.
Careful.
Firearms or whatever. That's typically going to be, and Tim Walz kind of tried to break that barrier. It was a very blatant attempt to do that, because he was kind of showing hey, you can be a little bit more liberal and fall more on this side and still love the outdoors and still enjoy, we're not all PETA or whatever. He was kind of demonstrating that. And
I like that you bring that up, because that's a perfect example. Because what I hate, one of the things I hate most is that the right likes to scream about identity politics, but the right started and fueled identity politics. The right is all about identity politics. I think a lot of these stereotypes comes from, it most benefits the right to put people in these boxes. It most benefits the right, because you're right. It's ridiculous that something like healthcare would be politicized, right? It's crazy that some of these things would put you in one box or another, but but the right, that most benefits the right if they convince a bunch of people people who like universal healthcare, they're also fucking Satanists, and they scary childless cat ladies and blue hair. Do you like your blonde hair? Well, you will have to have blue hair if you want universal healthcare. They like to group this whole thing, and they're do you like the outdoors? Do you like cows and fucking like America? Congratulations, you're conservative. And it's like, that has nothing to do with being fucking conservative. Sorry, dude. Nothing. Ironically, most conservative policies will actually fucking are destroying America from the inside out. So if you love this country so much, I don't know why you're so fucking hellbent on destroying it. But that is how they secure like a lot of support that they otherwise would not be able to like secure. You know what I mean? And it's just, I think it's an inherently like right-wing thing to play that like weird stereotype identity politics thing. And yeah, it seeps into everything. Like obviously everyone engages in it, but I think it's very much a tactic that they employ.
Well, it's convenient for people because like I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I do feel like I at least read. I try to read. I try to keep up with some stuff, but I feel like some people are just like I know I talk to people, and that they're all very pro one way or the other, and it's just because it's like, wait, just you think you fit into that category because of a few things on the menu, but the whole restaurant is you're allergic to everything else that they serve. Like,
Well,
but they've sold you on this thing and this thing and this thing, and so you're like, well, okay, then maybe everything here is for me too. And
well,
it's like,
and also and one thing that I had, because we did all the debates here for months, not really debates, whatever, for lack of a better term. And one thing that I always did, like the conversation we always had was like, I would ask people, okay, like, what's important to you, right? Like, what do you want to talk about? What's important to you? Like, why Trump and stuff, da da da. And like usually the thing is like a lot of like Republicans in this country, like the things that they say they want and prioritize, I'm like, cool. Here's the thing. Dems are better at that. Like, fine. Like, if this is your priority, that's fine. But, like, let's look at the stats. And, like, we would look at the stats or we would look at the policies, like, pull it up and be like, okay, if this is actually what you care about, then you're actually more aligned with the Democratic Party than the Republican Party. And I'm saying this as someone, and I would often say, like, this is a policy I don't agree with. I don't agree with you as a person on this stance that you have taken, but this stance that you have taken is much closer, or is actually what Dems have done and push for and fight for, and not Republicans. You know what I mean? And it was like always fucking interesting to me to like, because I don't consider myself a Democrat. I'm more left wing than is represented in this country. I am like not like slightly left of center for most, other Western countries, but like it's just crazy. Like a lot of Republicans in this country have been convinced that what they're about, what they support, what they want is somehow represented in the Republican Party when it simply isn't. It just fucking isn't. And that's what's craziest to me. If you want to listen, I'm not okay with racist beliefs, transphobic beliefs, anti-LGBTQ. I'm not okay with hate, bigotry, anything like that. That is not okay. In my mind, you're a bad person if you ascribe to any of those fucking ideologies. However, there's beliefs that we can disagree on that I don't think inherently make you a bad person, but I think it's fucking crazy for you to then go and like vote against that supposed belief that you have. I don't know. Whatever.
yeah, it's because they've already selected their team based on like the few things we were talking about. Like, oh, well, and they don't really know what "Make America Great" really means.
Yeah, they
like,
don't.
there's not a politician in the world that wants to make America worse. Like Obama wanted to make things better. And I think George Bush, for whatever whatever you think about him, I don't think he got into office going, I can't wait to wreck this place. He wanted to make it better. So when they had this generic "Make America Better" or "Make America Great Again" or whatever, they're not doing anything. It's just a slogan. And then you go look at what they're doing and you're like,
yeah.
How were they able to sell that to the country?
Well, by defunding education for decades.
Yeah.
I mean, it's simple, and I know that's like it feels like too simple, but it largely is. I have found. Listen, again, sorry to go on a personal rant. born and raised outside of this fucking country. I moved here at 18. Do you know how many fucking times I have had to explain how the American government works to born and raised Americans who have never left this fucking country, who are twice my age? Do you know how many fucking times I've had to explain how your own government works? I wasn't born. I shouldn't even have to like have this knowledge in my head. And that's unfortunately, yeah.
But I wonder, is it our education system? Because,
Yeah,
if you
partially.
go back, well, like my grandfather, he went to school in Mississippi until 5th grade, right? Which not in the 30s, that wasn't, or well, he was born in the 30s, but in his time, that wasn't extremely rare, his father died. And so he had to go get a job. Like that was just, but he wasn't the only one. But anyway, he had a 5th grade education. And if you sat and talked, like if he could somehow, like a version of him could come on live, he was such a well-spoken guy. He understood government. And so essentially we could say the government spent $0 on his education. But he knew how the government worked. I feel like there's something else going on here where people just don't care. Because, in the 1700s, and, Gouverneur Morris, the guy that wrote the Declaration, he was 17 when he wrote that. And it's like, how much education could he have? And you read the Bill of Rights or the preamble, like they understood stuff better. And like, I think there's just more effort put into it. And you could, there's a few outliers, but my grandfather basically had no education.
Yeah.
But he did well for himself, and he was a Democrat. Well, he kind of flipped back and forth at the end, but he never took a position where it was just like, well, someone spoon fed me this on the nightly news, and this is what I think. He always had like a cool little conversation to have, and he taught me a whole lot about just being open-minded, and and it's just like, is it education, or is there something else we're starting to lose, like in society somewhere? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird to me because I agree with you up to a point, but it's also like I know a lot of people who.
I think it's a couple of things. Like, I think it's. I do think it's partially education. Someone in here is saying, "Oh, it's not education; it's the lack of implementation of critical thinking," which I'm going to say. And then someone else said, "Education system completely changed when Jeb Bush changed math." I think both of those kind of go hand in hand. I don't think it's just fucking No Child Left Behind or whatever, but that's part of it. But the critical thinking, here's the thing, like when people talk about like college and like what good is college and stuff, it's not just about like going to the classes and reading the books, because you can go to a fucking library and you can read all the books that are taught in like at a college, and you can read the lecture notes, whatever, and like technically you can be like, oh, I got that college education. But no, but what most people agree when like they talk about this is like college also like teaches you how to like think critically a little better.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's just college that does that. I think all school should also like teach critical thinking, like, and not by having a critical thinking skills class, but just in the way an education system teaches you about learning and how to approach and view learning. That is something that you like take with you, you like apply to all learning. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah. I think that's inherent to that system. Yeah.
It's like the difference between learning your multiplication tables and then actually understanding what multiplication is. Like you can transfer that skill into the next thing. Maybe as you were talking, I was thinking about this because like my grandpa, no education whatsoever. You could argue that the federal government spent $0 on his education because of 5th grade Mississippi education. Maybe a lot of it was just at the home, at the mother and dad level, like having more interesting conversations. And like I try to teach my daughter stuff. And like I put a lot of effort into like, because I let her make so many mistakes. Like she's got her own little debit card right now, and she gets a certain amount of money, and if her grades are good, I give her a little bit more. But I've been letting her blow all of her money on this stupid game called Boca Toca or something. I don't know. And I keep reminding her, I'm like, hey, is $3 worth it? Because if you don't, and she's ended up spending like $18 this week. And then she asked me today, she was like, hey, I need to go do this or this tomorrow. And I was like, well, and you also need some clothes. And I was like, but you spent all your money. And she's like, I don't have any money. And I knew she was going to run out, but I want her to make that mistake. And then she feels it. So I try to keep the training wheels off as much as I can because she's gonna remember this next time. It's like,
Right.
okay, it was probably stupid to spend $20 on Boca Toca, you know, whatever the game is.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know, maybe a lot, and she's not gonna learn those kind of lessons in a school. And I
Sure.
try to
Yeah.
teach her about money. I try to teach her about she's very pro Trump. Like she wanted the shirt, she wanted the flags, and she's just a little kid. She's not really old enough to understand it, but I never was like, "Hey, this is bad." I didn't sit her down and be like, "This guy is this, and this." But I want her to start figuring it out on her own. Like,
I mean,
you
can
know,
you
hey,
figuring it out her? Can I just make a suggestion? You should ask her
yeah.
why she likes him.
Well, she
Make
has no real
her.
good answer.
She
She
what?
likes the slogan. She doesn't have a good answer for it. She's like, "Well, he loves America. He's very, she's got the slogans down
Right.
and the imagery, but she's just 11.
Right.
And the kind of person she is, I know she's not going to grow up and be a very right wing type person. I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
But
the
I,
thing. Yeah.
I want her to figure these things out on her own. And I talk to her about history all the time. Like when I have her, everything we always do, like when we're going across a certain river, I'll tell her,
Mm-hmm.
hey, that's a Cimarron, and this is important for this. That I try to teach her
Mm-hmm.
as much as I can so she can think for herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying I'm perfect and this is the way to do it, but maybe the lack of that kind of interaction between like the families is making the education more diluted. And then the education system aspect, okay, we've got more morons than we used to, so we got to lower the standards because I feel like the quality of people, like they're just not there. Like, how could you watch Fox and Friends and watch the Round Table and look at what they're saying and think, wow, these are really smart people? Like they're
Right.
salespeople, and we should all be able to see straight through that.
Yeah.
Rachel Maddow is a saleswoman. Like, she's
Sure.
not a journalist, and no
I
one
mean,
sees
I will
through it.
say, but Rachel Maddow, I don't love every take of hers, but at least Rachel Maddow, I think, engages in and models critical thinking, right? Like in that there's like a breakdown of like this.
She's better than most. 20
She's
years, or I guess
so
it's
I'm
like
just
10
please
years.
don't fucking compare her to like Fox anchors, dude,
Well,
because you
well,
know that there is a significant
no,
fucking difference.
there's a difference. But if you remember watching her like 10 years ago, it was a harder show. It was like, oh, this is difficult. Like this is, and now it's a little bit more. She's become a little bit more of a salesman journalist than she was earlier in her career. And if you go back on YouTube and you just, if out of curiosity, type in like Rachel Maddow and look at some older stuff, it was like a hard show. It was like a more elevated show and now
I
it's
mean,
more
I
of
will
a
say, I think also the country has changed. The
that's
context
what I'm
in
saying.
which she does her job has changed completely. So she has to do a different job now than she had to do 15 years ago. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Like 15 years ago, the audience was a little bit more.
Oh,
It
I
was
understand
hard
what
to
you're saying.
convince
Yeah.
that. You see, like the audience needed that, and
Yeah.
now the audience is like, well, let's just put Gatorade on the plants. That's what that they want electrolytes. Like we've
Yeah.
gotten to that point,
Yeah.
and now it's the Rachel Maddow show or Fox and Friends brought to you by Carl's Jr.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
no, I think you have a point. I think you're right about a lot of that. I will say, like, with your daughter, though, like, when we're talking about, like, critical thinking skills and like, how is that developed? And, like, how does that end up in, like, how is that then reflected in, like, the world that we lived in 15 years ago versus today? Like, with, like, your daughter, for example, with your daughter, you want her to figure things out on her own. Okay. But you also know how easy it is for grown ass fucking adults to fall down patterns of like reinforcement of ideas and thinking patterns that not gonna suit her. And I'm not saying the conclusion is not gonna suit her necessarily. Yeah, I don't agree with her conclusion, but like I'm saying as her dad, you can help her, you can let her figure things out on her own. But I think it's also your job to like model what that looks like, right? Like be like, and we do this a lot here. I talk about this here, right? Like, I don't think I can ever convince anyone of anything. I don't think anyone can convince someone else of anything ever. A person has to choose to change their own mind, right? I can't change your mind. Only you can change your mind. What I think I can do, my approach is like, if I think that you're thinking about something all, wrong, the best thing I can do is like ask you questions that are like, okay, but like, what if this? Or like, what makes you think that? Like, where did you get this information from? Okay. And what if that? And what if I told you that this information you have is like wrong? And what if I told you that, like this? And like slowly like go through that. Don't expect them to be like, oh my God, you're right. No one's ever going to fucking do that. But my goal when I do that is to like arm them with a set of questions that hopefully one day when they're washing the dishes and they're just like, you know, doing that like mind wander thinking through shit, they ask themselves one of those questions. And because that's how my mind has been changed, right, in the past, in that I had a conversation with like a friend and I felt myself tensing up because like they were asking good questions and making, and like, you know, when they're like, oh, what do you care about? And this, and like, well, you know, this is actually a better person, just so you know, like a better representative of that, you know? And I felt myself tensing up and getting defensive on like, you know, this thing. But then after that conversation, you know, a few days later, I was thinking about it again. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, what do I care about? Like, if I care about this, well, what if this person's like, what are this person's policies? Oh, like, what if they are better than this person? And what if this, or like, what, you know, what if I was wrong about this assumption? And like that, you know, like that's so important. And I think, you know, especially if you've got a kid and you're as a parenting role, I think, yeah, she can figure things out on her own, but she's still fucking learning how to do that and what the process is for that. And I think it is on you to model a healthy process of self-critical thinking that teaches her to question and prod her assumptions and her beliefs and like really, really put them under a microscope, because otherwise she'll grow up and like, it's not about necessarily the like Trump thing, but it's about like, cause you know, if it was a Bernie thing, you know, I'd probably say the same thing. If she can't formulate, if she is ill-equipped to like on her own, you know, cognizance, question her own beliefs and be like, okay, why do I believe this? Is this actually accurate? Maybe is there a different option for me? Maybe this, maybe that. Like, oh, he, you know, you said that her reason is he loves America. Okay, why does she think that? What is that based on? Okay, what makes her like compared to who he loves America compared to who Kamala? Okay, does she think that Kamala doesn't love America? Why does she think that? Like, what does it mean to love America? What does it mean to not love America? Like, you know, work through those questions and just model the process. Even if she like ends up in the same place, model the process of like self-examination and stuff. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's like totally hands off. Like what I know who she is as a person, and she's still learning stuff. And politics is like something she's probably halfway interested in, but has no idea why she should be. And everything I've ever taught her has been from like a perspective. I'm really big on. I love Oklahoma. Like I love this state. I love everything about it, and I can tell you almost everything about it. But anytime we're going somewhere, I always, you know, when she was learning, they were doing a bunch of stuff, and I don't know if all schools do this, but you always learn about the Indian tribes in like 4th and 5th grade. And she's always got questions, and so I'll drive her out and be like, this is where, you know, the long walk. This is where, you know, it stopped right here. And this is, you know, there was these people who felt this way about it, and you know, you had the settlers and you had the Indians. And I try to explain to her, and I don't try to give her like, here's what your opinion should be, because I have mixed feelings myself.
That's not what
I
I'm
always tell
saying.
her
That's not
that.
what I'm suggesting at all. Just to be clear.
No,
Yeah,
I know
I'm
you're
saying
not, but
arm her with questions. Help her
well, that's
question
why.
her beliefs, even if you agree with her belief 100%. It doesn't even have to be like a Trump one. You know what I mean? Like what, you know?
Well, you're
Maybe
right. That's what I try to do is I try to give her like, hey, here's the things that mattered, and here's how it changed those people's lives forever. And you know, because she's asked me really dumb questions before, and like, you know, oh, is it bad, you know, that we took the land from the Indians? And I'm like, no, of course not. Like, we didn't do any of that. Like,
Well, why do you say
you know,
that though? Like, why not ask her?
well,
Like, okay, what do you think?
well, because from my perspective, the important thing, like, that's the past. It's what we do as
Right,
like,
but can you acknowledge? But she said, "Is it bad that we took the land from the Indians?" Is what she asked, right? And you're saying,
yeah.
"Well, of
So
course not, because we didn't do it." Okay, but that doesn't sound like what she was asking, is it?
no,
She
well,
asked
we
about
didn't.
the people who took the land from the Indians,
Okay,
right?
right, but I didn't give the whole answer yet. So what I tell her, and this is what I explain to everyone, because, and I can kind of say whatever I want on this topic because I got the Indian card, but you know, the people who came here, the settlers that came, they were doing what they thought was best for them. They didn't, these weren't rich people that came from abundance and wealth. And a lot of them lost their land when they couldn't pay their $1 fee in Guthrie. They were just looking for a better life too. And everyone is guilty of taking something selfishly. And it was just what everyone else was doing. And, you know, you had the tribes doing the exact same thing to each other. Like there was no innocent party. And like I tell her, you know, the important thing is now we have to respect the tribal rights in the states. We all get along now. Like there hasn't been like, you know, the Indian wars are over, and like now we can go have the fry bread. We can go, you know, go to the powwow, and everyone's welcome. We all get along now. And the important thing about all this is out of that terrible event over those 40 to 60 years, like we now have the greatest state in the country, and Indians are proud to be Oklahomans, and the Cowboys are proud to be Oklahomans. And that really is a triumph. Like when we look at the world today, we
Sure.
see a lot of strife and division. And I love the fact that I can point at my state and I'm like, you know, we are the thing that the whole world wants to achieve. Like we had a great violence, a lot of turmoil, and now we're here. We all get along. We all love each other. Like it's a pretty.
Okay,
People forget about it.
that's
but I
that's
think it's
fine.
important.
That's fine. Like hurrah, hurrah.
But that,
Like we live in,
okay.
I mean, ish times. But like I'm just gonna point out, like you said to me, like, oh, you don't tell her how to feel about stuff. Like in my opinion, everything you just said, yeah, it sounds like you told her what to feel about a lot of stuff, personally. And I will
Yeah.
say, like, I hear your response. I understand it comes in, you know, from a defensive, like I know it sounds like you're feeling defensive of like your ancestors basically, because you feel when people are like, hey, is it bad that like, you know, we stole the land from the Indians? You hear the we and you're like, oh, me. And you're like, I didn't steal anything. Like, and you get defensive and like, and I think a lot of this comes from like you empathize with the people, the settlers who took the land. And that's fine. You empathize with them all you want. I get what you're saying. Many of them were forced out of, you know, their areas and they came and then they forced someone else out of their, like, sure, gentrification is a fucking cycle, right? It's not like it's not a thing a before and after. It's a whole fucking process. However, in that, I think that there's also room for you to explore that, like with her of like, okay, is it bad that we took the land from the Indians? Well, firstly, what does she think? Why is she asking that? Can you ask yourself, like, if someone came and took your land right now, would you think that's bad?
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point.
Okay, so sorry, I'm not like sorry to cut you off, but just like simple, yes,
Go ahead.
yeah. If someone came and took your land right now, not okay, right? Like you would think that was bad. Now the person who's taking your land, they would have, you know, they'd be like, well, my land got taken, you know, back there. So I gotta find someone else's land, and I can take your, like, they were able to take my land because I was like lower on the whatever food chain. I can take your land because I have whatever over you. And then, you know, and then you're gonna say, well, that's bad. And then you're gonna go to the next place and you're gonna take someone's land and you're gonna be like, well, it's not bad because my land got taken. And there, you know what I mean? And there's no solution to history. You know what I mean? History is what it is. There's no solution to it. And I think a lot of people get defensive because they think that that's what they're being asked for. They're being asked for a solution to things that happened. And like, you know, we can talk about reparations and stuff, but like most of the time, 99% of the time, the conversations that are being had is just about having conversations and having empathy and recognizing the other perspective, right? Is it bad that we took the land from the Indians, to quote your daughter? I think you just acknowledged that, yeah, it was bad. It was definitely bad for the Indians. It was absolutely bad. Do you empathize with the people with some of the reasons for why it happened? Clearly. Do you empathize? Yeah. You also empathize for, like, and among those reasons, you're like, well, their land was taken or they were forced out. Okay, so you are perfectly capable of empathizing with the people whose land was taken by your ancestors. Perfectly, like, you know, that doesn't take anything away from you to like stop and explore that and be like, you know what? Yeah, it was probably fucking bad that our ancestors took that land from the Indians. Just like it was bad that they were forced out of their lands. Sure.
I agree.
You
But,
know?
I guess what I was saying is like, we can't, I'm not guilty of it. She's not guilty because she gets very guilty over things like, oh, my bad. I've got, she's really interested in this part of history right now. And obviously, I'm running for tribal council. I'm very proud of my tribal history. My grandma's birth certificate says Indian territory on it. She went to Indian school. My uncles were born in Indian hospitals. And, this gentleman down here talked about, why am I speaking on behalf of your people? And we didn't take anything. I don't know what he's talking about. But, I just want her to understand, like, I don't want to insulate her from the world, but I want her to be proud of who we are. But I also want her to understand, we didn't live in Columbus's time. We didn't live in, I forgot what Mexico City used to be called. It was a great Native American Aztec city. And they may have performed atrocities there, but that was what they did. They were trying to protect themselves. I don't know. It's a complicated topic, but I try to teach her to, like, think for herself. I have some guardrails in place, but I don't want to force her one way or the other, because I think that might make her make a decision that's against her. Because you have a lot of people who are,
But
just
again,
like their parents politically.
I think you are telling her what to think about a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and that's a hard thing. It's hard to do as a parent, though, to, like, because there's the thing that I want, and then there's the stuff that I do. It's a tightrope to watch or to walk, and I do my best, but
Well,
you know,
but I will say this, because I do hear you when you, like, acknowledge something, and this isn't unique to you. Like, this is the thing that, like, a lot of people do.
yeah,
I used to do it as well, and I, had to become aware of it, and was like, that's fucking weird. Why am I defensive over stuff that, like, my ancestors did? Like, anytime you acknowledge, like, oh, well, they went to, like, Mexico, there was, like, an Aztec city, and, maybe they committed atrocities there, but, like, I get it, because they were, like, defending themselves, da-da-da. No. Okay. Spanish, right? Born and raised in Spain. Dad is Spanish. Like, we don't know his heritage. He's very possibly, like, Sephardic. We know that he grew up under fascism. We know that his family had to pretend to be Catholic. But we don't know if that's just because they were atheists because, they're fucking smart, or because whatever. And, before that, like, who fucking knows? Spain, conquistadores, not great. Not great. That said, like, you can compare Spain and some of their, like, when they had, like, the Spanish Empire and stuff, how there's, like, you can always, like, debate and compare, like, what the Spanish crown did versus the British crown. In a lot of the ways, the Spanish crown was not nearly as bad as the British crown, is my understanding. That's not the part of history that I'm, like, fully well versed on, but at the same time, yeah, going out and, like, colonizing the whole world, not a good look. That said, also, Spain itself has been conquered. Like, it's like it has been conquered by like 100 times over, right? And we don't even use the word colonize for it, because it's like we view it as, like, a different thing, right? But it was, like, what was it? The Celts, then the Visigoths, then the Greeks, then the Romans, then the Moors, then that was the Reconquista, the Catholics, right? What was that? Celts, Visigoths, Greeks, Romans, Moors, Reconquista. So that's 6 iterations of colonizing, conquering over Spain, right? Yeah, of Spain. And I don't fucking know where my family, I don't know where I come in. You know what I mean? Like, where our lineage comes in. We don't know. Also, my family, like extended families from Andalusia, and which also has, like, a whole heritage of, like, Gitano heritage, which is, like, it's the Spanish word. Sorry, I know you're not supposed to say the word in English, but the only translation for it is gypsy. Gitano, but, like, that is my family's culture as well. Are we ethnically? No fucking clue. No idea which iteration we come from. That said, there's a hell of a lot of bloodshed in Spanish history. Okay?
but that doesn't make you bad.
Yeah, but I don't have to feel it doesn't, correct. So there's no reason for me to get defensive over the atrocities committed by the Spanish. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The reason
Yeah.
I'm saying this is because I hear you. You're right. Yeah, it does not make you bad if your ancestor committed an atrocity. It is bad that they committed an atrocity. And there is no, like, I'm just presenting this as like maybe something to think about. There's no need
No,
for you to get defensive when
No, I'm definitely gonna
acknowledging
think.
that your
I'm definitely
ancestor
gonna
did
think about
something,
this.
you know.
I'm definitely gonna think about this more. Like, it's a good point. Like, it's hard to like balance it all, you know. And but I don't want her to think that she carries some sort of guilt or whatever. And I just try to explain to her, like, this is we're here because of all, like, a big mix of all this. We get to
Right.
go to the tribe because of this, and we get to our family came here during the land run, which was the opposite of good for the Native Americans, right? So I just
But
try to
also,
let
I just want to point out that
it.
conclusion, what you're sort of signaling to her is like, well, the ends justify the means, in a sense. That's kind of what you're teaching her, right? You're like, well, everything's
Maybe
great
so.
now, so all of that, like, so ends justify the means. And I think between that, I will also say, I think you might be like unwittingly, not purposefully, teaching her something where you say like, oh, she feels a lot of guilt and I don't want her to feel guilt. I think when I hear you talk about it, I hear you feeling like, I think the reason you're getting defensive is because like you're afraid of feeling like guilty about stuff that your ancestors did and stuff like that. And I think, and by you being like, well, they might have done like a little bit of an atrocity like there in, Aztec City. But I understand because they were like defending themselves. Like, even if you don't say, oh, we should feel guilty, or like, oh, that was, whatever, the way you tell that story and the way you get defensive about it, your daughter is learning from that. And what she's learning is like, oh, people are going to try to make me feel guilty about this. And I have to defend it. I have to justify it. Like, she's picking up what you're putting down, and she's going to feel similarly. She's going to feel like she's not allowed to have any ancestor that has ever done anything bad because that's bad, and that speaks about her. And that's not true. We know that that's not true. And so
You're right.
like, you might be unwittingly teaching her these things that are going to maybe push her in a direction where she's like afraid. I think a lot of the problem of like where we're at right now is driven by people like getting like defensive about something or other. People are defensive, and so that's why they get more claws out, and that's why they start turning their hate and anger towards other groups of people that they think they can take it out on. And like, you may be teaching her to feel defensive, like she has to be defensive about acknowledging history. It's okay that it's not okay that, your ancestors committed atrocities. It's not okay. The atrocities are not okay. You are not inherently evil as a result of that. And it's okay to acknowledge. And in fact, I think you should acknowledge and not feel the need to defend if an atrocity was committed at some point in your, like, you know what I mean? That doesn't help either. It doesn't help anyone, but the people who are hurt and the people who like, yes, you may not have committed the atrocity, right? However, the victims of the atrocity committed by a potential ancestor of yours, they were victimized. Their children, grandchildren, great grandchildren, whatever. Not the opposite of ancestor. What am I thinking? They're fucking descendants. Thank you. Yeah, descendants. Descendants, like, are going to still, like, in a lot of cases, in most cases, will have still some like negative effects and still be hurt by the atrocities committed at some point in their family history. Like,
Generational trauma. I think it's called.
trauma, but also even just like, imagine your grandmother got kicked out. I don't know if you've ever inherited any land. I don't know. Like, I guess yes, but imagine your grandmother like had a house, right? And your grandma got kicked out of the house, and that was the house that your parents were gonna grow up in and have you and like your you and your kids, and you were going to have that house, and then your kids were going to live in that house and stuff. But that house was taken from your grandma. So now your family and you and all your descendants have nothing, right? Not nothing. You may acquire something else, but like there's a big thing that was not handed down to you, just as a very simple example, right? There's generational trauma. There's also very clear, like, physical, like very early on quantifiable, because obviously like the more generations go on, it's like, how do you quantify the loss of, opportunity from that? But like, there's a lot that like negative effects will absolutely carry forward for the descendants of a victim of trauma. And so I think personally for me, I think the way we talk about these things should be more about the victim, not about the victim, but more about like acknowledging the perspective of the victim, because the hurt lasts, right? The privilege and the benefit of someone in your background like taking over some land also lasts, absolutely. But I think the hurt is what needs to be solved for, really. And I think a lot of people think that, when they're being told that they're privileged, they think that they're being told you have to solve for your privilege. And that's not exactly what's being said. You know what I mean? Privilege, again, it's not something, it's like privilege, having privilege, everyone has some form of privilege in some like context or another. Like privilege is contextual, and everyone has some form of it. You can be, for example, I don't have male privilege, but if I were to go to like a, an all female, I don't know, fucking club or something, I would
Ladies'
have,
night.
Sure. Yeah. Ladies' night. I would have privilege within the context of that thing. I mean, I won't say ladies' night because that is inherently like also just trying to get, ply women with alcohol and to make them vulnerable and stuff, and literally making them to lure men in. So let's not use ladies' night as an example.
I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah. But if I go to a place where, that's like run by women, all about women, within that context, I will have a privilege that does not exist in the larger context of my life or my country or whatever. But within that within that specific context, I will have a privilege that comes from my gender that it doesn't exist in other spaces. For example, right? I have white privilege, but I don't have male privilege. I have, at one point in my life, at some points in my life, I have had economic privilege. Now I would say less so, a lot less economic privilege. I have more economic privilege than a lot of people. I have a lot less than a lot of people. You know what I mean? Those are just fucking facts. And no one's asking me acknowledging that. That's not like inherently bad, but it's like what I do with that privilege that defines, like, that is what is good or bad, right? If I have privilege in a space and I don't use it if I use that privilege to harm those that lack that privilege, that is bad. It's not that having like privilege is inherently fucking, having privilege doesn't make you guilty of something, if that makes sense. Now I'm just fucking like ranting about what makes people feel guilty and insecure. I'm sorry, I'm going on a rant of what I think makes people feel like insecure and makes them lash out and propagates hate. Teach your daughter that.
Yeah, I need to change the approach because like this is important to me, and like I'm not doing it the perfect way, and I don't think I ever will, but it is like a very sensitive thing for us. Like I try to take her to all powwow, and I try to take her to. We have a meeting center up here. I try to get her immersed in that side of our family as much as I can because I actually appreciate that side more than the other side. But I don't know. She's got this sense of like she doesn't belong. And a lot of it's because of what they read in school and how the history is taught, and because we're mostly white, right? Like I've got Cherokee card and I got Cherokee rights, but I'm mostly just cowboy. And she always has like this sense of like I don't belong, and it's like everyone. She's got blonde hair. Her mom has blonde hair, and I don't know. I don't want her to feel that way, so I always try to like yeah, you're mostly cowboy, but or whatever, and settlers, but like. You're not guilty of anything. Like you've definitely fit in here. When we're at the cultural center or whatever we're doing, I can always tell she always doesn't quite feel like she belongs. And she didn't have the same upbringing as me. Like I grew up with uncles who were, obviously it waters down with generation. My grandmother was half, and you know. And so growing up with my uncles and learning all the stories, and everyone's freaked out about, you know, if we see like a certain type of animal, you know, it's an omen and what the fox is doing. And, you know,
Mm-hmm.
she didn't really grow up with any of that. And when we go hear about these stories and stuff, she kind of feels like, you know, she's just not part of this. And I'm like, you're absolutely part of this.
Right.
And I don't know, it's a strange balance. And you know, the way it's portrayed in media, the way it's taught in schools, like I think she feels like she carries, I can't really define it, but she just doesn't quite
Hmm.
feel as welcome to, I feel, you know, I feel,
Right. Well,
I
can
don't know, it's hard to explain.
I think I understand what you're talking about, at least a sense of it. Sorry, I just need to grab my water bottle because I'm like super dry here. I think I don't think this is like inherently going to solve it. I will say this, you know, speaking as someone who has always felt out of place, and my dad has always described himself that way. Now, we are neurodivergent, you know, with a theory about, you know, additional neurodivergence, so that probably has something to do with it. But also, like, I'm what's called like a third culture kid. There's a very unique like experience that makes you feel like the odd one out in a lot of contexts, for sure. So I'm not saying that this is what's going to solve it. This, you know, this isn't inherently going to make her feel like she fits in or whatever. But I do think that, like, going back to how I think you talk about your ancestry and stuff, like your daughter asked you, is it bad that we took the land from the Indians? And you told her, well, no, because like we didn't do it. And also like the people, like you kind of explained it. You told her to feel like, no, it's not bad. And like, I picked up on your defensiveness immediately. And even if she can't put it into words, what she's probably learning, I mean, she's learning from a community. She's in a community that was hurt by settlers, right? The majority, like, not necessarily like the settlers that were your ancestors, but she is part of a community, many generations part of a community that was hurt by settlers. And they're going to talk about that. And that is true. That is, you know, their ancestors, you know, experience is truthful. It was bad, as we agreed. It was bad that they were harmed by settlers. We can agree with that. We don't have to qualify it. But when your daughter is living in a community that is acknowledging that hurt and that experience and that responsibility on the part of the settlers, and then she turns to you, recognizing that is part of her background, and she asks you, like, is it bad that we did this? It sounds like she's struggling with that, and you're like, no, it's fine because we didn't do it, da-da-da. And she's picking up on your guilt, and I think she's probably gonna have trouble feeling like a part of a community the more she's told that she should not view the harm the same way as they do. Does that make sense?
It does.
To a certain extent, that isolates her more, to be told a completely different version that doesn't take into account the like experience of most of her community, which is that, yeah, it was bad, you know? And and I think maybe empowering her and like helping her see that, like, yeah, it wasn't fucking good. But that doesn't mean that you're bad. I think that may help her better figure out how she fits in to her community. Because right now, the more you kind of give her a different version of that history from everyone else, and you encourage her to not think it's bad and not think of it in the way they do and not empathize, because what you're telling her is not to empathize with their perspective on it. You're like, no, it was not bad. So you're telling her, do not empathize with their perspective on it. And that's going to isolate her. So obviously her connection to the history is different, but she has a connection to the history. She doesn't inherently have to feel bad or guilty as a person, but I think it's going to help her to encourage her to like empathize with the other people in the community who were affected differently. And it's okay. Like, sorry, I'm going in circles now.
I'm not trying to tell somebody else how to parent their kids, but I've answered the same question 2 times already with my kids. And I think you had a missed opportunity there to not only acknowledge that things in the past were bad, but a missed opportunity in saying that the bad things, the people that bad things were done to, those are your people too. We're all people,
Yeah, and I think that's the
you
point where
know.
I'm trying to get with her is like, I'm extremely proud of Oklahoma and like what we've become because I've been to other states. I work exclusively with tribes. That's my job.
See, that's another thing that I don't, me and my kids don't do. We're not extremely proud to be Texans. We're proud of we're glad we're humans or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I never have understood the I'm proud to be from this place, because whenever you think that way, it has the bad thing that happens. It says my place better than other place.
Well, I don't
It
think
leads,
that. I feel like,
if
you know,
if you read history a lot, it happens a lot in history, and there's the
Mm-hmm.
potential there. So I don't raise my
you're
kids to
right.
do that.
Well,
You're
I
right.
don't do that.
can I
But
interject before you go, William? Sorry, because we've talked about this before. God, there's a different, like, patriotism in America is different than a lot of places, and in Europe, especially like in Spain, because Spain has gone through a hyper nationalist era, and it eschews hyper nationalism as a result. You know what I mean? Like, Spain knows, like, when you start getting like hyper national, that's when you got to start getting like a little bit careful. However, that doesn't mean that Spaniards are not patriotic or not proud of being Spanish, or proud of being from Spain. I'm proud of being from Spain. I think, Spain has done a lot of fucked up shit as a country. Still fucking cool country, and I'm proud of what it does well. But I think, in Spain and a lot of European countries, there's this idea that because we have seen the rise and fall, like, Spain is, again, 6 different, conquerings, whatever. We've seen the rise and fall of many civilizations. Like, patriotism is seen not as like, only view this as good, only ever acknowledge the good, only ever talk about the good, only ever promote the good. Patriotism is about making where you're from, which is your community. It's not a border. It's not land. It's your community better. And part of making your community better is being able to recognize the bad, put a name to the bad, and try to, like, learn from the harms of the bad and be like, okay, how do we do better moving forward? That's how, like that's what patriotism in Europe and a lot of European countries is. It's like, no, you criticize because that's patriotic. It's viewed as patriotic. And in the United States, in my experience, from what I mostly see, people think, like, if you criticize America, you hate America. Crazy people will be like, oh, what's wrong with America? Oh, you don't like it here? Like, fucking leave. And, like, it's like, that's not... When I love things, I want to help them be better and learn, and be stronger moving forward. And if it's like, a family, if a family member were hurting another family member, I would want to fucking fix it so that person stops hurting that other person. They may not realize they're hurting them, right? But, like, a healthy family isn't one where you pretend like that's not happening and say, and, like, if someone points it out, you're like, oh, well, you must hate my fucking family. Like, no. You know what I mean? That's, if you love Oklahoma.
That's what I'm saying is part of, like, whenever people do that, well, my place good, real good, is that whenever your place does something good, you're thinking of the place, not the people. And when your place does something bad, you think, oh, that was the place. It wasn't the people, which
Right.
leads to more problems. It doesn't. We've been doing that, right? And then we're still all separated out in our own individual little territories. What I'm saying is maybe we should try things a little bit different and include the whole human race as our community, as our neighbors, our friends,
Right. That's it.
family.
But I just want to give, like, William room to,
And
like,
if we start teaching our young people that way, the faster we get to there, if it works, I think it's worth a try.
But also, I want to give, because I understand, like, the pride of being from one community, and, like, there are multiple communities. I get it, William. You're proud to be from Oklahoma. I think you're not proud of your borders, if I'm not mistaken, right? I know there is a certain a lot of the history is about land, absolutely. But you're proud of being like an Oklahoman. That's what you're fucking proud of, really. And that it's like you are, and I think it's okay to be proud of that, but to be proud doesn't mean to erase it, yeah. Well,
I understand what God's saying. Like when I say that, like, I was always taught growing up, and I'm going to get in trouble. I don't buy hunting licenses. And I was always taught, that was our resistance. We're going to hunt when we hunt. And my grandma, she would hunt the backyard in the middle of July. You're not supposed to, and shoot a deer and process that deer. And that's what we ate. And that was just for her, she was older. That's how we protest. We get tattoos.
Same.
We grow our hair out. They used to get in trouble for those things. And like, I continue that. I take her hunting, like, and we don't get licenses, and she won't get in trouble because she's a kid, but I still don't get a license. My cousins don't. We hunt. It's our land. And I grow my hair out. It's not very long in the little picture here, but that's still how we protest. That's still important to me. And, just these little, in every generation, we lose a little bit of that. What I've experienced isn't as much as what my dad experienced or my mother, and I just don't want to lose that. And so I can tell she kind of, if not quite. And that's why I'm proud of Oklahoma. Is just like, we've been exercising that resistance since North Carolina, since the Long Walk, since New Echota to 2025, and it's unbroken. And it's a big concern for me because I cherish my Cherokee heritage, and I don't want that. I don't want that to stop. It's just it's a very.
Can I? Well, can I
The
just
stuff that you just said, like hunting without a license and blah, 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 that's all the same stuff we do here in Texas.
It's the
I'm
exact
just
thing.
interjecting to say that you see your community and your state as your thing, but people not a long ways away are not really that different.
No, but you weren't. Your forefathers weren't beaten for doing that, or forced to get their hair cut and then beaten for growing it out again.
Somewhere, my grandmother was Native American.
Well, then you know what I'm talking about. Like that, that's still an important exercise that we do. That's one of the few things that was the few powers they had left was, we can only hunt up in this northern part of Oklahoma 3 months of the year. That's not what we do. And they'd get in trouble. They'd break their bones. They'd beat them, cut their hair. And, it's just, it's a small little thing, but it's still part of, it's important to me. I don't know. It's
a little, I get it. Because like I said, we do the same thing. It's a little pushback. That's, like a little, we're not going along with the man here.
Yeah.
Can I just say, like, or interject? Sorry. Like, William, I will say, you said like, oh, we've had like all that resistance in like every generation, and I want to like hold on to that, and I want that to like go forward. I forget exactly how you said it, but it stood out to me a little bit because traditions are important. Absolutely. They're valuable. I will say, traditions are great. I think sometimes people are afraid of losing traditions. Sometimes traditions can change, and that is not inherently bad either. Just putting that out there, guys.
Yeah, you're right.
But also, just the way you spoke about it made me kind of perk up, because I was like, it's interesting because the way you speak about it makes it sound like you're looking for an enemy, because that and you view like generations forward to be like wanting to always have this resistance. What if you are in a position where you don't need to resist like the man, or like what if there is no enemy? What if you get to a point where there's no enemy? Like, are you going to perceive and see an enemy where there is none?
No. Hang on. Let me give some context. We can grow our hair out now, and the state of Oklahoma actually gives us a lot of lenience. Like if I were to get pulled over without my hunting license with a deer, and I have a Cherokee card, they're not going to do anything. They kind of, it's sort of like it's almost like a sports ritual, like running on the field, knocking the goalpost over. That's vandalism. But in that context, they're like, okay, it's kind of the same thing. Like we aren't still being beaten,
right?
And they aren't, they don't hold me down and cut my hair,
right?
But it's still, I still for some whatever and it's very popular among the citizens. But that's what we've been doing. And we're the state's kind of cracked down a little bit on the hunting thing, but for the most part, I got caught dove hunting without a license, and they were like, "Man, I don't care."
Yeah.
But if I hadn't had my Cherokee card, they probably would have cited me.
Right.
But it's sort of like it's sort of like this is the kind of
Yeah.
this is a tradition at this point.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. Sorry,
Not
I was
looking
just,
for.
I would just make, yeah, because it was
No,
like,
I
you're
understand.
like, oh, we're always gonna resist, and part of me was like, okay, well, what if that people who are like, we're always gonna fight, we're always gonna resist? It's like, okay, but what if you're in a situation where you're not, there's nothing to resist against? Is that going to? I think a lot of people, again, I think a lot of hate, bigotry comes from people thinking that they're being attacked by enemies that don't actually exist. You know what I mean? That's just, that's why that I was like, what do you mean by this? I don't, yeah, I get what you're
No, I
saying.
see. I see what you're saying. No, this is more of a continuation. It's more of
Yeah.
like I said, cutting the basketball net down after the game after you win.
Sure.
It's
Sure.
kind of normally that's vandalism. This is just more of a been doing it since the Great Walk.
Right. Yeah.
But no, I'm going to change my approach with her because I don't know, for whatever reason. I know some people don't find it important. In the comments, I see people are kind of annoyed with me at this point. But I don't know. I'll figure out a way, and I'll change my approach. And I think I took a lot of your criticism, and I will make
thank you.
changes.
Thank you for listening. Also, I mean, just to be clear, I'm not trying to like, lecture you or anything, be like, you're doing it wrong, you're doing it wrong. Also, just personally for you, I think not just about how you talk to your daughter about it, but like maybe, I mean, again, it's like, oh, questioning, you can help her like figure out how to question her stuff herself, ask herself, like work through her feelings and these like kind of complex thoughts of like, is it bad? Is it good? Does that make me good? Make me bad? But also like yourself, you know what I mean? Like you get defensive because I think you have complex feelings on this. And I think personally, like I said, this kind of started like, I understand where that defensiveness is coming from. Cause like at some point, especially when I first came to the United States and I had to learn so much about the tensions in the United States that like I learned American history for the most part, like in school, like, cause I went to an American school. So learned the history, the cultural threads and where they ended up in the United States, like today, I had to like learn that very quickly. And a lot of it made me feel defensive, and I'll still feel defensive sometimes, if someone says something like specific, sure. But it became a lot easier on myself to be like, hey, like, this is not about turning you into a bad person. And it's a lot easier to acknowledge, to not be afraid of acknowledging the uncomfortable history. It makes you uncomfortable because you're afraid of it. And it's, it's, I think also for you is what I'm saying. It's not just for your daughter, but like, she's feeling isolated in her community. I'm sure on some level you also may feel like defensive about certain things, but that's your community. It's a part of your community. So maybe it's worth like, asking yourself, like, why are you defending an atrocity? Like, you don't have to do that. There's no fucking need to do that. It's okay.
Yeah,
Let yourself
it's just
off the
a hard
hook.
topic.
It is
But
totally a hard topic.
I am
Definitely.
going to re-examine it as I don't know, and don't feel bad. Like I needed the advice. Like I'm always open to advice. I try to be open-minded about everything, especially with her. Like that's the most precious thing in the world. Like that means more to me than anything. And I want to make sure that when she becomes 15, 16, 17, 18 and older, she's making decisions that are based in like a complete process of like, am I a good person? Is this bad? Is it,
Yeah.
like what are my limits? What are my morals? Who am I as a person? I don't want her to be guessing at those sort of things and not know, because we don't know those answers, and we always have to examine stuff and take advice like I'm taking from you, and be able to sit here online in front of I think there's 60 people and be lectured at, right? That takes. I'm not trying to like
I'm trying to
say
lecture
it
you.
takes a lot of courage, but it does take
No,
a
it
little bit of
does.
courage.
Hell yeah,
And
it absolutely does. Yeah.
and I want her to have that same sort of quality.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people do. I think a lot of
Right.
people do what the panda guy would do, is just spam the comments with nonsense. And like I want her to be open-minded and consider, all the information before making a decision. I just want her to be,
Right.
I don't know.
Well,
I
and
just want to be
also, just also you said like, oh, you know, asking yourself if she's a good person and this and that. Personally, I mean, yeah, I think we can say, oh, that's a good person, whatever. That's a summary. But I think when really like examining oneself, I think it's less about like, am I a good person or a bad person? And it's like, is this action harmful? Is that action harmful? You know what I mean? Like, try to look at things more just in the context of like, because if you do one bad thing, does that make you a bad person? No. But if we think of ourselves as like, well, I'm a good person, so I would never do a bad thing. That's not true either. Everyone does bad things and does good things. And I think it's a lot healthier if like there's that like identity thing again, right? Like in that sense of like in the United States, there's a lot of like, you are this thing. And so you are all these things that makes you this thing. And so I think there's a lot of stress and a lot of tension that is created when someone is like, well, no, but I'm a good person. So therefore nothing I do could be harmful. And so when someone's like, hey, that thing that you did was harmful or was bad or was, you know, racist or sexist or, you know, whatever. A lot of people here can be like, well, but I'm not a racist. I'm not sexist. I'm a good person.
They
and
can
it's like,
compartmentalize it. Yeah.
Right. Well, there's that defensiveness because it feels like an attack on your person. And some people do intend it that way because they also view it that way. But like, and it's really hard to break out of this. And I don't think you can ever fully break out of it. But I think it's healthier to when someone is like, hey, this thing that you did was fucked up, to not immediately be like, but I'm not a fucked up person. So no, obviously it wasn't. Let me explain to you all the ways in which it wasn't fucked up. No, sometimes, you know, you do stuff. Everyone does something that's fucked up sometimes. They do. And sometimes we have to hear it. And sometimes we have to process the fact that we did something that was harmful. And we have to like learn how to like maybe not do that harmful thing again or, you know, whatever.
Well, and that's how we improve. Like, I'm sure, you know,
Exactly.
I probably would have never thought about this again and just kept doing how I'm doing it. But I really am going to like think about this tomorrow and be like, okay, how do we, because I wanted to, you know, it's difficult topics, especially for someone that age. And it's just also like, it's important to me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I do have to find a better approach for it. So
I mean,
appreciate that.
it's a difficult topic for someone that age, but also I remember that age, and that's like the age where you're really like,
I know. Like this, I know.
you're
like, this
asking
is-
good questions. I mean, the fact that she asked you that question is fucking baller, dude. That is
Oh,
baller.
you would love her.
I'm sure.
Like, she's so thoughtful about stuff. No,
Yeah.
you would. Like, she's very like I could talk about her for hours, but like,
sure.
you know, the way she is, she's so considerate,
Mm-hmm.
and she's always so worried about people, and she's always she stresses herself out, and I want her to be
Right.
like, no, it's not that stressful.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, she's an overthinker, and I just
Mm-hmm.
you know, I want to keep her on a good glide path. You know,
Mm-hmm.
no, I don't know.
You could probably help her out by, you know, explaining that not everything is a black and white. There's not an ultimate good and an ultimate evil.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gray in the middle. Young
Yeah.
kids tend to think of everything because adults teach them that there is a good thing and there's a bad thing and there's nothing in the middle. But that's not true in life.
Yeah.
That's true.
And also, I think, I mean, the fact that it sounds like she's really empathetic, and that's fucking amazing. And like, I think that should be encouraged. Like, encourage that empathy, right? Instead of telling her like, again, yeah, instead of being like, no, it's fine. It's not bad that like, you know, whatever, that we stole the land from the Indians, which, you know, like earlier kind of cuts off that dipping the toe into empathy. Like she was empathizing with these people and being like, hey, is it bad? Encourage that empathy. That's fucking awesome. You know,
Yeah.
that like the fact that she's that empathetic, the world is going to do everything it can to beat that out of her. Really.
already is.
And it
already
is. And honestly, and like, I understand more like you describing her that way, like being empathetic and it sounds like she has anxiety about stuff. You know, if she's like a bit of a people pleaser, if she's like working to, you know, really hard to like for others, you know, there's the empathy and then it can like stray into, there's anxiety there. I can actually see why an 11-year-old girl with those characteristics would end up like liking Trump without a clear understanding of why. Because he is letting her off the hook for a lot of stuff, I think, right? He's simplifying a lot where an 11-year-old girl who may be struggling with anxiety, with the complex truths of the world, and the fact that she's empathetic, and the fact that she's part of a community, like a mixed community with a lot of history, that like she's navigating that, and like, and you know, you're trying to give her this simple answer of like, no, it's not bad, but she's also, but everyone else around her is like, well, it was bad, and like, we need to talk about that. And someone like Trump is gonna give her a really fucking easy way out of that complexity. And I think, yeah, I can see how that happens, especially if she doesn't have like a clear, well, he loves America. I think maybe.
Yeah, she doesn't
Yeah.
know. She does too, but she doesn't know it's completely different. Like
Right.
what she's a complete opposite of him. Like it's so strange that she's
Right.
drawn to him, and it's the salesmanship and the showmanship that he does, and the simple
Mm-hmm.
phrasing and the repetitive stuff. But I don't know, it's very strange.
Well, and he's the opposite, but that's why I think that's what works on her. Like she's looking for the complexity is a lot for her. She's 11 years old. And the complexity is a lot for most people. Empathy is a complex emotion. It is a complex emotion. And that's why I think people, especially when they're struggling, people who are stressed, empathy is one of the first things to go when we are under duress as humans. It's like one of the empathy is a complex fucking emotion. And when we are in survival mode, we struggle a lot more to empathize with other people, because like we have to focus on ourselves, right? And I'm not saying that she's in like a physically like rough situation, or that like it's survival like that, but if she's anxious and like it's something is stressing her out, her brain is going to want to simplify things, and empathy is one of the easiest things you can cut out to simplify things. It makes it real fucking easy if all you have to care about is you and what you want, and not worry about, is it good? Is it bad? Does it hurt someone? Is someone else okay? Is this, is that, is that? It's the easiest fucking way to live your life. So fucking easy. And like, yeah, I think that might be what she's like looking for an answer, or looking for an existence where she isn't searching for answers, maybe. And I think that, you know, that may be what someone like that offers, you know, a very empathetic, a very, you know, sensitive 11-year-old girl. Ironically.
Yeah. Yes, it's definitely a tough job being a dad.
Yeah, I can only fucking imagine. Jesus.
Yes, it is.
Ask your dad; he'll tell you.
But time's gonna fly by quick, and before you know it, they'll be full grown.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're not careful, a schmatzi. I'm teasing you. I'm just fucking teasing you. Sorry.
Oh.
You know, but yeah, careful.
No, we don't need that. No, I appreciate everything. I'm gonna drop back into the. I'm gonna keep watching, but I'm gonna get off the live or whatever.
Thanks for coming up. That was great fucking chat, William.
Yeah, thanks for talking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it is always a pleasure.
Hey, where's the stovepipe at?
Where's the stove? Oh, straight edge.
Straight edge stove.
He hasn't been around lately. He's been very busy. I think he's had some life stuff come up. He popped in the other day, for the first time in a while.
Yeah, yesterday for a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. All right. Well, thanks, guys and girls. It was a pleasure.
It was, yeah, likewise.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Pizza Steve's just been busy with work mostly.
Yeah.
I have too quite a bit. It happens. It comes and goes.
That's great. That's good that work is busy for both of you. That's great.
It's great sometimes and sometimes not. That's just how it works.
Sure. I mean, I prefer to be busy than not, but that's just me. Again,
I like to be busy. It's just, it all depends on what kind of work I'm doing also.
That's true. That's true.
And who I'm doing this work for.
You're taking care of
It
yourself.
matters.
It wasn't the doctor's orders that you got to stop with the fucking manual labor and shit. Wasn't that the whole
Yeah, too
reason
much.
you discovered the internet?
Yeah.
Be careful.
Supposed
You're
to-
you
supposed
being
to
careful
chill out.
about that?
Trying to, yeah. Trying to.
Okay. Okay.
But sometimes you just gotta do. You gotta do
Yeah.
the things.
I know. I was talking to Philippe
happens.
about that kind of the other day. Was it Philippe? Maybe someone else. But I was like, I want to build like a little empire so I can like pay all the mods for like research and stuff. I was talking about you, and I was like, God, like does research for YouTubers and stuff, and he gets paid for that, and I'm so excited to like one day get to a point where I can like fucking pay you for shit like that.
Well, they don't pay me either. I just do it when I can. Same as you. I just
I
do
thought
it
you said,
sometimes, you know.
well,
Sometimes somebody will throw a little money on the old Cash App thing, and I'm fine with that. Sometimes
Well,
they do, sometimes they don't.
when this turns into a thing, especially like YouTube stuff. Fuck yeah, I'm a fucking socialist. I'm gonna fucking pay the people that
The
I
way I
have for
see
labor.
what you've got going on here, and other people I help, like Thunderfoot and them, it's like we're trying to make it. They're trying to make a difference in the world. We're just
Yeah.
trying to make the world a better place,
Yeah.
you know. And if I can do that, I will. And any way we can do so,
Yeah.
that's what we should all do.
It is.
And yeah, it's also fun. It's not that much work.
Yeah. Hi,
Return your
sir.
grocery carts. Makes a big difference.
Richard.
Return your
Yeah.
grocery carts.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's funny.
I just wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry.
Sorry,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna like hop back like 20 minutes to like a reference, be like, I was thinking about that. What he was saying, the thing about the hunting license. I understand more in a traditional sense. I get it more. Part of me, without that context of like, oh yeah, like we just stick it to the man, we don't use a thing because like we're Oklahomans and da da da. Part of me was gonna be like, okay, but like as Oklahomans, isn't like the whole idea of like getting a license like a kind of an agreement with your community and your fellow society that like you're gonna do it the right way, so no one's going out there and like over hunting and da da da. Like there's a certain thing of like returning the grocery cart, which is like get the hunting license. You know what I mean? Just in a hypothetical sense.
Yeah, kind of. But the way me and my family has always done it at this part of the community, it's more of a
Yeah.
cat and mouse with the Mr. Game Warden.
Gotcha.
Like he said, he got caught once. He wouldn't live that down for years. Not around here. They got you. What happened? You didn't know the woods that well?
Oh
You
man,
couldn't get away? What happened to you, little fella?
that's funny. That sounds like an adventure. Still report the harvest
It
and
just
follow the
adds to
bag
the
limits.
fun.
Yeah, there you go. We still report the harvest and follow the bag limits. I don't know exactly what that means, but I think I know what it means. I was saying also, and again, without the context, without the like the context of the tradition and like it kind of being like a cultural thing. Part of it to me is like, when people are like fuck taxes, da da da. I'm like, hey man, yeah, okay, fuck taxes in this country for sure. For sure. I don't want to fucking go. I don't want all my money to go to a fucking overbloated military with enough nukes to blow the world over, world up 40 times over. For sure. But in general, I am pro taxes. I believe in paying taxes and like our government going to fund things that strengthen our society by helping all of us, and helping people in need and helping lift up people, helping people get educated, stay healthy, keep a roof over their heads, help them when they're down, when they're like, when things aren't going so great, a little bit of a social safety. I'm all for that. Yeah. Anyway.
And being in Oklahoma and around here, I know they do it the same way. The people that do I'm just going to go out there and, collect one without getting a license.
Mhm.
They're typically the people that don't collect as many per year. Like last year, I didn't claim any deer.
Right.
And I'll go sometime 2 or 3 years. It's whenever the notion strikes me to, and I get to, I think
Yeah.
I want to eat some venison. I'll go get one.
Oh my God.
So
Go
the
pick one from the
over
garden.
hunting or whatever,
Yeah.
that's not really a thing amongst people that like to do that.
Which is a part of like that's like the community hunting license, right? Like, yeah, you have an agreement with, you have an understanding that you're not going to go and you're not going to overhunt because you have no need for it, da da da. The whole reason hunting licenses exist is because of people like the Elon Musk of deer. You know what I mean? Someone went out one day and fucking overhunted for no fucking
It
reason.
is the
Yeah.
around here, and I'm sure other places. It's the hunting leasers. It's the people that ain't from here. They don't care about the wildlife here. They come in and they're like, oh, I got that one, but it doesn't have the horns I wanted, so I'll just hide that one and not claim it and get the next one. Those are the people that cause a problem.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. People are so fucking selfish.
I'm not quite sure what you meant by the Elon Musk of deer, but I definitely imagined
And that Elon Musk hoards money. Well, Elon Musk is a hoarder. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Taking more than your fair share, whether you
Take-
need it
yeah.
or not.
Thank you, God. Yeah, you put it perfectly.
Right.
Taking more than your fair share, whether you need
I
it
think
or
I was
not.
paying attention to something else there for a second. But yeah, I mean, yeah,
I
I got
didn't
no
say
problem paying taxes, but I definitely want them going to the right places. For sure.
Yeah. And when
I
they
want
go to the right
everybody
places,
to
I'm
pay
happy.
their taxes.
Yeah. Sorry.
Under the current tax code, it's not just that there's loopholes in the tax code that shouldn't be there, but even under the current tax code, the billionaire class owes so much money that you could actually end poverty in this country. It's something like the bare minimum estimate is something like $175 billion that they owe.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah. It's
it's just like you don't have to be left or right to acknowledge it. That's just wrong.
well, and also I just don't get the logic of like people like want to give people like Elon Musk tax breaks. Why?
Because they think he's special.
No, but I want to. Well, I
Whenever
want to
I-
know like
whenever
what
I
do you,
talk
why
to-
do you think he
whenever-
needs that money? What is he still
It's not-
lacking for it?
No, it's whenever I talk to people in person as well as online, it's that he
Cool, fancy.
he has favor with whatever deity, whatever god they like. So God gave him that money, so he deserves it. He shouldn't have to pay tax. He's a little bit better.
Isn't that the Dave Ramsey line? Like, it's not my money. It's God's
Yeah.
money. I'm just managing it. I'm like, I don't think God needs
Is he
money,
the guy with
you
the
know?
fucking 15, 20 houses? But I don't own anything.
Yeah,
I
a lot of
mean,
rich people
he
do
owns
that.
a ton of real estate.
I'm just holding it for God.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a billionaire, but he's definitely worth like hundreds of millions. And I will give him like his financial advice, at least as far as getting out of debt, is actually pretty solid advice.
Mhm.
But like, I don't know, he loses me with the whole it's God's money and you just have to be a good manager of it. And
Yeah. Well,
his
especially
politics suck.
because I just saw like a clip of him that's making the rounds. I was maybe gonna do like a video about it. But where he said that like 15, 20 houses. Someone asked like, how is it possible to own like multiple houses, to be a landlord with multiple homes? And like, isn't that greed? Isn't that like the sin of greed? And he was like, well, like he started kind of answering, and then he said like, but it's 15, 20 houses. Like, well, first they were like trying to like downplay, corporate ownership and like hedge funds buying things. And he's like, well, that's corporation doesn't have a soul. Da da da. And I don't know what he was trying. I don't know if he was trying to say, oh, if it's a corporation, it's fine because it doesn't have a soul, or if it's, I don't know what he meant by that. If he was saying, yeah, it's bad if corporations do it, but not humans, or vice versa.
Yeah,
But then
it's a corporation. It's not a person, so it's not a person doing that, which is insane.
You can't ascribe morality to a corporation. Of course not.
No.
Right. But then he's like, I have like 15, 20 houses, but like, first of all, I don't own them. I don't own anything, God owns them. And so, but I was like, okay, as soon as you fucking say that, you are saying that you're basically contradicting God, because if no one owns anything, then greed is not a sin.
I would have loved to have been the interviewer. I would have said that, because I would have immediately said, so God wants people to be homeless and you to have more homes than what you need.
Yeah.
Is that the kind of God you worship?
I think we should take his path and just let homeless people go and live in all the abandoned houses, and when they come to get evicted, it's like, who's evicting me? God? I don't.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should
But
get some.
Yeah,
whatchamacallit?
I don't like the idea of corporations owning real estate like that, or at least like residential real estate. Like, unless they're, No, I mean even in the case, like, I think there should be rent controls, but I still don't think corporations should own property. I don't necessarily have an issue with individual people owning a lot of property, but I do have an issue with those properties remaining vacant or being overcharged for.
Mm. There should be a vacancy
And I
tax,
think that,
firstly.
yeah, yeah, absolutely, and
Yeah.
and rent controls. You shouldn't be able to rent beyond what people can reasonably afford, and that
Yeah.
should just be considered the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I mean, it just like I think there's probably more properties than what people that could come. Oh, got a cat knocking shit over?
No, but something fell.
Yeah, that was something.
Poltergeist?
Yeah, maybe. Sorry.
It wasn't Rizzo because she's right there. It wasn't the
Rizzo
puppy.
looks equally concerned.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Oh,
Disrespect
man.
your surroundings.
It was it was
The
a
mic picked that
vase.
up, whatever it was.
It was a vase. The plant grew too big and I didn't realize and it just tipped over.
Oh, it finally got to the point.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I've never had that happen before. Oh man, I gotta find a vase for it. It was a nice vase too. I mean, it was very simple, but Philippe gave it to me. Now there's glass everywhere. Sorry. You guys good to talk amongst yourselves while I deal with the glass in my apartment?
Yeah.
So my dog doesn't go walking around in it.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
How have you been, Serge? It's been a minute since we talked to you.
Yeah, I've been, living life.
It's okay.
Got engaged.
Oh, cool.
Oh, congrats.
So that's the only real new thing. Other than that, just, working a lot and trying to catch up on chores when I'm at home, and it's not easy. It's a grind.
It is
But-
that. And I don't think we've had our other new people.
No, I
Hello.
think this is my my first time up. Long time watcher, first time caller. Is that the
Oh, cool. So I take it you're not MAGA.
No. No, I've got a very kind of specific ethical situational question that I'm curious to hear from someone who's, a little bit outside of my, direct sphere of influence and a little bit more I think privy to these topics, right? 'Cause it's not to say I don't follow politics, but I guess we can catch Brenna up when she gets back. But essentially, I've been struggling a lot with the concept of. I feel like it ties into the last gentleman who was up here. Personal ethics, right, and ethical responsibility in acknowledging that we live in a, I would argue, post-capitalist society, right? That I've got a lot of family members who believe themselves to be incredibly different from MAGA folks, but are older Democrats, right? And so they balk at the idea of things like, well, everyone should have healthcare and I should have Social Security, but like people should make money off of that. And there's no real way to affect change. Or, well, reparations are good in theory, but you can't actually implement anything, right? And I think I've been struggling with how do you approach that, and also knowing that they're kind of opting out of the conversation most of the time, right? That their approach to Trump has been to get super depressed, to get really upset, to be like, well, we were so much far past that, without kind of being able to self-actualize and see that there's some similarities in the rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
And I just don't know, I guess, how to approach those conversations, right? If anyone's got any advice on, because I do think that they want to understand. I do think that they want to be, a little bit more socially progressive than they currently are, and they're open to learning. It's just it's also hard to have that conversation as the 27-year-old in the family trying to talk to people 45 and up, right?
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not my strong suit. But I'm sure Brenda's got something. I don't know about Serge. Serge, you got anything?
It's
'Cause
relatable.
I'm
I,
one of the older people, so
I think what I could say is that like I'm the youngest of a few brothers, and like when I'm talking to at least people in my family, I'm never gonna be like I'm nearly 40 years old, and I'm never gonna be viewed as in their eyes as anything more than like the young kid, and like I'm never gonna be able to convince them of any of my views or why. Like it's just like talking to a wall. Um, I think that um, we should find whatever common ground there is and work toward that, and just you know keep on whatever our truths are. And people are either going to let themselves be convinced or not. But um, I don't know. I'm not really in the habit of trying to convince anybody of stuff that they're not willing to budge on.
Well, that's usually been kind of my approach as well, but I'm seeing a lot more discourse online about, you know, starting in communities, kind of taking social responsibility for, not necessarily for, but in relation to your family members, having harder conversations because it's, doing the work from the ground up kind of perspective. Um,
Yeah.
and so I don't know, I'm really like genuinely it's I go back and forth on it, right? Because half the time I'm like, well, not to put too fine a point on it, right? But they're older, they're kind of set in their ways, they've seen a lot, they've done a lot, I don't want to invalidate their experience, their perspective, and they're not actively harmful, at least at this juncture, right, to anyone else. They're not sitting here touting a MAGA hat and espousing some insane, hatred. But at the same time, right, does taking a back seat and not having those more difficult conversations, pose an ethical dilemma of, if I'm willing to not have that difficult conversation, then, no one's going to. Is that just giving myself a pass when sitting here, expecting Congress to do, God, literally anything other than hold up BuzzFeed signs at the State of the Union?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard a quote the other day. It was kind of secondhand, but it stuck with me. Is somebody said, holding up signs are for those that don't have power. It's not
Mm-hmm.
for them. I mean, they should have stood up one at a time in Trump's face, yelling at him every 2 minutes until each one of them, one by one, got kicked out, so that his speech either never happened or it would have taken him till 5, 6 in the morning. Like, there's
Oh,
got to
yeah.
be like, they got to be a little bit more good trouble,
Oh,
a
absolutely.
little more John Lewis. Um, and I think that um, generally speaking, there's there is more people in this country that are progressive than there are conservative. At least, especially this like MAGA conservative sort of idea. They're a very loud majority, but the problem is we have trouble getting our side out to vote, and
Mm-hmm.
there's so much infighting. Like the left agrees on so much more than they disagree about within their own community, and like we really need to find a way of organizing our people to get out and be heard rather than trying to convince others, because it's just never going to happen that way. And don't let like perfect be the enemy of good either. um, it,
Yeah.
Something I've always kind of been blown away about is like how many people were for Bernie Sanders and then switched over to being for Trump. And um,
Ooh.
while I can never really understand, it's a massive number. Like there's a lot
Really?
of people out there. Yeah, and what I really think it is that people are, I mean, people are desperate. People want
Yeah.
things to be fixed. There's obviously a lot of problems, and kind of what I mean
Well, and I
by
think
like,
the
yeah,
messaging of the Democrats is super, it's unclear and it's highly targeted to their donor base, right? Because they're aiming for the, and I definitely like fall into this category of,
for
college,
sure.
potentially master's degree educated, right? Probably middle class, upper middle class kind of demographic, right? And it ostracizes anyone who isn't part of that in group because the way that they speak, they're not putting things in plain English, right? Like those speeches shouldn't be about taxes or grocery prices or anything, or saying that like we've had the best economists look at this and decide our course of action. Doesn't tell anyone anything. But if they simplified it down to, we talked to some experts and the experts say we should do X, Y, or Z, and I plan to do X, Y, and Z, right? Like take the Trump approach of just the repetition seems to be working, right? That fact about Bernie Sanders is crazy to me. I mean, it makes
Yeah,
sense, but still
yeah,
wild.
and like at the end of the day, like people vote, dollars don't. But yeah, like money in politics is a whole other discussion. It's
Hmm.
fucked. But like with the Bernie thing, I think people were either like, we want someone like Bernie who's going to actually implement these policies that'll actually be good for everybody. And when he didn't get there, they were like, fuck it, let's go with Trump and burn the whole thing down. And like it was
Or Jill Stein.
either let's fix it or let's destroy it. Like I think there's an
Hmm.
awful lot of people that were former Bernie supporters that went to Trump because they know he's not good, and they're like, I don't know.
And I think it's part of the privilege of America, right? We haven't seen widespread governmental collapse. We've seen gridlock, but we have not seen an actual true collapse like a lot of European nations, right? And I think that's where maybe the burn it down comes from a little bit, right? Of like, well, there's got to be a better option than this, without recognizing that, hey man, fascism, plutocracy, totalitarianism, all those things can very easily slip in while you're trying to rebuild a democratic republic, right?
Yeah, yeah. I also hear people talk about. I don't know where this actually fits in, but I hear people say, "Oh, well, if you were born in America, you're like just that. You have, you're wealthier than in some places of the world." And it's like, on one hand, it's like, yeah, no shit, but like I was born in America, and I want America to be as best as it can, not just be grateful for what you have. And
Well, and I think the other question is, what's your
and
measure?
I think that like when you look at people that are just at the bottom in America, like it is in some cases as bad or worse than some third world countries. Like
Oh,
they,
absolutely.
I don't think people understand being poor in America is the hardest fucking job there is. Like,
Well, and I don't think people understand how close to being poor they are. I think that's one of the things that the Republicans do really well is convince people that, oh, in this society, you're inches away from, rubbing elbows with Elon Musk. Like you could be a millionaire, you could make $1 million, right?
yeah,
Don't
that's
mention the
never gonna
B
happen.
word. And people don't recognize that that's not possible given the current structure, right? And it makes you feel good to think about like that's an opportunity for me, especially like you guys were just talking about the whole like ordained by God thing, right? Well, if God wants this for me, I'm a good person. God's going to make it happen. I just got to wait, you know?
Yeah,
And I think that it makes it really hard to have that realistic perspective of, okay, what is your measure of wealth, right? Because on uh happiness scales, right, on health ratings, like looking at other nations, we're at the bottom, man. you
you
know
know,
like
yeah, and it's funny you say that because like I'm fairly well off, relatively speaking. I make a little over six figures. I own a house, I own my car, I got a, like, I'm doing pretty well, but I'm a truck driver. I'm one mistake away that, like, one mistake could cost me everything.
A single
And
medical incident,
a single
right? Like,
medical incident, like an accident, like, God forbid somebody just, cuts me off and, it ends up being like in a fatal accident or something. And like, I could get personally sued, or I could be let go from the company or something, or what, like, anything like that. Any blemish could just, like, I'd lose my
yeah.
career. I wouldn't have the income. Good luck finding a job to make those, um,
Well, now with the
my
dismantling of
current
social
payments. Like,
welfare programs, like, there's nothing to fall back on either. Like,
yeah, and
you know,
that's kind of why we need uh, social programs. I mean, that's what governments are there for. All governments have all good governments have social um, safety net programs, and
well, and that was
a very unique thing to America isn't just that, like, we rely on, like, isn't just that we don't have a national health care system, but, like, our universal health care, but that our health care is tied to our employment. How many people are stuck in jobs where they would be far better, more productive in society if they could go anywhere else, but they're stuck in their jobs because they can't afford to lose that health care?
Yeah.
right. Or, and I think that's one of the areas that I made a little headway with the grandparents. I'll make this point and then get you up to speed, Brenna, because I'm curious on your thoughts about this. Obviously, not a MAGA here. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
That's fine. No.
But that was one of the areas I think that I was able to make a little headway with the older folks in my family about, right? Because even my dad, who's, he had me at 19, he's a Gen Xer, was like, "You're making 60K a year. What do you mean you have trouble paying your bills? What are you overspending on?" And I was like, "No, no. The cheapest rent I can find is $1,500 a month for the area I have to live to work in." Like, and so being able to break that down was easier.
Yeah.
But Brad, the question that I had, right, was this: I see a lot of discourse on this app right now about ethical and social responsibility and, starting grassroots community activism, all of those things, right? And I don't know, I'm in the position where I'm 27, right? I'm the baby of the family, and most of my family is not willing to not just listen to different perspectives, right? Um, but notice that, they're older Democrats, and the way that they talk about certain things like, the ADA or Medicare, right? Is, or even Social Security, things that they benefit from is very similar to what we see from Republicans, right? Of like, well, I've earned it, but like that doesn't mean I have to leave anything behind for anyone else, right? And their approach to the results of the recent election has been to just opt out, right? They spend maybe 10 minutes a day looking at their news feed and reading, not even reading the articles, just reading the headlines, and then get so upset that they have to put their phone down, right? And so my question is, did anyone have advice for, trying to engage in those conversations? Is that something that, as someone who wants to be socially responsible and a productive member of society and kind of has that start at home approach, right? Is it fair to them to just write it off and say, "You're never going to see the perspective that I'm coming from, that, healthcare is a human right, that this shouldn't be privatized, point blank period," right?
Right. I mean, I think that's a good question. I think that's such a case by case basis. I think at a certain point, I mean, I don't know, because I'm gonna, like, I can give advice and it's like I don't follow it myself,
After thinking about it, I want to ask: is talking about politics with these family members or whatever, is that going to put a strain on your relationship, and is that something you'd be willing to risk?
Oh, not at all. My grandpa ran for Senate in Illinois against Henry Hyde.
Okay, because
Yeah,
that's what happened to
we're
me a lot.
political.
Talking about politics.
Yeah.
tends to separate me from my family and community.
No, I think there's a handful of them that I'd be okay losing that are a little bit closer to the MAGA side, right? That I'm like, you haven't said you voted for Trump, but I wouldn't be shocked if that came out at the next family reunion,
Right.
right? But I'm thinking more my immediate sphere of, my parents who are Gen Xers, and then their parents I have a lot more interaction with, right? And the older Gen Xers, my uncle's 50. He's very much like, all of this is crazy. Like, I don't know why you want to have a communist society. And I'm like, well, there's some nuance there we're missing, but that's okay.
What is crazy?
Well, for like the Gen Xers and the older people, if they're Democrats or left leaning kind of sort of, I'd hit them with the moral arguments, like get them to imagine themselves in the the migrated people's shoes and stuff like that. Like, what does it hurt to don't we want other people to eat and have houses and stuff? This side wants other people to eat and have houses and good things to happen to everybody, but this side does not. And just sort of go at it from that angle.
That's good advice. I think
that will not work on the baby boomers. You're wasting your time.
It's all that fucking leaded gasoline in the air.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Literally. I'm gonna grab my contact case because my contacts are kind of dry and I gotta take them out. I'll be right back. Sorry.
But that's what I do, and in doing that, you'll find the ones that are like you're gonna be able to talk to, and the ones you're not gonna be able to persuade either way. And another thing with kind of us older folks, me being one, is like whenever it comes election time, go around and make sure they have a ride to go vote.
Yeah.
Say I'm going to go vote, or I'm taking so and so to go vote. Would you like to ride with? We're on our way. It won't take but a few minutes. That's what I do.
Yeah, we're not quite there.
How many people that wouldn't go if I didn't stop and say, "Hey, we're going to go. You want to go?" And just sort of, we're on our way. We'll probably get a cheeseburger on the way back or something.
Something I think that the left needs to do that the Republicans actually do very well is be in front of every camera on every podcast and be talking to people. We don't communicate well. Like, people have to realize, like, a lot of the stuff that I at least come up on to different lives and talk about or hear the discussions. This is a very niche community. There's not like most people don't pay as close attention to politics as I'd say most of us in here do. Like, you can go down the street and ask people, "Hey, what do you think of Elon and Doge?" And they're like, "What? What the fuck is Doge?" Like, there's people just don't know what's going on, and what gets through to people is the sound clips, and that's what Republicans are very good at. They get sound clips, and it sounds good to people because they haven't heard anything otherwise. Like, hey, no tax on tips or no tax on Social Security. The average person, that sounds amazing until you realize that, like, that's going to bankrupt Social Security very quickly. It's going to cause all sorts of, like, money laundering with the whole tips thing.
And they've said that their plan is to privatize Social Security.
Yeah, I can't see anything going wrong with that at all. Shit.
Oh, no, of course not. My healthcare is great.
Yeah. I think also, I agree with that. It's funny. So before going live, I was recording this like stream of conscious like rant. It was going to be a TikTok, and then it just went on and on for hours. And which is why I was like, you know what? I just need to go on live and just like talk about things with people. Like, that's the vibe I'm missing. But I was talking about like what Democrats kind of need to do more, in my opinion. And I agree. Yeah. I mean, messaging always, that's a fucking classic. One of the things like a big part of what Bernie had going for him isn't just the policies, the progressive policies. He put it in the simplest terms possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he dumbed it down. Yeah. Oh, okay. You were sorry.
Because I feel like no. Like, it's still a totally valid point. Like, I think that the Democratic Party right now panders to their donors, right?
Yeah.
Rich, white, upper middle class, highly educated. And it ostracizes everyone outside of that demographic.
Yeah. And I think, panders too, but also like speaks to. You know what I mean? Like the thing that I think if you're in a conversation about with like people who like pay even just a little bit of attention to politics, it makes sense. Like the whole argument, you know, the whole thing with Franco, I don't know when you guys came in. Like I said earlier, it's like Franco, right wing, you know, fascist, not a great guy, did a lot of terrible things, but technocrat eventually brought in the experts, said, how do I make Spain strong? And they were like, invest in infrastructure, universal healthcare, social safety nets, all this kind of stuff, right? And it was purely like utilitarian, right? And even though he was right wing, he was like, okay, cool. And just so the analysis, like I think if you're talking about, I agree. I think there's like educated people who are not evil will very easily see that the most logical fucking conclusion for any society is like have social safety nets in place and just like general policies that like lean left. I'm not saying necessarily communism necessarily, but like there's just like tried and true fucking things like, yeah, a society fucking benefits when there are safety nets in place. A society benefits when there's like a certain level of like everyone is going to be taken care of to like ensure survival and like no one is going to be like afraid for their lives. And you know what I mean? That and I think that when you're having conversations with people who talk politics and who know politics even just a little bit, it makes sense to like end up where like the left and liberals, you know, and Dems end up coming from this angle of like, well, we're educated, like, well, we believe in these things because we're educated, right? Versus the vast majority of Americans, the vast majority of people, but especially Americans, especially in this day and age when everyone's worked to the fucking bone and doesn't have time to pay close attention, they want to hear a message that is just fucking simple and speaks to them. They're not gonna make their political choices because it is the educated choice to make. You know what I mean? They're gonna make
and
the
I think
choice.
there's also, I've seen the trend of there's a distrust in education, right? And
That too,
education
sure.
varies so widely that it's the, you know,
Right, but I
there's a
mean,
lot of demonization.
I just mean also like that. Like Democrats get the party, especially like they get a little, and you know, white middle class people who like talk politics, they get way too much too like, I think theoretical about it. Way too like. They talk about it like outsiders. I do it too. You know what I mean? Like we sit in here, we have these deep conversations and we talk about the data, the like analysis, this, like, you know, how does the system work? How does this, whatever. We talk about like large concepts, but the vast majority of people want to know how their life is going to be better or like the people around them is going to be better. And they want it in just like bite-sized things. They're like, don't fucking explain to me how investing exactly, you know, $1.2 trillion into this system is going to eventually make its way into my pocket and, you know, like net me an extra like $123 per year. That's not what they want to fucking know. You know, like that's already hate it. Terrible story. Tell me like simplify it. You know, no tax on tips, right? Like, oh, cut taxes. It's a lie, but that's why they do well. They like Republicans fucking dumb it down because they also know, like Republicans know that if you understand even just like a little bit about politics, if you're not an evil person, you're not trying to fuck other people, you know what I mean? Like if you're not truly out here to like oppress someone or be an asshole or like take everything from whatever, then they know that those people are going to end up leaning Dem. They need to speak to the people who like don't know enough about politics and don't know how things work. So inherently, in terms of like their message is only going to really, really work with people who don't fucking understand the realities behind the message, that don't realize that they're being lied to. And like, and so they dumb it down. They're like, okay, we need people. It's like that whole scammer thing, right? Like scammers, when they reach out to people, will often like misspell words and make it obvious that it's a scam, because it filters out a certain amount of people who know it's a scam right off the bat. And it brings them, like, the first people who are going to respond to a message that is obviously a scammer message are the people who don't have that, like, who already are, like, unaware or just uneducated or not, like, critical thinkers enough to recognize it as a scam. It's like self-filtering. I think similarly, the GOP has to do something similar, right? They're like, we need people who aren't capable, whether it's like education, time, attention, whatever, to realize when we're lying to them. So we have to put things in like as simple fucking terms as possible that like a 3-year-old could understand, because that's the people we're after. You know what I mean? And Democrats need to fucking stop, like, get off their fucking high horse. Yes, like, left-wing policies are the policies, are like the logical data-driven policies. They are. Like 99% of the time, they just fucking are. No one gives a fuck about that. Most Americans don't give a fuck about that. You can't sell them on that, in my opinion. I don't know.
There's also, people don't really see the things that the government actually does.
Yeah.
And there's this narrative that government has been bloated and wasteful, and that's why there's so many people who are like, yeah, Doge, go and cut that wasteful spending. But like, the government gets most things right and is very efficient. It's not a profit generating business. It's not like a landscaping company or anything out there to generate a profit. There's services that need to be done, and they can do it much cheaper than the private industry can. Like, for instance, I just sent a birthday card. It's what, 79 cents for a stamp from here to Wisconsin. Like, you can't FedEx anything or UPS with 79 cents. It just can't be done. And I mean, the post office is incredibly efficient. You take NASA, for example. You know, they've lost a rocket in, what, 1986 and 2003, I think, of their years. In that span of time, they blew up 2 rockets. Elon Musk has blown up 8 rockets in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And those are, by the way, tax dollars that are going to him.
Yeah. Your subsidies, yeah.
Like, privatization. I'm all for running a business. I'm all for capitalism that's well regulated to not take advantage or screw over people or pollute the air and water or anything like that. But like, there are just some things that government is better at, and there's things that need to be invested in that the private industry is never going to invest in because there's no money in it, like the transgenics on mice for trying to find cures for a disease. You're never going to find a private company to invest in that because there's no money in it. But it could lead to like life-saving research. I mean,
to be fair, we don't know if the mice are transgender. I don't know that we've ever asked them.
Oh, God. You make that joke, but I was thinking of making a video about it because, like, whatever, and fucking making that joke because
3 trans mice. 3 trans mice. Oh, sorry.
God. Yeah. I think also, well, when you say like, oh, there's some things that the government is better at, I think that's also like a misnomer, right? Like, the purpose of government and the purpose of a business are two very different. So what are they better at, right? A business's purpose is to be as profitable as possible, spending as little money as possible, generate as much revenue as possible, spend as little as possible. Profit. The government's job is to try to like make a dollar last as much as possible, stretch it as thin as possible, to deliver as much as possible. Like, there's no profit there. It's like every cent that is there to be spent on like the people, on services, on delivering stuff to the thing. You know what I mean? Like, just inherently, when you say one's better than the other, it's like, well, they serve completely different purposes. Also, I think, I don't know, I wish, like, the way we talk about, the way we conceptualize, like, government, like, the government is just, like, a society's management system. You know what I mean? It's just like that's, bureaucracy, right? But like our government is supposed to just be like us doing stuff for each other. Like I as a community member want to give everyone in my community help, give everyone in my community like healthcare. Like I'll pitch in for healthcare for all of us. Like you know what I mean? Like stop conceptualizing government. We keep thinking of it as this like separate entity, and that's like how it operates a lot of the time. But no, like the government, that's just like the administration of our society. That's it. They just administer what we're doing for each other.
They're supposed to be representatives.
Exactly.
And
They're
they
not,
are representatives. Yeah. They're representatives of the upper class, not us normal regular people.
Yes.
That's the problem.
But like in a democracy, the whole idea of like, power or people rule of the people, it's like the government is just the fucking middleman. And I think people forget that. Because then they go to like fucking GoFundMe. You know what I mean? Like it's like people are like, oh, we can't have universal health insurance because I don't want to like pay for things. It's like, that's exactly what you're fucking doing. When you buy insurance, when you pay for your insurance, you're paying for everyone else's insurance too, like payouts. But you're also paying for like profit. Like we could all be doing that.
You're paying somebody else to do nothing.
Yeah, you're paying a hell of a lot of someone else's to do nothing.
Well, and it's that fundamental misunderstanding that I think also leads to even infighting in the Democratic Party, right? Mm-hmm. Like I've seen the past couple days, I was definitely upset about the BuzzFeed signs and everyone sitting there in silence because you could see that the boos were rattling Trump, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I know Serge put it as good trouble, which also makes me laugh because Sam is also a fave of mine. That man is awesome. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
I love that dude.
Right. But, it causes that there's this question of I must have posted on like 6 or 7 commented on 6 or 7 videos this week that was just, well, why do you guys expect Congress to be superheroes? And it's like, no, I expect them to do their job. They should be filibustering. They should be stalling. They should be doing anything except laying down and quietly saying like, this isn't great and here's a press opportunity, right?
Well, it's okay. So that when I earlier mentioned the like rant I went on that I was like filming, it was coming from this. Like I posted a video talking about that I was very frustrated because Hakeem Jeffries and like other Dem leadership like chastised everyone who like spoke out of turn or whatever, who caused any sort of scene during the thing. And I understand both sides to this. I do. Like, and I will be the first, and we're always careful here. I always like specifically say, like, I'm not going to criticize Dems for not doing something they can't do. It is true. They are very much powerless right now in most ways. They can still obstruct. They can still slow things down. And they can be a thorn in the side of Republicans, right? I understand the approach that Hakeem Jeffries has decided to take, which is, or at least during the State of the Union, which was actually, no, in general, they want to make it so fucking clear that they have no power so that the aforementioned people who don't know how things work, which I do believe is a majority of Americans, just based on how I've spoken. And because even people who are well-versed on it, like I have to go and I have to like dig deep and like learn how things work. Like I made a video recently like explaining reconciliation and like I knew a little bit about it, but like I had to research that whole thing. I had to figure out how it worked and then like explain it to people. And and I talk about this constantly. I talk about this stuff constantly. Like, if anyone's going to know that kind of shit, it's me, and I didn't fucking know it. And I think, so like most people in this country have no fucking clue how Congress works, or who has power when, or what, who can do what. Most people don't know like who's in, like who has control of Congress most of the time. Like there's like surveys that show it, like most of the fucking time, no clue. But so Democrats really, really want, Republicans are so fucking good at putting the blame on Democrats and taking the credit for stuff, like whether it's true or not. Like, whenever Democrats will pass legislation that helps Americans with zero fucking help from Republicans, the Republicans who voted against it will go and brag about it on TV, like on the news and stuff. They'll go on Fox and like there's clips of this, where they'll be like, "Oh, we just passed this." Sorry, what's that?
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell. But also like other Republicans who vote against legislation will then go and brag about having passed it, and no one knows any better. And Democrats know that, and they know that when shit hits the fan, they're gonna get blamed. So what Hakeem Jeffries and the fucking leadership have decided, I'm saying like, oh, it's fucking stupid. It's not inherently the wrong choice, but it is proving to be the wrong choice. Okay? They said, we really, really got to make it so fucking clear to the American public, most of which have no idea how any of this works, that we have no power over any of this. We need to send the message loud and clear that every disastrous fucking thing that happens from here on out is their fault. And to a certain extent, yeah, that is important, right? Because whether we like it or not, no matter what Democrats do or not, they can't actually stop what's happening. There's nothing they can do that can actually stop what's happening.
Honestly, I feel like that's because Republicans are really good at arguing to emotional values, and Democrats have tried to argue policy for a really long time, and it's not coming across at all.
Yeah.
Like we have to like double down on like being adaptable to how people feel emotionally and arguing to that and being a little bit more hysterical to that.
Yeah. Well,
We're
yes
not-
and
we're
no.
not- We're not, but I just think like we're not hysterical enough. We're just not like you see the person that's in power right now is the most hysterical person we've ever had be in power, and the most hysterical party that's ever been in power. Meanwhile, we're too afraid to be a little bit more hysterical about our values and our views, and I think we should go out on a little bit of a line and be a little bit more emotional and appeal
yes
to that a
and
little bit
no.
more.
Yes and no. I think the issue is this is where it's like a tightrope, or like walk, because it's
Of course it is, but no one has questioned the tightrope on the fucking Republican side. No one has ever.
no,
fucking
I know, but they're in a different situation and they're selling a different thing. And we were talking about this like a little bit earlier of like why a simplified message works. Like, I mean, I think it works for both, but why
Right.
Republicans have discovered and really like harnessed the simplified message, whereas why Democrats have like strayed so far from being able to do that. But like,
Right, but we have to understand what simplified message is going to work for us, and how do we streamline that? Like,
no, I understand, but I'm saying in terms of like hysterical, like that's a tightrope work, because like the problem is so much of what is being done right now, so much of what Republicans sold to their constituents was triggering the libs. I have people in my comments.
100%. Yeah.
I have people in my comments cheering on, literally defending the collapse of the economy because it'll trigger the libs.
because it'll hurt. Yeah.
And so
100%.
I'm saying
And
I'm saying
the tightrope is like, we don't want to make them feel like we're collapsing the economy. We don't want to make them feel like we're doing something to the entire country's detriment. but also getting your point across with some level of emotional value is
I
huge.
don't disagree, but that, like, what I'm trying to say is that it's not as simple as like they have to come out and be hysterical. Like the economy is going to crash. Like Trump is going to do what he's
Maybe
going to do,
hysterical is the wrong word.
and they
Hysterical might be the wrong word. All I'm saying is I think there needs to be a level of emotional value that should appeal to Democrats that isn't happening right now.
Well, then what is that
okay,
emotional play?
Alex. You understand that Mayor Adams only reached out to MAGA because he's a fucking criminal, right? You should not you should be embarrassed by that because it worked. Sorry, keep going.
What's the emotional play, you ask?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
because we're not selling the moral superiority complex, which
correct,
seems to be the major emotional play for the Republican
moment you
side.
try to sell the moral superiority complex, then it's like, oh well, everyone went to college, this is a Democrat. It's like it devolves into that. But I don't know what the play is. I think the play is more along the lines of being a little bit more out there in our approach that isn't so tight knit and walking the same line that we always have. I think it needs to be a little bit more outlandish than it has been.
Could you give me an example of one of something like relatively recently, right? So it's top of mind.
Yeah, no, I think
that you disagreed with, yeah, because maybe that'll help me understand. I think we're on the same page here. I'm just trying to make
that
sure
I
I'm
disagreed
clear on
with.
what you're saying. Yeah,
That I disagreed with who?
with a Democrat that you felt recently was like super walking the line that wasn't emotional enough. That wasn't conveying a message.
Well,
Right.
I think even the Democrats in the State of the Union that were just like holding signs and giving like a very baseline protest to how they felt. Like I think there could be more. I think I like the approach. I'll give you an example of what I like. I like the approach of like Jack Schlossberg that is like insane, outlandish, very, very out there, doesn't make sense, draws a lot of attention to it, and it's very democratic.
Like the conception
follows me on
starts
Instagram,
at,
by the way.
It's
my one claim to fame.
but I'm here for it.
Thanks.
Wild thoughts of what?
That Jack Schlossberg follows me on Instagram.
Oh my God, love. But yeah, I love his approach. Like I love the approach of like he is like doesn't make sense sometimes. He's very outlandish, like, but he draws a lot of attention to the same values and views that the Democratic Party would line with, right?
So do you think there's a point in which it just becomes political theater and it's taking it too far? Because like when you say that, I immediately think of like the bill that was proposed. I believe it was in South Carolina. Sorry, I'm in the legal field, so I'm going to be law-ish on
No,
this.
you're good.
The that the criminalization of any release that is not for the purpose of procreation. Took me a minute to figure out how to phrase that for TikTok.
Right. Like theater bills.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Sorry, hold on. Alex, the trust fund kid. Suddenly, you have an issue with trust fund kids. Person who voted for Trump and Vance, and has Elon fucking running shit.
Right,
I'm sorry. I bet you watch a lot of Tucker Carlson.
Small loan of $1 million.
Yeah. No, to answer your question about that, like with the outlandish kind of theater bill, I think, you know what I think is worse than that? Taking away actual women's rights. So if Democrats go up against that by putting up a theater ass bill, great. because
No.
because that's not going anywhere. That's not getting passed. You know what got passed is Roe v. Wade being overturned. So be
That
it
didn't get
if
passed.
in
Well,
Southern,
that's not
Something that got
congressional, but
passed. Yeah, that's not
well,
mine.
I know, but I'm just saying, so be it if in Southern California there was, or I'm sorry,
South Carolina.
South Carolina, there was a fucking bill about that. Like,
That's not
so be
his
it.
big accomplishment, Alex. This is not. That's some weird fucking thing. And whatever. The problem is, the problem
No, but I
is
think
that
Brenna-
Trump has bankrupted 7 fucking times. That's a problem.
And by the way, he would be flat ass broke today if the Russians hadn't bailed him out a lot.
I was gonna say, how many times now? Has anyone got a good record of it? Well, and I think the point that Brenna made earlier, I don't know if you were in the live because we were talking about this a little bit before.
Yeah.
Because I
Literally a
definitely was
political
dissatisfied
analyst that
with.
went to Harvard, I believe, Alex.
I was dissatisfied with the State of the Union and the Democrats' response as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Brenna pointed out that may be, and I think actually adding on to what you said, I think it is a long-term perspective versus a short-term perspective. In the short
Yeah.
term, would I, as a Democrat voter, feel a lot better and have a lot more faith in the party if they were acting out, if they were causing good trouble, if they were, dissenting loudly, right? Doing more of that, yes. But on the other hand, doing what they did and being very quiet and letting these bills pass, right, does really make it clear all of the things that are bad, that are inevitably going to happen, that we have known are going to happen with a Trump second term, right, is very clearly on the Republicans for people who don't understand the ins and outs, the vast majority of people who don't understand the ins and outs of our political system. I don't know that that's, and like you said, I don't know that that's the right move. I do see, thank you for highlighting it because I didn't see the merit in it. But I don't know that that's, my question would then be for you, Brenna, where do we sit on, is that, again, that is causing harm, right? Going back to that earlier conversation of that is at the active detriment of women's rights, LGBTQIA plus rights,
Well, okay,
marginalized communities.
It's the Democrats cannot do anything to stop what's happening. They can. Let's be very fucking clear here. They cannot.
I think the harm is already happening.
What's that?
The harm is already happening. It's
yes,
done.
but they can't. Was not just done. There's plenty more coming, girl. Just you wait. But they can't do anything to stop what's happening. Anything that Republicans decide to do, as long as they're in lockstep, which so far they have been, Democrats cannot actually stop that. So that said, and I was like trying to explain, I understand their approach. Because I don't think, like I said, I don't think it's inherently the wrong idea, but I think it's not working out, which is making it a bad idea. And by that, I mean, following the State of the Union address. So we watched, the joint address. So we watched it on here. We live streamed it. And when Al Green stood up and started arguing, whatever, heckling, I know some people got excited in the comments, and I was like, I don't know, unless this is organized, I don't or I kind of flip-flopped a bit. At first I was like, oh yeah, cool, good. And then I was like, actually, I don't know that this is the right play. And then later on,
been doing that every 2 minutes, one at a time, kicked out one at a time.
Yeah, did you watch my video on this? Is that why you're saying that? Because that's what what I ended up saying later on, I was like, I think it would have worked if it had been a concerted effort. If it hadn't just been him reacting, and if it had been clearly organized. And so, and I posted a video basically saying this and expanding on that, with basically a few ideas of good trouble yesterday, I think it was. Yeah. Basically saying because this article came out that said Hakeem Jeffries is chastising the Dems who heckled and was hey, this is not the approach, this is not what's working. So, and I got angry, I got frustrated at that. Hakeem Jeffries is my representative. I'm so done with that dude. useless. And so any chance I can take, as of like 2 weeks ago, any chance I see to like have a go at him, I'm taking it. And so did this thing, and like I understand. I say I get it. You don't want to look like a bunch of triggered libs, and that's fair. I don't want them to look like a bunch of triggered libs either. I think the problem with the Al Green thing is that because he was the lone reactor, even though it gave a lot of people what they wanted to see from Dems, I think it also simultaneously gave like triggered Democrat. And the fact that 10 Democrats voted to censure even makes it fucking worse. Fuck that noise. However, there is a way, I think, there is a way for him, if he had done that, and once they carried him out, if like as Trump continued at the next lie, the next Democrat down the line said lie or like, heckled, I think they should. My opinion is that if they were going to like heckle, if they should have disrupted, there's a case to be made that there's other ways for them to protest without disrupting. That's still more than what they did do. If they were going to disrupt, I think it should have been very specifically calling out lie, like lies or you lie, that's a lie, because throughout the last few decades, almost every time that Republicans have heckled, because Republicans are usually the hecklers, Democrats will boo, Republicans will like stand up and scream stuff. Usually what Republicans yell is some form of like, you lie or liar, da-da-da-da. And then the narrative coming out of that is almost always like, oh, so-and-so gets called a liar, like Biden gets called a liar, or like Obama gets called a liar. And the narrative becomes about this thing, oh, this thing is when he says blah, blah, blah. In every case, and I did a breakdown of this also recently in a video, in every case, what was being said by the Democrat was real, was true. It was true. But the story became like Obama gets called a liar, for saying XYZ, or Biden gets called a liar for saying da-da-da-da. And that puts that idea in the brain. So I think if Democrats were going to disrupt, like Al Green, it should have been more than Al Green. It should have been clearly organized so that it was very clear that it was not reactionary. It wasn't like their emotions getting the best of them. And specifically like, organized to disrupt. Organized to create good trouble with a like very clear mandate to it, which is call out the lies, right? Every time he lies, yell lie. And then let them get carried out one by one. You know what I mean? Make the 2-hour fucking, it's the longest joint address ever given in history.
Ever.
Fucking wild narcissist.
Yeah,
Make that go as long as possible until the dude collapses on stage.
Yeah, make it go as long as possible.
All he talked about was himself the entire time.
That's not all he talked about, but he talked a lot about himself. But yeah,
I know,
yeah.
but a lot about himself. But what do y'all think about like if Democrats would have taken a different approach that was a little bit more disruptive instead of being afraid of being the like triggered lib? Like if you just own that and move beyond that for a second, like what would have happened?
I think that there is a balance to be struck. I don't think it's one or the other. And I think that that's the wrong approach. I think that's the wrong attitude because that's what they are viewing it as.
Right. I mean, I agree with you. Like, I'm not in a discourse with you about the wrong approach, but I think like there is something beyond owning the narrative of being the triggered lib or whatever and going a little bit beyond that and being able to...
What do you mean by beyond that?
I mean like owning that and like not taking on that narrative as like a negative thing, like doing something further than that. Like,
well, okay, my issue, I understand what you're sure. But I think there's two audiences that you have to play to, or you know what I mean? Like you have to be like, and it's there's two audiences you have to play to. You have to give like Democrats the feeling that someone is fighting for them, knowing full well that there's nothing you can actually stop, and but also make it clear.
I know, which is crazy to me because for Republicans and for lower class people, they have given them billionaires that have convinced them that they're fighting for them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
They
like,
make them feel good.
exactly. So it's like, what are we doing? Like,
Not
how
speaking
do
to that
we-
audience. I think we're all in agreement here, right?
Right.
That the messaging for the Democratic Party significantly needs to change to
No,
be
but it's
more
not just
direct.
that. But it's not just that. It's not just that. We are so like calcified right now, and like and in bubbles. So the reason for and this is literally the thing I was filming. I didn't post it. I plan on posting it, or at least, or filming a version of it that's maybe shorter, explaining this. The reason the approach of like doing something like having them call out a lie one by one. Number one, it shows the passion. Like a lot of people on the left reacted positively to Al Green's passion. They're like, we want more of that. We want more of that. However, it also became the story that Al Green, like, you know, reacted whatever on the other side, right? And so right now there's a bunch of MAGA who, again, this is why I brought this up earlier, of like, I have MAGA in my comments saying, I can't wait for the economy to crash, like to see like the fucking, like you libs triggered. Like, I don't even care. As long as it, like, you guys are so fucking triggered. I love it. And it's like, okay, like these people literally want the satisfaction of thinking that people are getting like triggered by them. And unfortunately, the more they get that, the more they see that, the more they feel that what is happening is good. That actually reassures them of the path that is like being taken right now. So they will literally happily fucking lose their house and their job and go hungry if all that entire time they think that they get to watch like liberals in pain. Like that's what fuels them. So
right.
So
my only point is to lean into that then.
Okay.
Like if that's what they fucking want, lean into it. Fine.
But what does that do for you?
I think
What does that do for anyone?
It's not about what it does for me. I'm saying like,
okay, well, what does it do for anyone?
If you lean into that a little bit more and play onto that a little bit more, but not in a, they are not arguing out of fact. It's no reason, no fact.
I know that, but what does that do? What is like, say, being a bunch, like looking and hamming up, being like a bunch of triggered lips? What does that do? What does that do? I'm genuinely asking, what does it do?
Yeah, no,
I think
100%. I think what it does is it goes up against their illogical viewpoints with illogical viewpoints. And I think that's all that you can do right now.
Okay,
I think the people that are in that right now don't have a basis for anything other than emotional and illogical.
But that's why, okay, but I'm sorry. I've been trying to get this out now for like 20 minutes. I'm going to let me finish explaining this to you, because I think it'll answer or just speak to what you're saying. Their emotional reaction, you have to understand, this is a psychological thing. They get a surge of dopamine at seeing what they assume to be like triggered libs. It literally fucking fuels them and their beliefs and their willingness to go along with things that are harming them, because they have basically taught themselves to take pleasure and like genuinely be like lifted up in a very toxic fucking way by seeing like triggered lips. It's like, you know, the bite your nose off to spite your face sort of fucking thing. They will go homeless if it thinks it'll trigger a lib. And that is a very, very difficult like psychological pattern to combat while trying to stop like, or at least slow down or call out like atrocities, right? For example, or call out like illogical arguments. They're not looking for logical arguments. You gotta understand the emotions, the psychological process that's happening, and like approach it based on that. So being a bunch of triggered libs is not that's actually not gonna do anyone any. It's gonna do them a lot of good. It's gonna reaffirm their base that everything's going as planned, because for a lot of them, the plan was to trigger the libs. That's not good. The other thing, what you can do, so the reason I said one of the options is like have the Dems one by one call out lies so that they're dragged off one by one, make it last 5 hours. It'll throw him off his game. It will create like it, because it's organized, it doesn't feel reactionary because it's clearly organized and a plan. It doesn't feel like, oh, the emotions got the better of them. So the narrative, it's not that no one will turn it into the narrative of the triggered libs, but it's harder to turn it into that for them. So it's harder for them to get that satisfaction, but it also serves an important, very, very simple messaging tactic. Every time you lie, I mean, it's hard. It would be impossible to keep up and call out every lie he told. But if they had one by one yelled lie, lie, anytime he was talking about something like that, they could have fucked up his sound bites, because he wouldn't be able to get, number one, like a long string of sentences out that will get clipped and are getting passed around, right?
Yeah, and he's very easily distracted.
He's very easily distracted. It would have thrown him off his game. The more off his game, it would have like stressed him out. The more he would have fucking rambled and said really dumb shit, like complaining about, like, oh, they won't clap me. They didn't clap also because it triggers him, and it's fucking funny when he's like, oh, they won't clap for anything. They won't clap for it. They're like, watch it. It was getting to him. It was clearly getting to him. Yes, it's nuts. But it would have ruined his sound bites. So it would have been a lot harder for him and his and all Republicans to clip like these bits and use them for months, if not years, over and over, because that's what a lot of people don't realize is one of the reasons he rambled for hours at his rallies. He would ramble for hours, usually without script.
He did the same thing.
Yes, but in this case, he had a script. But he would ramble for hours at his rallies, and to the point where people would get up and walk out and stuff. But what came out of those ramblings was like these sound bites. They would find these great sound bites, and whatever that worked, sure, it was maybe like a minute out of a 2-hour fucking rambling monologue, but they used that, and that they could, disseminate and stuff. Similarly, it's so much, they're so fucking good at the sound bites. Republicans are really fucking good at that. To the point where there's instances of them doing a bad job at their actual job just to clearly get a soundbite, which, tangent. It would have ruined it for him, but also it would have created, how I was explaining earlier, 20 minutes ago, historically, all the heckles, outside of just boos, have been by Republicans, and it's almost always them yelling lie or liar or it's not true or whatever. And the story becomes, so-and-so gets called a liar when saying this, or so-and-so, called out or accused of lying about this. If they had done that one by one, not only would it disrupt the whole fucking thing, but it would have attached that very easy concept, lie, to every little snippet he would be trying to eventually soundbite. And the news wouldn't report on every single one. That's clear. That's obvious. But if you give it enough, they'll latch on to the most interesting of them, right? Like Trump repeatedly called a liar, or, Trump called the liar when he says this, Dems call Trump lied, whatever. Also, that serves the one side of the internet and the awareness, right? That's it shows a fight. It also it speaks to the people who maybe are more just centrist and aren't really picking a side as much. It plants that very simple idea, lie with the thing, which is what Democrats or Republicans have done historically so successfully with things that were true. They turned the story into, hey, this is a lie. And then on their side, what it would have fucked with is Fox News and similar companies would have had to make a choice between not sharing any clips from the joint address, or would have had to share clips that were either butchered to avoid any of the lie, yelling, or would have had to share clips where you could audibly hear the like lies, or whatever. And then they would, at some point, someone, and it would probably happen multiple times, would have to acknowledge the fact that someone is calling what is being said a lie. And they'll have to either also lie and try to explain away how this thing that he said is like totally real, no, ignore the lie thing. Or, find a way to basically explain that. But by the time they're doing that, they've already fucking lost, because it has already been inserted into the audience's brain that this thing that is being said, you can't just blindly believe it. It might be a lie. And it just doing something like that is not to fucking call myself a genius, but that is the type of tactic that takes into consideration every fucking facet of what something like this joint address does for them. It gives them the sound bites. It gives them it gives them any sort of triggered liberal thing. It gives them this, but it prevents mostly the triggered liberal thing. It forces a almost inherent fact check or red flag in every possible soundbite. It makes it harder for him to use it as the easy clippable propaganda. It makes media companies that are more willing to just present what he said as a lie unquestioned. It forces them to either not present it at all or confront the fact that it's being called a lie. I
understand what you're saying. I just think number one, that didn't happen. Number two,
correct, it didn't happen.
Number one, that didn't happen. Number two, that never happened while he was campaigning, and that's why he was elected. It's the fact that it doesn't matter what truth you present his base with. They're not.
That's not.
They're not.
Well, so what's your idea then? You're saying no matter what is ever presented to the base, they're not going to. Okay, so it's according to you, there's nothing.
Yeah. Kind of what Brenna's saying is use the Republicans' own tactics against them. Keep them so busy defending themselves they have no screen time, no time on camera to do any of the other stuff that they normally do to win over their people.
Yeah.
Another thing that would have been nice to see, since we didn't have any left-leaning news media outside of that thing, was for a lot of our more popular TikTokers or social media people to be out there waiting to talk to and let those people talk into a camera on TikTok or wherever. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I think it's important to separate. Agreed. I think it's important to separate the die-hard cult follower, MAGA, red hat wearing, he can do no wrong, ordained by God crew, which is a relatively small populace, from general Republicans who got, whether that was hoodwinked or, just didn't bother to do research, or I could never vote for a Democrat, I could never vote for a woman, whatever that other justification was, right? Because those are two very different demographics.
They're not as different as you think they are. They're not as different. I would say 8 years ago, much starker difference for sure. Now, I mean, I know this is not an academic fucking sample size, but we get a lot of people in here, all sorts of beliefs. It's at this point in time, it is not as different as you would like to think. And just look at the Republican Party, right? Look at all of the fucking Republicans in Congress. They're, again, in lockstep. It's not I'm sorry, it's not that different anymore. It just isn't.
I think that there's the two things I got. This is I think had they done a protest like that, you're right. They don't have any legislative power to do anything, but it would have at least spoken to the Democratic base and gotten the base riled up, which I think is a really good thing. And secondly, we need to stop giving a shit about what MAGA thinks and like focus on getting our people out to the polls, because
Yeah.
they're either gonna change their minds when it starts hitting their pocketbook, their livelihood, or whatever, or they're not. And
Yeah.
like we don't have the power to make them see the light. They have to see it on their own.
I fully agree. And I think that's sorry to cut you off, but like that's another part. It's not so much about worrying about what they're going to think, but more worry about or keep in mind how it's going to be spun and whether that serves them or not. Because again, and that's why I was like focusing on like, no, there's a very real psychological thing here. I don't care if they know what's real or like not exactly, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying Democrats gotta sit there and make sure that MAGA hears the real version of each lie. No, because the MAGA's never gonna listen. They're not gonna hear, even if you put it and play it, they're not gonna fucking hear it. That's not it. You have to acknowledge that the experience, the emotional experience has an effect on how, like what's gonna take them to abandon ship. And one thing we keep saying in here, and why I haven't been doing like the debates and stuff all that much, is because like when MAGA come up here, I'm at the point where I'm like, well, we'll find out, won't we? We'll fucking find out. I don't have to convince MAGA of anything right now. I don't have to convince MAGA of how tariffs work. I just don't. We're gonna find out. I mean, I hope we find out. I mean, yes and no, but like,
I don't think you have to.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
think you have to either, but is there a concern with, again, when we're talking about like the average American voter, right? We were just talking about broadening that language, making it more accessible. Wouldn't demonizing the Republican Party inherently ostracize people who are on the fence or people who had those other justifications, right?
I don't think so. I think, I mean, it depends. Demonizing the Republican Party. What do you mean by that? Do you mean demonizing Republican voters? Demonizing Republican congressmen?
I think they can't separate themselves. I think that's one of the challenges that we're having is because the Republican Party plays so hard to that sense of morality, right? And that you're better, all the rest, right? It's a community feeling. So if we're sitting there demonizing the Republican Party or talking bad about Trump, that's when I see people in the other lives that I sit in get really triggered, is because they're like, well, Trump's a good guy and he knows more than you do and he was a good businessman. And fact doesn't matter. It's the feeling of community, right?
Sure. But also, I think, I think it's more complicated. I don't think there's a world in which like large swaths of MAGA peel off. I don't think that there's a world in it. However, I think a lot of the heavy lifting is going to be done by the fact that like they're going to get what they voted for. And I think for me, it's mostly like you have to kind of place all the other pieces around that, right? Of like so the biggest turning point, or the biggest sort of period that was like successful for the Democratic Party started in like 1930 following the Great Depression. So Republicans were in charge. I'm talking in Congress here because obviously the president didn't have very much power until they started abusing things in like the 70s. First, Republicans were in power for a while. They fucking crashed the economy. They caused the Great Depression. That it did not happen just randomly, naturally, that everyone was like, okay, well, fuck them. I guess we're Democrats now. No, the Democratic Party shifted. It pivoted at that very crucial moment to present itself as the party of like, that's going to get all this shit fucking under control. We're going to be the adults in the room. We're going to be like about regulations, about like corralling all the corrupt motherfuckers and stuff that you're seeing. There was tons of inequality, as we know, the Gilded Age leading into it, all that stuff. But they had to, so like, the problem is that Democrats now, like that was a period of like 60 years close to that where Congress was almost completely Democrat controlled. There was like 2 years where the Senate wasn't and like 2 years where the House wasn't, something like that. And I think Democrats keep relying on this idea of like, oh, the pendulum will swing on Congress and stuff. To a certain extent, it does. But they keep banking on this, oh, he's going to be so bad that a bunch of people are going to jump ship. And it keeps fucking failing because they don't present themselves like the most they're doing is not him. And this has been talked about obviously a gazillion times before. But they're not realizing that this, I think, is a remnant of what happened in 1930, that's how the Democratic Party kind of became what it was. But they're not realizing the other half of that equation is that the party had to pivot right at that moment in time to become the like necessary kind of receptacle of like, okay, come with us now to go fix this. They actually need to go out and make a case for them as like the heroes. And yeah, unfortunately, with the heroes are going to have to point to the bad guys. The thing is, if shit goes badly, if people are in pain, they're going to know that there are bad guys involved. What Democrats have to be careful about is being painted as the bad guys. But I think they're being too careful about that. They're trying to make it so fucking clear. None of us.
That's what I'm saying as well.
Yeah.
I think they're being too careful. I think like at the end of the day, like they will find out that that's not the case or they won't. Like I think Democrats are arguing too much based on logic, that logic isn't permeating these people. So you have to use emotion to permeate these people.
But again, then we're back to the like what I was saying, which I'm kind of switching sides now. Because Brenna, I see what you're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of getting Republicans to see the light, and I think that's not going to happen. They're going to triple and
it's not about
it's not
about helping them see the light. That's not it. No,
I don't think they will. I think
it's got to be about getting our own base out. There's too many people on the left that just stayed home, and there's too many people on the left that always just stay home.
Well, I think there's too many undecided or in the middle people that, like, if you look at the demographics of actually people that voted, like our last election was not decided by the majority of Americans. It was decided by like 22% of Americans, and it beat out the other side. So it wasn't the majority at all. Like, people did not vote.
Yeah. No, and high turnout always helps Democrats historically.
And I think that the Democratic base, they want to see their politicians get their claws out. I like, we need to keep the high morals, but we need to lose the table manners.
That's what I said earlier.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. But what I'm saying is also like, it's not about helping them see the light. You also got to keep in mind there is like a large swath of this country that really firmly sits kind of in the middle. Not because
they have to get the people to actually feel something about being in the middle.
No, I'm not talking about people that are like, oh, like they have, I'm not exactly talking about like people who have like politics that like, you know, oh, I'm a centrist, da-da-da. I'm talking about people that don't pay much attention at all. They are like by default kind of in the middle because they don't really have strong ideas of anything. You know what I mean? They're just like sitting there waiting for their attention to be drawn to something. And 99% of the time it's not drawn enough. And that's a huge amount of this country. And like,
but you have to ask the question why, right?
Well, I mean, why? Because capitalism has everyone overworked and unable to pay close attention to complicated things like a government that they feel doesn't work or speak to them or change all that much between parties.
But you can't give that message to most people because they don't understand that. So,
right, I know, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think it matters why in that sense. That I'm not saying like. You're not going to get them out by telling them why they don't vote. That's not the thing. I'm saying you have to, like, when I say, like, you don't want to be the triggered libs, it's not so much for, like, the, like, all MAGA. I do think some will, like, drop. I mean, I'm seeing, like, a lot more MAGA online say that they regret MAGA and just Trump voters in general say that they regret voting for Trump than I'm seeing leftists say that they regret not voting. And that is annoying. That's fucking annoying. Because that's just going to draw the party farther and farther to the right.
Right, but like what about being someone who is a triggered lib for healthcare, for equal rights? Like I think it's important to just fucking lean into that. Like in my opinion,
I understand I understand that that's what you're saying. I disagree.
You lean into that, you just be that shit. Like whoever wants to like comment on that, fine. But like if that's what you want to call us, fine. I am triggered for healthcare. I am triggered.
Okay, but here's what I'm trying to say, and then sorry, you can go in a sec. Just like when there are people who are in the middle, there's people who are regretting. I do think some will peel off. I don't think it's going to be the majority from the right, because as shit is like hitting the fan, they're already being like, shit, this is not what I voted for. This is not what I intended to. Da da da. I'm seeing more of that than I am on the fucking left, like I said. There's also
a remorseful Jill Stein voter.
Yet to see a remorseful Jill Stein voter. Exactly. For the record, I voted for Jill Stein in 2016 as a protest vote because I'm in New York City and I knew it wouldn't change the outcome. I also had a very strong feeling Trump would win, and I was pissed at the DNC. But I knew what I was fucking doing. But also, as a former Jill Stein voter, at least I can say it was a stupid fucking...
Literally, fuck Jill Stein.
Yeah. Okay.
I did the same thing with Bernie. 2016 was different. This was not the election to do that.
I think what we're talking about with like the people in the middle voting is the people that don't pay enough attention, which is where those like Joe Biden, I did that stickers on high gas prices, that was really, really fucking effective for them.
Exactly.
Because when they went to the polls, that's what they thought, because they weren't well enough read into what's actually happening in the world.
Yeah.
You saw someone's made those for Trump, yeah?
Oh, really? Good.
Yeah, available on the TikTok shop.
Good. Well, and so the other thing...
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, to Serge's point, like, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, the marketing, the outrage, the things that didn't actually make sense. And they didn't. They didn't equate to anything. But they marketed well. They showed up well. Like, these are the things that didn't make any sense that made people fucking vote. Like...
Right.
Why are we not doing shit that makes people fucking vote?
We need to.
Yeah, and we're kind of that's kind of what we're talking about, like what that looks like.
That's why it's like we need to not try to convince MAGAs in debate lives. We need to get our base
we don't
organized.
Like, what that looks like is not being so fucking concerned with what how concise we are with our arguments or logical views. What it looks like is having the same rhetoric that they have had, but about our views. Like, we need the same level of influencers. We need the same level of people out doing the exact same shit on our side.
Didn't we try the influencer thing, and then somehow that turned into infighting because people were getting paid by the DNC, not nearly as much as the RNC, but they were still getting paid, so they were industry plants.
I don't know.
I don't know of anybody that was actually getting paid.
Yeah, all I heard rumors of someone being like, I was offered payment, and like never ponying up any sort of receipt or evidence of like being offered, any sort of payment or anything like that.
I think the DNC should do that.
If it comes down to lobbying, I think the RNC is always going to win. So,
well, that's not lobbying, really.
Well, I mean, money given to other groups is always going to support them more, probably.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, if I was offered $5 to make a TikTok, I wouldn't say no to an extra $5. So plain coffee.
You're
and
like,
Starbucks.
wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Also, fuck Starbucks. Yeah,
sure.
I mean,
yeah. I get what you're saying.
There was definitely people getting paid by the Russians to put out a bunch of propaganda on TikTok and Facebook and all that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know where this
Well, I'm
I
talking about
didn't
like
know
the
this
NRA.
$10,000
Like
was
who's the
sketchy.
NRA paying?
The NRA is. What do you mean? Who's the NRA paying?
Well, nobody anymore. They're broke as shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Thank God.
But yeah,
No,
but
okay, but
they're generally paying like politicians themselves.
yeah,
Those are like
yeah.
that's where that money is.
Lobbying is about like politicians getting money from special interests and stuff.
Right.
Right. So Serge, I understand you are, and I don't disagree with you of like you are you get upset anytime I mention this idea of like, oh, there's like, not upset, sorry. I feel you getting nervous anytime I talk about like, okay, there's like right-wing voters are going to peel off. There's already like more of them saying that they regret the vote and stuff. To be clear, I am not arguing. I don't think that the party, and absolutely shouldn't, the party should not go further to the right in order to try to capture peeled off voters. I don't think that that's actually what needs to happen to peel voters off, because it's not about, again, it's not even about that fucking policy of like dialing it into, oh, exactly how transphobic are you? Like a little bit more, like, no, it's, that's not what it is. In the same way that a lot of like Bernie supporters ended up going that way, it's because, like, as we mentioned at the beginning, the messaging was great, but also like, yeah, like if you put the policies that Bernie was pushing, like they're vastly popular. Like,
oh yeah,
all the polls show that these things are vastly popular. The problem is there's a lot of problems to what happens when why Dems don't roll out like a whole fucking Bernie platform, obviously. But that said, I don't think when I say people are going to like peel off of MAGA and the right, I'm not saying those are inherently like the Bernie voters, but I'm saying that doesn't inherently mean that the platform of the party has gone further right. And I think that, I think now is the time for the platform to go even way further left. Like, people are about to be in a lot of fucking pain economically. Now is the time to come in and be like, yeah, we're going to fucking regulate the billionaires and the corporations. We're going to raise your wages, and we're going to make sure that you stop getting fucked over, like, by all the people with all this fucking money and power. Like, very simple thing. That was Bernie's platform in a nutshell, and everyone fucking loved it, including people who ended up going MAGA. And like, that's not extreme left, but that's, when I say, oh, they should go even further progressive and to the left, it's like they should just go towards the fucking very basic, like, hey, let's just provide people with like a basic fucking set of services that every other country manages to do. That's it.
Did you see our big boy JB's? Did you make a video on it? On JB's speech on, I think he was on Good Morning America or ABC7 this week. He echoed a similar sentiment. Now, everyone who's like, JB should run for president. No. Hi.
Who is this?
I'm in Illinois. JB Pritzker is the current governor of Illinois.
Okay.
And he had a very similar, not quite, kind of a mini speech, right?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about the DNC and how the platform needs to shift, right? That was almost verbatim what you just said.
Okay.
And he, I think the problem is, Illinois residents, a lot of us are like, yeah, it'd be nice to have him as the president.
Mm-hmm.
Every Republican in the state, and I have to imagine the rest of the nation, is going to be like, higher taxes. That guy's known for higher taxes. Never.
Right. But Bernie was able to sell a platform of these things by being like, the taxes are higher. Well, firstly, also everyone's going to be paying like more. These fucking tax cuts people are going to see eventually. I mean, we'll see. Like, people are going to end up paying more in these fucking tariffs and everything. It's been calculated. At the very least, it's like another, what is it, $1,200 per person or something per year.
Yep.
At least. And like,
that's going to suck.
It's going to fucking suck. Because also, here's the thing. I think that's a conservative estimate, personally.
Mean. Like, no one understands what that means, right? Like,
what do you mean?
We have a country of like almost 33 million people, and like our higher taxes, quote unquote, like do not go to people that are making, I don't know, less than $44,000 a year or $4,400,000 a year. Sorry.
Mhm.
So it doesn't actually affect like the majority of people. So no one understands what that means.
Yeah, well, yes, and that's and I mean that's been repeated ad nauseum by Democrats and stuff, but it's just
Thanks, Reagan.
yeah, thanks Reagan, fucking motherfucking Reagan, and all fucking
Somebody said earlier that like talking about $60,000 is like 10 years ago. $60,000 is just a great income, but like I make a little over 100,000 a year. I don't know how the hell people are surviving on $60,000 a year now.
mm-hmm.
I shop at Aldi and only cook at home and really don't eat out much and try to cut expenses when I can and luckily don't have a crap ton of debt. I don't know how anyone who has like significant student loans is surviving on under 100K.
Yeah, that's the big
Student
one.
loans, the average car payment is like $500. The average rent payment is about as much as my mortgage cost, which is like, I mean, the average rent is about $2,000 a month, isn't it? Or $1,500 a month. I mean, that's
I
what
was
my
gonna say, I think
mortgage
it's a little
is on
lower.
a,
I think it's 15, but yeah.
I mean, that's what my mortgage payment is on a 15-year mortgage, let alone a 30, which would be cheaper. But like,
Hey man, I would love to
it's
save enough money to put down a down payment.
and
That
that's
would
where
be incredible.
that's the biggest holdback is that, like people just can't get the down payment for these things. That's where we need good left policies that like help with down payment, or not
Tariffs,
necessarily like
yo,
in a
Alex,
monetary way, but like
Alex, you might want to fucking Google or just like tariffs are an inflationary fucking measure. Like literally everyone knows that. That's not gonna reduce living costs by fucking definition. Sorry, keep going. Sorry.
Wish it did.
Would love it.
By,
Would love it.
By actuality, billionaires have bought up all of our homes in major cities and driven out people who can actually afford them. So that's not happening.
Oh, we're at risk of BlackRock in Chicago right now because there's a woman on the south side who bought up a bunch of properties and the city took it back. And it's the portfolio, I want to say, is like $800,000 of equity or something like that, right? So this is not an insignificant number of apartment buildings. And of course, they're opening it up to private investors because our mayor is a closet Republican. We keep having this problem.
Yeah.
They're like running on a Democratic platform and then get in office and they're like, joke's on you, right? So,
yeah,
I hear you.
what was that? Fetterman. See the douchebag that did that?
Yeah. He's the guy who got brain damage and all of a sudden became a Republican, which, by the way, is actually very common. Brain damage tends to make you more conservative.
Wait,
Pennsylvania. Is one of the biggest fucking disappointments of.
I think it's something
I feel like
that
it really should say more than it does. You know?
something that kind of sucks too is like people living in poverty and the stress of what all comes with being poor like leads to lower IQ.
It does.
Like
It does.
Oh, absolutely. It absolutely does. It's like it's a generational thing. Like if your parents had to grow up with that as well, like you are subjected to that to a certain degree. Like, and it's inherent. Even with like Roe v. Wade being overturned, I've like thought about how there's plenty of women who will be subjected to like having children that they didn't want, and then they're pushed out of positions that they could have had and not excelling in their careers, not making as much money, and then they're like it's just like inherent that's going to happen.
Well, and even taking it further back, I think one of where the conversation around education gets derailed a little bit is where you think about that is like, oh, first generation college students, right? Like it's really hard to navigate FAFSA and applications and all the rest. And it's like, no, this starts with elementary ed. This starts with, again, hi Reagan, the defunding of public education, because like, how are you supposed to, get to the point where you can successfully apply to get into higher education and figure out how to navigate loans or make informed decisions or critically think if that groundwork isn't laid in elementary? My dad's a teacher.
Right. And also, who is arguing free lunch for elementary school kids? Like, how, in what world are you in opposition to that?
I mean, a lot of them
You know
are.
what's crazy about that? I think it was
A lot of them are.
shit. What state was it? Was it like crap? I forget what state exactly it was. It was a Republican state that basically said no to like something millions of dollars in federal money that was just being given to them so that they could have free lunch in their school. And they're like, nah. Like, what the fuck?
Fuck
But
them
why?
kids. They didn't earn it.
My emotional argument always is like, why? Like, for free lunch, for rights for anyone, it's always why. Like,
Because it's the inverse of the argument that if you are good enough, you get money. The billionaires in power have money because they earned it. Those kids and those kids' parents didn't work hard enough, so they don't deserve a free handout. It's the inverse of the same logic.
I think it's more sinister than that. I think it's we're not going to take this money given to us by the feds so that they can be miserable, but then we can point to say, hey, look, it's a Democratic president. He did this to you.
okay, but in what
Hate that.
world? In what world are you living your day-to-day life to the point where you give a fuck if someone else is getting free lunch, if someone else is getting government assistance? Like, at what point do you care and why? Like, that's my argument.
They
of
care.
like,
Okay, well, that's an obvious one. They care because the wealth has concentrated at the top in this country. The rest of us have been fucking left. Like, life gets a little bit harder every year in America, and it has for about a fucking century. I mean, maybe not a century, since Reagan especially, let's say.
At least a few decades.
At least a few decades, right? Slowly but surely. We are left, like, we have, like, wages have stagnated while rents have gone fucking sky high. There's record-breaking fucking profits. Like, every year you break the record. Like, at that point, and that's the entire goal. We are seeing more and more inequality. More and more of us have to pinch pennies, and like, it is slow and gradual, but it puts us all into a position where we're like, we have to worry about where the fuck every like dollar and like penny is going,
okay,
right?
but,
And it gets to a point. I'm answering your question, girl. Sorry, I'm getting really frustrated with the interrupting. You get to a point, people get to a point where they're struggling and they're trying to figure out where every fucking dollar goes, and they see a chunk that goes towards taxes, and then like they hear these stories, someone who has a vested interest in convincing them to vote against their best interests tells them, oh yeah, like, your tax dollars are going to people who don't deserve them. Like, we're actually just taking your money and giving them to a bunch of lazy people. We're taking your money and giving it to brown people. Ooh, ooh. And like, they have a vested interest in convincing these people to vote in, like, for a bunch of fucking policies that actually continue to make their lives shittier and shittier. But by scaring them, by saying, no, this whole thing is caused, every problem in your life is caused by the children that like are being fed a, school lunch down the road. Like, that's why it is. Like, it's very simple. It's very fucking simple. You make people start to get desperate, and then you give them the thing to blame. And it's so much easier when it's like, oh, as simple as like money, right? Money is like the easiest fucking thing to use to weaponize and stuff. Like, it's Yeah. Because also, ironically, they also need to make sure that people don't realize that these people, this also like goes hand in hand with like the bullshit of trickle down economics, right? I can't fucking believe that worked, that they so successfully were like, hey, poor people, the solution to your poverty is to give the rich people who already have tons of money even more money. And people were like, okay. Like it's wild to me that worked. But between that, they had to convince, like, the number one goal always is like, make sure the people don't fucking realize that we're the reason they're going hungry a little bit more and more. That when they like look around and they're like, hey, where's all the money gone? They don't realize we're sitting on the fucking mountain of it. Or if they do realize that we're sitting on a mountain of it, that we give them a reason, we make them believe that that's in their best interest. And in the meantime, we got to give them, like, when they're asking, where's all the money? Why isn't there enough to go around? There used to be. While convincing them that the pile of money we're sitting on is a good thing, we also got to give them someone else and be like, that's your money over there. Not this. This is my money. This pile of money is my money. Your money never made it here. But your dollar's over there. It's in that child's mouth. It's feeding that child. You don't know that child, do you? You don't. Why does that child have your dollar? Huh? You better go get it, right? And that's what it is. It's just, we're being fucked. We're being fucked by the people who are sitting on piles and piles of money and are trying to convince people who are gullible and desperate for an answer that, like, that's not their money. It's the money that's going into a child's fucking mouth. It's wild. Sorry. Yeah.
That is absolutely spot on. Another thing that people are that talk about, like, the deficit and the national debt is it to get people to, like, vote against government spending because they think that the national debt is gonna just absolutely cripple us right now. At least prior to the last couple of months, it's not that the debt is so big; it's your ability to service the debt, and our ability to service the debt has never been stronger. I don't know how that's been affected in the last 2 months, but like, the, while it is kind of a thing that should be paid attention to, it's not something that is as big of a threat to our livelihoods as it's made out to be.
Yeah. Someone said Peter Thiel is behind a lot of this too. Don't say too as though I'm not including Peter Thiel. When I'm talking about people sitting on big piles of money, I'm talking about people like Elon, guys. Look, like, yes, there's a lot of money in politics, which is fucked. A lot of politicians are way more wealthy than they should be, for sure. But, like, multimillionaires are not actually the enemy. Like, they're not. Yes, they're wealthier than most of us. Yeah, some of them probably shouldn't be that fucking wealthy because they're, doing it in not cool ways. They're not actually the big problem. One dude is sitting on so much fucking money. One dude, so much money. Never in a million years will he be able to spend all of it, even make a dent in it. He could solve world hunger. Literally. He could solve world hunger. It has been proposed to him. It was proposed to him like, hey man, you're sitting on so much fucking money that you literally could not use in a gazillion lifetimes while you're on top of this pile looking down at the rest of us. How about you, like, toss some of it over to solve world hunger? And he was like, nah, I think I'll try to find a way to get even more money out of you guys. Like, there's
No.
Well, I think it's why he's
This
having 10
is
million
my
kids, because
my
that's the
thing on
Vanderbilt
that
approach.
is he knew he could, but he enjoys watching children go hungry.
He does.
Same as the Republicans. Since we do have some MAGA in here, they are against free lunches or food for kids because they actively watch and enjoy watching kids go hungry.
Yeah.
Debate me, Mr. MAGA person.
Dude,
in the
Elon,
comments.
Elon's net worth works out to be about 10% of what the United States federal government spends in a year. That's fucking obscene. Like
It
if Jeff Bezos, who's worth about half of what Elon Musk is, if his money was set in front of you in dominations of $1,000 bills, if all you did from the moment you were born to the average life, you would not have enough time in your life to count out all that money.
Yeah.
If like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like
Yeah.
count as fast as you can. You cannot count that amount of money in your lifetime.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Soros and Gates don't have
somebody said,
nearly
like-
as much fucking wealth as Elon, dude. Someone's like, "Oh my god, you went there."
Yeah,
No, Soros and
something
Gates
like-
didn't do it. Like,
a crazy stat that a crazy example of what $1 billion is that like if you've lived on this earth for 31 years, you still have not been alive for 1 billion seconds yet.
Well,
I don't
It
like
is
it.
such a huge number.
also the people that are asking like why billionaires haven't already fixed it, it's like that is not the question. Like
no,
the question
no,
is,
it is part
like-
of the question. It is part of the question. But
Sure,
they're
but,
trying
like-
to they're trying to equate it. The problem is what they're trying to do is they're trying to take what they consider like left-wing billionaires and be like, oh, how dare you
Why
like
hasn't that
how
happened?
dare you point out that Elon the billionaire was like made this offer to like fix world hunger when like what about these left-wing billionaires? Guys, the fact that we have billionaires while the rest of us are fucking struggling is a
Exactly.
travesty. I don't care if they're a
Exactly.
left-wing billionaire or a right-wing billionaire. I don't give a fuck, dude. That's not what this
100%.
is about. And the fact that you can't fucking
Yes.
see that is like you perfectly illustrate the entire fucking problem. That
Correct.
said,
You're separating
Elon
something.
Musk is much wealthier than both. Elon Musk is the wealthiest man on earth. So like, yeah, Elon Musk has
And
been
It shouldn't fucking matter. It shouldn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, if you have that much wealth, why are you asking the question? It's not a party question. It's a moral question.
It's not even, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's, oh God. It's not even, it doesn't even have to be a moral question. It's a logistical one. Let's be fucking real here. It's a logistical one.
Well, sure, but at the end of the day, like if I made even a fraction of that money, like there's no world in which I would feel as though I need to hoard that and not give that to other people. Like that's insane. That's actually fucking insane.
I would say net worths. Let's be like, I don't know, fair to the people that think that billionaires should exist. All right, net worths above $5 billion should be taxed at 99%.
I think the problem is that no one understands what 5 billion means.
I don't think anyone
500
understands our
billion.
current tax structure.
Half $1 trillion is what this motherfucker is worth.
Right, but like a billion means like something that is insurmountable to your brain. Like even 1 billion means something that you can't conceptualize. It's enough money that you would not be able to spend it. Like I don't think enough
Well, and
people
also-
understand what that means.
No, I think, well, the other thing is, so one thing I've been seeing, that one argument I've been seeing made recently, by the way, like kind of on the subject, slight pivot, is like, oh, when people are like, Elon is fucking robbing us blind, people are like, Elon doesn't need your money. He doesn't need our money. He's not robbing. I'm sorry. In what world did he need a single dollar over that first billion? I mean, you could say
Never.
like half
Never.
of that fucking billion, whatever. But in what fucking world did he need the first any dollar after that first billion, let alone another, what is it now, 400, 500 billion more? This isn't about need, guys.
It was
It's
never
not about
that.
need.
It was never about that.
And by the way,
Never.
when we say that you can't spend that kind of money, what we mean is that the interest on that money grows at such a rate that you literally cannot sign mortgage documents fast enough to spend that money.
What $1 billion?
You sound salty. I am salty, Bob. I'm fucking salty. It's ridiculous that a guy has to, like, why aren't you salty, Bob? I want to hear,
Correct.
why aren't you salty that one guy is sitting on so much fucking money? He is hoarding wealth so fucking much. It literally, like, it has.
Why are you not upset? Why are you not upset? You should be upset that someone has so much money that they couldn't even spend it in their lifetime.
Because you benefit. Okay, Alex, how do you benefit from Elon Musk sitting on more money than he can ever spend? And by that, I mean, because here's the thing, right? Like, actually, no, let's start very simple. Alex, how do you benefit from corporations?
Invested in corporations.
Not asking you, Tara.
Not
asking you, Tara. Alex,
Fine.
how do you benefit from corporations? You own a Tesla, you like driving it. Great, not a fucking answer. How do you benefit? It's not a trick question. Let's start fucking simple. You said, oh, if the billionaires don't have the money, if there's no billionaires, then what? I forget what you said. You use TikTok, you use an iPhone, not the fucking, not the fucking answer.
Oh, God.
Dude. Corporations make stuff you use. Okay. Individuals make stuff you use also. Why are corporations good? They create jobs. Okay, Wood said. Well, I mean, Alex, okay, they make stuff that you use. Other, like, individuals make stuff you use too. Have you ever eaten a meal that was made by a person? Great fucking job. You didn't need a corporation for that necessarily. Okay, they make jobs. Okay, cool. That was the fucking answer I was looking for. Because I'm trying to use your fucking logic, dude. It's a pretty obvious one, by the way. Because they make jobs. They create jobs. Okay, cool. Why are jobs good? Why are jobs good? I know you didn't. Someone else did. You gave me bad fucking answers, Alex. You you gave me bad answers. Like, essentially. The reason we allow corporations to fucking, like, exist is because, yeah, they create fucking jobs. Basically. Why are jobs good? So people can make money to... Thank you, Woodcutter. You're fucking playing. Right. So people can make money to eat. Okay, cool. That makes sense, right? Jobs are good because in a capitalist society, people need money. Then they use that money to do things like pay for food, housing, everything else, right? And... Jesus, something else fell. And...
Not that corporations make insulin is crazy.
And in the process of, like... So that's a good reason to have corporations. Wait, what is... Wood? Okay, so... What do the jobs achieve? I mean, whatever, like, anything. But, because you said... What did you specifically say, Alex? I'm trying to, like, scroll up. You said corporations... Oh, God, my multi-chat, whatever. You said corporations are important, or, like, they need to have the billions because you need corporations or something. What the fuck? What did you say?
Can an individual make insulin that saves lives? Be for real.
Yeah, dude. Insulin was literally invented by an individual. There's, like, do you not know that people are so poor right now they literally and cannot afford insulin in this country? There's, like, literally groups of people who, like, make fucking, like, garage insulin. Have you heard of this? It's wild.
That's crazy.
Bad symptom for our fucking culture. What did you fucking say, dude? I'm trying to find this thing. The chat's like, it's updating too quickly. It keeps fucking flipping me down.
Can I just, like,
I'm
extract
serious.
my own insulin from my pancreas and, like, sell it for $1,000 a barrel?
Maybe.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, I'm just trying to find... Alex, why can't you fucking tell me exactly what you said? Are you, like, afraid? Are you afraid? Can someone help me?
It's
Are
fine,
people
man.
scrolling? Please.
Alex said that
He was surprised by garage insulin.
Yeah, he's very hurt by that.
I know. I'm trying to find though this fucking. I'm on.
Complex goods require
That's
coordinated masses of individuals, aka corporations.
No, I'm trying to find the original thing that said. Maybe okay. Let's see. Bob, thanks.
Oh, gotcha.
Wait, was it Alex or was it Bob?
Corporations make complex goods.
Was it the billionaire comment?
That's what Alex.
American
Oh,
billionaires
okay. It's
are-
not hoarding wealth. It's invested in corporations. Okay, there. Great. Okay, it's not hoarding wealth. It's invested in corporations. Okay. That wealth, however, so corporations are good because they, pay people, right? People have jobs. They do work, which does the corporation benefit from the work? Do you think? Maybe. Why does a corporation hire someone for a job? Hey,
Do
hey
those
Google,
really
stop.
high-paid CEOs make insulin?
Hey Google,
Are
stop.
they the individual that makes it happen?
Yeah, I think the idea that a healthcare company and a pharmaceutical company owning insulin and actual drugs that keep people alive is lost on Alex.
Someone asked me, how many jobs do I create? I have created quite a few jobs.
Yeah, you make it possible for people to have jobs because you eat, you
Whatever.
use electricity, you live in a house.
Yes, yeah. All right, we're not gonna fucking they're really simple questions. Yes, the reason corporations hire people to do things is because yes, they benefit from the work those people do. So there's an exchange, right? Great. So you're saying it's fine. It's like it's fine that Elon is sitting on and hoarding a whole bunch of wealth. You say because it's invested in corporations. Okay. What does money sitting in corporations do that's good? What is it doing that's good? It's not being paid out to people, obviously, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be just sitting in the corporation, right? It would be in the pockets of the workers, right? If all that money is collecting in this one place in the corporation, what good is the corporation? What I'm trying to get you to do, and for some fucking reason you can't answer simple questions. You're like incapable of understanding like why we do things the way we do. Like the reason corporations are good, according to you guys, is like, yeah, they make products. The people make products, to be clear. But the reason people make products for corporations or do their job, they pull a lever for a corporation is because they get a paycheck. And then they use that paycheck to like survive because they pay for their food and da-da-da-da. If a corporation keeps amassing more and more fucking money that's going fucking nowhere, right? Because you say it's a corporation. It's not a human. It's not a person. What the fuck is that money doing? So why is it better that it's sitting in one fucking entity or another if it's not like you understand that money inherently like is removed from the economy, right? Like as you're concentrating wealth into a place where it can no longer be like properly like fucking spent, like you're removing it from the economy.
Well, I also think the question is like, why do humans have to have a job in order to have value in the world? So why do I have to have a job in the US to have healthcare? Why do I have to, like, a corporation breeds the idea that you're only valued as a human being to work, and you're not. You're valued as a person to be a person. So in every other country in the world that is a first world country, you have healthcare.
Wait, sorry. Okay, workers are only one piece of corporation. It's also physical stuff, steel, oil, land. Okay, yeah. Do you really not understand like the level of conversation we're having? Yes, corporations also own materials. Yes. Why do we have a system where people work for money? because they need that fucking money, right? Like, we have created a system where you need money as a human to get things like a fucking roof over your head, food in your stomach, healthcare in this country. Ridiculous. So, do you agree that it's good? Like, if we live in a society and, like, I'm a person here, you're a person here in the society, there's a bunch of other people around us. Do you agree it's good if all of us are being paid enough for, like, the job we're doing that we can afford the things we need? Do you agree that that's a good thing? It's better for that? I don't know how much simpler to fucking get it. I don't know.
It's
Sorry,
like
God,
if the
you take
entire
over. I'm using the restroom.
population had a single small supply of fresh water to drink from, but like there was a handful of people that had an unlimited supply of fresh water to drink from that the rest of us couldn't touch. Like, that's what's happening when the money gets hoarded in one spot. It's not accessible to the rest of the people, a lot of which actually really need it.
Well, honestly, that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's what we need to take it back to get understanding here is that like trickle down not economics, you know, doesn't work. And the reason that we say it doesn't work is because we're seeing that these billionaires invest the money for corporations and keep it in shell companies and all the rest. They don't reinvest it in the stock market. They don't attribute it to social causes. They don't pay it to their employees, right? So it isn't trickling down from the top.
So this isn't like an opinion based on like feelings. This is based on the current system is not sustainable.
So Alex, why do
Either
you say that that's
like
not reality? How many
either
billionaires do you know, my guy?
either this can change with policy that taxes the billionaires and yes redistributes the wealth as it has been redistributed from the bottom to the top over the last 50 years.
Yeah.
Either it can be changed with policy or it's going to be changed with pitchforks.
Well,
Like,
also, what is
there's only
Alex's
so long that people are
what's
gonna.
Alex's obsession with billionaires? Like, who gives a fuck? Like, how, like, where do you think that you align with them? Like, why are you defending them? Should you not be defending the people that you actually know and you live with or live beside? That's weird as fuck. That's weird behavior.
Again, I'm gonna come back with the moral thing. Everybody here on this panel and all the lefties, if we had that kind of money, we would be making sure that all the people were fed and housed that we could, and you people on the right wouldn't. We're better
Well, and
people.
I would
Just
propose
saying.
a slight amendment to the previous tax plan coming out of the Gilded Age, right? I would say let's let the billionaires show their true colors. We keep the same tax rate, but when taxes come due, if you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you have distributed that money, that you have chosen where it goes, it doesn't have to go to the government, but it does have to go either to individual people or charities. If you meet that tax deduction, you're all set.
Right.
Brenna, I believe you're muted.
Sorry,
Can't
I
hear
was going to say that is kind of how tax deductions work already, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know that Alex knows that.
Sorry. Did I ruin the game?
You did ruin the game. It's okay.
Alec just wants to lick the boots of Elon Musk so bad.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, fine. Like, your life sucks because of people, like, and I assume your life sucks on some level. Otherwise, I don't know why you would have voted for hate so much, right? I think, here's the thing. I understand everyone who voted for Trump, like, on some level, something must suck for you because your whole thing is you want to make America great again, right? Like, it's suggesting that there's something wrong that you're trying to fix. Something about your life fucking sucks, dude. And, like, I don't know why you're going to insist on, like, you're gonna say, oh, my life is, like, I don't know, something's not great, and you're going to insist on fixing it by doubling down on ensuring that the wealthiest people get even wealthier, because for some reason you think that that's going to fix your fucking problems or something. I don't fucking know. And then, and you're going to vote against anyone that's on your level or has even less than you to get any sort of fucking help at all. How is that going to make your life any better? Genuinely.
By the way, when I become a billionaire, Alex isn't getting any.
Good.
You know, I have noticed in
But woodcutter, you're unless you make over, what is it, $440,000 a year, you will be paying more. Wood. You will be. Alex is in the chat.
I've noticed in discussions with people that when they say they have grievances against government, if you really dig down to what the issue is that and it is an issue, it's not the government, it's corporations that are fucking doing that to them. Like 9 times out of 10, it's because of something corporate America is doing, not the government. So they have grievance with.
But they can't differentiate the two.
Why is Woodcutter saying I can't handle him and I see him all along?
He just spouting nonsense, not making any sense.
Okay. Sorry, keep going.
Besides that, he's not a billionaire, so his opinion doesn't matter.
Yeah,
he's wrong. He's too poor to know anything.
The only people that argue this when it comes to like a tax cut or anything money related are the people that would never, ever, ever benefit from Trump's actual tax cuts. Never. Trump has only made tax cuts for people that make over essentially like $500,000 a year.
Yeah.
But if you get close enough to those people, they might give you handouts. But we don't accept handouts.
User says, I'm a libertarian and a Darwinist. The left are more fascist with government control that affect me. That's fucking funny. You clearly don't know. Like, I mean, literally just looking up the dictionary translation of the words you're using will show that you don't know what you're fucking talking about. Yeah, exactly.
I'm convinced they're using fascist to just mean something they don't like. Because they don't understand that it's got a definition.
I'm convinced they don't know the actual definition of fascism, communism, anything, all of the above.
Yeah.
Thanks, McCarthy.
You're never gonna be able to play poker against people that aren't playing with a full deck of cards. Like, they'll either figure it out on their own or they'll just continue to have a smooth brain.
Nope, Jay, the left does not. You guys just don't like that the process of learning means updating your information and realizing you were wrong and shifting your understanding of something to correct it. You just don't like that.
Need a software update.
Yeah.
It's so weird how only liberals are the highest educated. That's so crazy.
Well, don't you know, those crazy colleges that we have to pay so much money for, they just turn the frogs gay and the kids liberal.
We've been indoctrinated, I think.
Can you tell Mel to stop? Honestly, no one's cyber-stalking you and doxing you, Alex.
I would love to see what the results would be of like taking a large group of like really MAGA people and like having them go for a walk in the woods with some fun guy, you know, and see how, like, see if anything clicks.
Mm.
Are we talking like psychopagoblin? Like, what are we? I mean, fun guy.
That is what he means.
Yeah.
Okay, great, cool.
Exactly what I'm like.
You know, because it actually it heightens. It actually increases your feelings of connection to the world and other people.
Yeah, I'm not joking
really?
around at all.
That
By
would
the
be
way,
crazy for them.
I'm entirely serious about
Yeah.
this.
Oh, I know you're serious.
That's so interesting.
Like, it is one of the best things you can do for your brain. Like, and don't
Mhm.
take that as like an objective truth. I'm saying that as an opinion.
That is
Well,
not
yeah, no, I know that
advice.
there's you know some disagreement around like microdosing and stuff,
Oh
but
shit, really driven? That's wild. Trump's
Yeah,
tax
I'm
gets also took
trying
away.
to stay away from those. Like,
I genuinely think you should have to travel outside of the US to be able to vote. I think you should have to experience some
I
other
disagree.
culture.
That is some bullshit fucking classist nonsense,
yeah.
girl.
I do
Anywhere.
I think there's a
even
grain of
outside of
truth
the
to that,
state
though.
you were born in. I think anywhere, domestic, international, I think you should have to experience something else.
Didn't we just have a conversation about how it's too expensive to live right now?
I definitely don't think that would be a good requirement, but I definitely think that the opportunity to travel abroad to get some perspective is
Yes.
incredibly educational.
Yes. Corey said, "Do you feel superior? Why don't you tell me what that means to you? Just prove you passed a civics test." Oh, I've been wanting to do this. Hey, okay, let's play a game, guys. I mean, this is not really related, but you feel superior. You're not the person who asked me that.
You know, I was down in Aruba recently, and interestingly, like, you didn't see any new cars down there. I think like it was not uncommon to see cars from like the 1990s or even before. Like, people weren't like very flashy down there, but like everybody was so happy. It was like so uplifting. It was such a beautiful place.
In
And
regards to your
maybe it's
earlier
hard to
question,
be
I also don't travel.
sad with truckers.
Okay. Who I need a volunteer.
I volunteer as tribute.
No, you're gonna know this. I think I need a MAGA volunteer. Do I have a MAGA volunteer? You're gonna have to hop up here though. Preferably an anti-immigration one.
Hopefully you don't have lockjaw from servicing billionaires.
Dude, hearing Sam unironically say throat goat the other night was the highlight of my week.
Throat goat?
Yeah, that was wild.
The fuck?
Some of the
You know, Elon's
his
supporters, the guys who love the billionaire class while, you know, having trouble putting food on the table, they like to throat goat the billionaires.
See, he's exactly who I think we need to be in office. Like, somebody with no table manners but high morals.
Yeah.
If he plays D&D, he better not play as anything other than chaotic good.
No volunteers? MAGA? Anti-immigrant MAGA?
Oh, I'm burnt out from the immigration conversations.
Yeah.
I actually might not know this, depending on what you're talking about, because I just support immigration because it feels like you shouldn't deny access to people seeking refuge.
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah,
MAGA, step right up, looking for a fucking...
I did learn something the other day. I guess like Elon had made some claim, and but this guy was saying that like the representation is based on the census, which also includes undocumented immigrants. And I knew it included that, but I didn't know that like that could affect, like, I didn't know that undocumented people counted in the census could count toward how many representatives you get. And while it doesn't actually affect it enough that it makes any difference at all. It's like,
well, okay, two points to that. Number one, undocumented people are highly, highly unlikely to fill out something like a census because they just aren't. Number two, the thing about representation, set aside the undocumented thing, right? In theory, representatives still represent people who can't vote all the time, including non-citizen immigrants, prisoners,
Children.
and children. Yeah, I was gonna end with children because that's the fun. Because people were like, well, they don't, well, they don't, and then you say children, and it's like, well, they do, So the census, yeah, like, yes, it's, I mean, the whole undocumented thing, like, in the census, it sounds outrageous, It's like an easy thing to be like, hold on, what? But in reality, firstly, red states, I'm pretty sure, actually, like, benefit from that a lot more. Assuming that they would be filled out. Undocumented immigrants, very unlikely to fill out the census, which is a problem, actually, because it also like affects, I don't know, it like affects all sorts of things. And representatives like aren't just based on the number of voters. They're also supposed to represent non-voters in their district.
Yeah, it's definitely fair to question the accuracy of the census, given that, I guess how it has worked out, it's like +2 seats for Democrats, +1 for Republicans, so like a net gain for Democrats by 1 seat in like California, but it doesn't actually affect like the Electoral College, and yeah, it's completely blown out of proportion as to how much it even has an impact. So, but that is something I didn't know the other day.
Have y'all ever had census come to your door?
I feel like once, maybe.
No.
Yes, a few times actually.
Yeah, I've had census like come to my door and like ask me to go through like who I am and how I like represent myself.
I feel like,
which is crazy.
I had it once, like mid-COVID. Oh, yeah. All right. I guess MAGA are a bunch
verification. For real. Did we get any verification on the whistleblower report this week that Trump was taking $1 million, we'll call those donations and be generous, for group settings and $5 million for individual meetings with business owners?
Was that a whistleblower thing? I thought that was just like a normal story. Are we supposed to be surprised about that?
I mean, I'm not surprised, but like I saw it as a whistleblower thing through Courier, which I also don't know how much we trust them right this second.
No, Courier's pretty
had a chance
fucking
to
awesome.
look into them.
Courier's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still have NPR and Courier. Great.
Barely. Yeah, business leaders it's all over. Yeah, it's being reported in a lot of places like Axios, Wired, Washington Post.
I feel like that was a self-blowing whistle.
Oh, actually, no, Washington Post is an old one.
Blowing it.
Business leaders are paying as much as $5 million to meet one-on-one with the president at his Florida compound, sources tell Wired. While others are paying $1 million apiece to dine with him in a group setting. Here's the thing. This was another thing that I wanted to make a TikTok about. So to everyone who supports this man, right? Does it not give you pause that so many fucking people are showing up with millions in hand to donate to him? Like, we understand that they're bribing him because that is how they will get him to give a shit about them and their desires and their needs. So why do you think he would give a fuck about what you want if you don't have $5 million to give him?
Also, keep in mind, he does not need your vote again.
Yeah, he doesn't need your vote again.
He doesn't give a shit about his popularity. Well, he might.
I mean, he cares.
Like, not as far as like a voting.
Like a narcissist cares about a mirror kind of way.
Not as much as $5 million, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he can convince himself that everybody loves him just fine.
if you're dining with him though, doesn't the guy like only eat McDonald's? Didn't Sebastian Stan have to like drink something like 6 Diet Cokes and a tub of ice cream and only eat McDonald's for like 6 months to look like that?
Did he? I didn't hear that.
Hey.
Yeah, last I heard.
Also, could we like pool our funds together and see if like we could get Mario to go dine with him?
Don't even joke about that
Yes,
on
please.
here. You get me fucking
Sorry.
banned.
I'm more of a Toadstool fan anyway.
Toads? What is? Oh,
Toad.
yeah.
Toady.
Toady? Ay, ay, ay. The bruises on his hands are not a great indicator of his health. I agree. Also of his soul.
He has a soul?
It's called a charity event. I'm sorry. Okay, what charity? I mean, I agree. Trump is a fucking charity case, but what charity are they donating to? Jonathan? What charity are they donating to? What's this charity doing? Wow, that's so cool. Huh.
It's some shell company that's not going to be reported by the CTA because it's optional again that Elon set up for him.
BlackRock, who bought out the Panama Canal.
Technically, some ports.
Yeah.
It's to they wait. Oh, MAGA Inc. header. It's a super PAC. Do you know what a super PAC is? It's not a charity.
I believe it's a charity to get money for Trump more diapers and tiny mittens for his little tiny hands.
Tiny mittens.
Tiny mittens.
I bet Trump is afraid of cats. I just have this image in my head that he once tried to pet a cat and the cat was like, "Meow," and he's afraid of them now.
Oh, he doesn't understand consent, so obviously he's afraid of cats. They have claws.
That's a good point.
Exactly.
That's a good point. Helping cystic fibrosis to help save children's lives. That's funny. You get those ads too, huh? Yay.
I actually do a charity for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation every year.
Oh, nice. You haven't been seeing mysterious bundles of $5 million showing up and, laying around, have you?
I wish.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, one of my niece actually has CF, and it's like,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's a shit condition. I don't know. Is it actually called I guess it is a disease, but it's like a genetic thing.
That's the point in some states to discourage certain people to vote. What? What, Mateo? Who's discouraging? We don't discourage people from voting here. Some Doge staffers are drawing 6-figure government salaries. Wow. Savings.
Like everybody in Congress.
Hey, AOC is our one fucking exception, and I will cling to it until the day I die.
No, she is like that. That is just the base pay for Congress people is it's I think it's like 130,000 a year or something.
Well, yeah, but she doesn't use the stock market manipulation.
I will say also
insider trading.
In defense of also they have to pay for 2 apartments, 2 homes. They have to pay for a home in their home state and they have to pay for a home in Washington.
Yeah, DC ain't cheap.
Yeah, and I'm sure even AOC probably has like a investment plan. Like she might not be like.
She doesn't. They have to disclose financial documents. She doesn't. You can actually look at it.
She doesn't even have like a retirement plan?
I don't think. Maybe like, I don't think so. Because that was my assumption too. But then it came out that like, let's see.
I'm thinking like
she doesn't think it's ethical. Yeah, she doesn't have like any of it.
401k.
What about
she's a big advocate of.
What about Jasmine Crockett?
mean, shit, I have a 401k. It's like,
I don't.
but like that's not a necessity. Like, I want to retire someday.
She does have,
Oh,
yes.
I
She,
like
okay,
that
she
you still
does have
have
a
the hope to
401k
retire.
pension plan. She does.
Okay. But like, I could understand where there'd be the ethical thing of like purchasing individual stocks when you
Yeah.
have power over those things.
Yeah. Yeah, she does not have a lot of money at all.
You know, like a public servant.
Yeah, right. Jasmine was already an attorney, yeah. Yes and no, Simon. I think, yeah, when people focus on Pelosi for insider trading and none of the other congresspersons, then it's propaganda. It is a problem, I think, that they can stock trade and stuff, or trade stocks and stuff. I do. I don't think it's okay. I think it should be absolutely not allowed. But
Here's a good time to plug my sponsor, Autopilot. No.
but yeah, when they're like Pelosi this, Pelosi that, I'm pretty sure like when you compare her to the other Congress, she's not even the one who like makes the biggest, or not even her, it's her husband, but he's not even the one that makes like the biggest profits. Yeah, exactly, LP.
I have actually been tempted to like try that Autopilot thing, but I haven't exactly had an extra $1,000 to just.
Is that the like entry point on it?
Yeah.
Here's April. April's your MAGA girl.
Like, you could theoretically just do it yourself and just like watch what the trades politicians are making, but
yeah, well, we also
be a full-time job.
we were saying like following their trades.
Yeah, that's what like Autopilot apparently does. Is it like basically whatever trades that politicians are making, it makes those same trades.
Right. The problem with shit like that they don't tell you, I mean, unless it somehow works differently, all the trades are disclosed in like quarterly, forms. So you're not seeing the trades happen in real time either. Also, I will say we went through Pelosi's husband's trades. We went through like a couple, like a while back, a few months ago, just to like see, because someone was like, "Oh, like genius! Oh, how did you know this?" And we were looking at him, and like, to be fucking honest, his trades are some of the most obvious fucking, like, the guy owns a lot of Apple. He buys calls on Apple. He thinks Apple's gonna make money over the course of a year, sometimes 2 years, sometimes it's like a year long, whatever. Like he does not tend to make any guesses that, and literally anyone would be like, "Whoa, how do you know that?" Like, we're talking like Fang, not.
Man, if I could have invested in crazy. Apple, like when they had like that desk Mac out,
the iMac.
Yeah, and like there was a point where like Apple was holding on by a thread, and then they came out with the iPod, and like it just started booming.
Yeah. Probably owns a lot of Coca-Cola dividend stocks. Yeah, that's a fucking classic. Coca-Cola is an old school dividend stock. I think it's still below the S&P, but should not be allowed. Oh yeah, didn't we figure that out too? We like looked at, or no, maybe that was someone else who was like such and such trades. I can't remember if I realized that it was Pelosi who made less than the fucking thing or someone else, and I was like, well, just so you fucking know. Oh, it was Trump. No, it was actually Trump. I think it was Trump. We looked at it. Or something else.
Can't imagine trading would be his strong suit, but it's surprising he doesn't have someone to do that for him.
No, he's really bad at investing.
That
It's
makes
been
sense.
calculated that like his initial like what $1 million. I mean, we know he ended up with more, but like it turns out that the rate at which he has made money from like his investments, if he had just left it in like an index fund, he would be like 3 times richer. Like he's bad.
Oof.
He's bad at the whole
He
investment.
would have just minded his own fucking business.
That would have been great. That would have been fucking great.
That would have been so great.
Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I'm tired, and I was really proud of myself for waking up at normal hours the last couple days. I guess that's done. That's not happening anymore. But I'm gonna go to sleep. Too bad, no, we didn't get any MAGA volunteers in here.
Sounds good. Thanks for letting us hang.
We'll play a game. Yeah, thank you guys. This was great chat. Thanks for hanging out on a Friday night. It's a busy night. No, none of you have friends, huh? No one here's
I've been
got.
building a dresser.
I'm
Really? Oh,
I'm
that's cool.
working, but
Oh,
no,
you're
I don't
working.
have friends.
This was me after coming home.
Yeah, I've seen The Apprentice, Simon. Yeah. You met them, right? Your friends? Nope, no friends. Yeah. You and me both, Jeremy. I got no friends here. Who needs them? Just kidding. I love you all.
No friends at all.
No friends at all. I love you. Just kidding. Who's going to the Women's March tomorrow? Happy International Women's Day. Today, I guess, a few hours from now.
I haven't even heard about it.
I just heard about it like 5 hours ago. There's a Women's March nationwide. Actually, no, I think worldwide today at some point in a few hours. You can look it up. If you look up like the Women's March, you can put in your city. There's like a website you can put in your city, see if there's something near you. You know, no pressure. I don't know if I'll make
Chicago,
it.
we're
out
starting at
because what time are you starting in Chicago?
starting at noon. Last I heard, we're starting at the Daily Center. They might have changed it, but we're definitely on track to walk up Michigan to hit Trump Tower. So
Nice. In New York, there's at least one. There might be a couple spots, but at least one is starting in Washington Square Park at 11 a.m. But I don't know. I didn't see any information about marching anywhere. But yeah.
Just remember, phones and your smartwatches are trackable. So, you know,
Right. This is
make your own decision whether you take it with you or not. But
or just turn off all your fucking. You got to turn Google off and your location services and all that kind of stuff too. I guess
it doesn't do anything.
No, yeah, you're right with
even
the phone thing.
yeah,
Still keeps track.
Still pings.
Yeah.
Even if your phone is turned off, it can still be traced by location.
But by which method? Because the method depends. Like pings will only get you within like a certain radius. Then like location, Google, like all the Google apps have way more like precise location tracking. And then location
Wired
services.
did a story this week, I believe, about, at least I saw their TikTok on it this week, that Apple phones in particular, even if you have Siri turned off and the device itself turned off, will still ping and automatically try to connect to Wi-Fi because it'll show you like the list of Wi-Fi that's available. So it'll still do that while it's turned off. Because thanks, Apple.
It might not get such a precise location, but it'll get close enough, I'm sure, to be like, oh, you were definitely at this thing.
Yeah.
So.
Noted.
And I say, all I'm saying, the most recent thing NSA warns is from January 16, 2025. NSA warns smartphone users disable location tracking. Okay. NSA wants... Okay. Oh, also, by the way, it's good practice to turn your phone off and on once a day or just maybe once every few days because that's the most effective way of disabling spyware on it.
Yep. I did
It's as simple as turning it off and on. Also, iPhone, if you tap your this button 5 times, it turns off biometric like for the next time you log in, so you have to put in a password. Police can use your biometrics. They can compel your biometrics if they take your phone. They cannot compel you to give the password without like a warrant, obviously.
Was that like a ruling, or was it like a?
I think so.
What?
I think so. Cause technically, if it's in your head, they can't like they can't force you to give it like the private information, but they can hold it up to your
They
face. They
can't.
can put your.
They can't get you to self-incriminate.
Oh, that's what it is. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, they can't get you to self. Okay, that's what it is.
But they do have, it's the same way that they can take your fingerprints, right?
Right. They can also, I mean, they can get a warrant and then access the phone through their whatever eventually. But if you're, yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. They usually fly cell towers over protests. Yeah. Might get a burner phone. Familiarize yourselves with Signal. It's an encrypted messaging thing.
What is it? Okay.
Just like,
Did they figure out the hack though?
what hack?
That was probably like a month ago. I don't know. Time's weird right now. But there was a kid on GitHub who figured out that because it's open source, that there's actually a way to, for Signal in particular, get into it, and they'd have access to like your account and anything that if you don't have like clear chat set up, right? You know how, so the way Signal functions, also I guess for anyone who doesn't have it, it has different settings. They don't store any of the messages on a server, so like the server data can't be subpoenaed. There's no record of it. However, depending on the settings that you have on your personal device within the app, you may have it so that as long as you have not logged out or deleted the app, it will retain the previous messages. And I think that might be set up also by whoever creates the chat. And the hack was to access those messages in particular because it bypassed the need for a server and could get into individual accounts.
That makes sense. Okay.
Computer.
Still a better option.
Yeah. Especially, well, because if you set up, because that also like requires the message to be sitting around on your phone. It has like auto deleting things on it. You can set like your different chats to auto delete every whatever 3 days, 2 weeks, whatever, stuff like that. Signal is owned by a corporation, though. I thought we was against those. Why? Because we were challenging the premise that Elon Musk doesn't need to be a billionaire. Now we can't use Signal? Okay. See, yeah.
Can't use corporations, apparently.
Can't use any corporations because we don't think Elon Musk needs to be a billionaire. Oh, God. Can't believe you guys take yourself seriously.
It's like playground arguments that they come up with. Yeah, but what about? It's like,
yeah, but
no,
I can't do this. You can't do that. It's like
we can talk about our ideals and like why certain things shouldn't be, but like we still use TikTok to communicate those things.
Also, when people are like, when you dare criticize capitalism or even just some aspect of it, you know, people are like, but you buy things. It's like,
I mean, I'm all for capitalism, like healthy capitalism, where like there's regulations, but like when you get rid of regulations, you get what Rick Perry called a vulture capitalism. I'm like, yeah, that stuff's bad.
Yeah.
I forgot about Rick Perry.
Yeah, I tried to.
God, fuck. I'm in Texas, so I never forgot about Rick Perry.
Yeah, now you got Hot Wheels. Which is such a like terribly offensive thing, but it's funny.
It's funny because it's him. Like
Yeah, like I would never like. I'm
his
not
whole
making
story
fun of
was
him
like
being handicapped, but he's an asshole, so I'm
not
gonna.
at all, but like his whole story is like I was running and then a tree fell on me. I was like, were you running in place or like what was
Yo,
Wait, wasn't
what was
he
so I
going on?
used
discovered?
to.
Wasn't he like drunk driving?
See, there's like lore to the story where everyone in Texas that isn't a psycho Republican like debates on like what actually happened because he said a tree just like fell on him. And it's like, at what point are you running and a tree just like falls on you?
So it's crazy,
Yeah,
but
he
it's
was
like the
drunk
rule of high
driving.
numbers. But like how often that actually does happen though is wild.
Crazy. And
I used to date an arborist. I used to date an arborist, and she's like, yeah, the number of people that you know pass every year because a tree just fell on them is wild.
well, and also he accepted like millions of dollars for his like disability and then like cut off the funding for everyone else in Texas. So it was like, oh, sick.
Oh,
Yeah, that
and
sounds like that.
he sued the person who owned the property that the tree was on too.
Oh, and I'm sure
Well,
you
of
got a
course,
good
he's a
settlement.
Republican. Litigation is their middle name.
Listen, the suing the property owner, that I get. That I get. Using disability benefits, that I get. That I get. Cutting them off for everyone else.
Yeah.
Y'all
Then
are
he said,
fucking
Psychotic.
yeah,
It's
psychotic. It's unconscionable. It's like
he said,
truly just bad people. Just bad
for
people.
me,
Just
but
selfish
not for
bad
everyone
people.
else. Cool. Cool.
Also, it's funny
Hey,
that
go to bed before you pass out.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's funny. Last thought. The irony of that being like these people are so fucking selfish and yet they're just so fucking generous with billionaires. They want to give billionaires so much more while being
Themselves
it's
and
just
billionaires.
it's so fucking weird. It's so weird.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to bed. I love you all. I had a lot of
Good
fun.
night.
This
Good
was
night,
great.
people.
Great chat. Thank you, guys.
Good day. Not
Good.
good night. Good
Yeah,
rest
have
of
a
the
good
day.
day.
Oh.
God, thank you for all your modding help. I appreciate you.
Oh, it was fun. I think
God,
this
I
is
love
more
doing
fun
stream.
than trying to tell facts to maggots. More fun to just take the little jabs at them.
Yeah, it is. Especially when they get mad in the comments. I thought we
Way
didn't. You
easier than
can't say
remember.
those fucking corporations. Can't. Thought we could
Way
do
easier
that.
and more fun than telling them all the facts and giving them all the numbers that they don't understand anyway.
They
Yeah,
don't want those
exactly.
anyway.
They don't.
Nah, they don't want it.
They don't.
They don't understand them.
No.
All right.
Y'all have a good day.
Buenas noches. Buenos días.
Cheers.
Bye.
You too. Night, guys.
Night.
Good night.